Welcome on into some ESPN West Palm High School game day football action. We got a huge week, week 9. A couple district titles have already been decided, but we got a lot of big-time matchups tonight. We got you warmed up until 7 p.m. tonight because we got Cardinal Newman and West Boca, which are going head-to-head. Should be a classic. Number 2, West Boca, sitting at 6-1, going against number 4, Cardinal Newman at 5-2. Both of these teams are littered with some talent. We'll get into that in a moment. First, it's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day presented by HSS Florida. In sports and in life, how you move matters. So, when injuries or pain do get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you'd expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington, learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better. HSS, the world's #1 orthopedic provider, is a proud sponsor of ESPN Top 63 and ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. We got Damian Price helping us out back at the City Place Studios. My name is Colin Russo. I'm live on site at Cardinal Newman. You could already feel the buzz here as you have 2 of the premier programs, 2 of the premier teams, and 2 of the premier talent that this county and this state have to offer between Cardinal Newman and West Boca. Dylan Potts, reigning state champions, as good as it gets, led by, of course, Javian Mallory, who was #1 in our ESPN Top 63 list, which ranks the top 63 high school football players from Palm Beach County through the Treasure Coast. Javian Mallory was #1. Jaden Brodnax was #5. Xavier Reed, #12. Grant Edmond was 32. Demetrius Gaithers was 34. Kyle Andrews at 42. Kirby Vital Jr. at 50. How about that? For just on West Boca alone, they've won 5 straight coming into the game. They've only allowed 6 points during this winning streak. They've pitched 4 shutouts, and they're plus 241 in point differential in 7 games through this year. They've scored 275 points. They've only allowed 34. The last time West Boca has lost to a team from Florida, October 13th of 2023. That's what you have here. That's 19 straight regular season wins over Florida teams. They got 20 passing touchdowns, 17 rushing touchdowns coming into the game. On the other side of things, Cardinal Newman, no walkover themselves. Adam Balogoun-Ali, #3, I believe, the Auburn commit. Jiren Hughley is #9 on the ESPN Top 63 list. They got Phoenix Dunya at 16. Braden Charney. They have talent all over the field, especially at the quarterback position. They've won 4 of their last 5. They've won 2 straight coming into this one. The last time Newman lost a regular season game to a team from the area, September 10th, 2021, when they lost to Benjamin. How about that? So we're talking about a number of years where these guys just haven't they haven't lost from teams in Florida. And now you got them head-to-head tonight, so somebody's going to have to lose tonight. Phoenix Dunya has been a great revelation for them this year. He's got 15 total touchdowns. He got over 100 yards rushing in 5 of the 7 games. They've had an excellent year to this point. We'll give you a full rundown on this game as we inch closer. We'll hear from Dylan Potts as well, the head coach of West Boca. Some of the other games tonight. How about another powerhouse matchup on either side? Vero Beach is taking on Pahokee. #1 Vero Beach is at 7-0. And Pahokee, who's #5 in the ESPN Top 63, or the ESPN West Palm High School rankings, is at 6-1. So you got #1 versus #5. You got #2 versus #4. Vero has Champ Smith at #2 on our Top 63 ranking, and Ephraim Wright at #4. They got 2 in the top 4, 3 in the top 6. They have 4 players in the top 20 players in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast on our Top 63 list, including Xavier Stinson at 14. Travion Townsend rounds it out at #41. Vero has won 13 straight regular season games that date back to last year. Last loss was September 6th, 2024. How about that? They started last year with a 3-game losing streak. They basically haven't lost since then. This is the first meeting between Vero and Pahokee since 2018. Vero, high-flying, high-scoring offense. They average 35 points per game on the year. Pahokee on the other side of things. Talk about a team that is really capitalizing in I guess, in light of the Muck Bowl, which is coming up in 2 weeks. Pahokee is going to be some force to be dealt with tonight. They're going to give them all they can handle. They've won 6 of 7, including 3 straight. They got C.J. Embry at #23 and Antonio Simpson that are players that make up on our Top 63 list individually. Running back Sam Arnold for Pahokee has got over 100 yards in 6 of 7 games. How about that? In the one game versus Newman that they lost, he only had 57. So Pahokee has played Newman, of course, and they lost that game. But Pahokee is going to give Vero all they can handle today. Some of the other high-powered matchups you have today, the third of which, Martin County taking on Jupiter, another top 10 matchup. Martin County's at 6-1. Coach Rod Harris, one of the more well-disciplined teams in the area. They have won 6 straight after losing the first game of the year against Sebring. And Jupiter is undefeated. We know Jason Cradman's our guy, big friend of show. So is Rod Harris, but big friend of show. They're 7-0. They're number 7 in our top 10 ranking, and Martin County's number 9. Martin County, of course, has Amarion Queen at number 13 on our top 63 list. They got Paul Hendricks at number 46, and they got Caden Ferschke at 56. Martin County's won 6 straight. They, again, had that season opening loss to Sebring, and they haven't allowed more than 13 in the game this year. That's a tough, stout defense for Martin County, the Tigers over there. They allow an average of 8 points per game. So Martin County is going to be keeping this a defensive. I anticipate that to be a defensive-minded matchup because Jupiter is no different. This is the 4th straight year they've played each other. Jupiter won this game last year by a score of 20-10. Martin County won this back in 2023 and 2022. Jupiter has sort of turned a corner in terms of how good they have been in the last 2 years, and they look to get yet another win against Martin County for the 2nd straight year. We'll see what happens. And Martin County, on the other hand, is trying to get their 7th win for the first time since 2022, where they went 8-3. So Rod Harris has a good opportunity here to make some history in recent memory for the Martin County Tigers. And on the other side of things, Jupiter, we know Jason Cradman has those guys ready to play. That is a disciplined bunch. KJ Larson is on our top 63 list at number 26, and Aiden Passley was at number 30. Jupiter's won 12 straight regular season games that date back to last year. Their last loss, September 27th of 2024. Been a long time since that team has lost in the regular season. They're trying to win at least 8 games for the 3rd straight year. They haven't won 8 games in a season since 2004, but Jason Cradman comes into town and everything changes. That's just how good of a coach that Jason Cradman is. And how about this? You want to talk about a top 10 matchup? How about a team that's just on the outside of the top 10 that clearly had some issues, according to Coach Tim Caffey? Jensen Beach was very unhappy about their ranking being left out of the top 10, and they got an opportunity to move into the top 10 this week by going to Fort Pierce Central, who is at number 10 on our list. Fort Pierce Central is 6-1. They're number 10. And Jensen Beach, who is on the first one out, essentially, they're 7-0. Jensen Beach has won 7 straight. They've pitched 4 shutouts on the season. We know how good that defense is. They're going to control the tempo of the game, and they only allow an average of 7 points per game. Jensen has won this matchup over Fort Pierce Central 3 straight times and 5 of the last 6. Their only loss to Fort Pierce Central was a 3-point loss back in 2020, and Fort Pierce Central has just scored 14 total points in the last 3 times they have played. So Fort Pierce Central has a lot to gain tonight because they're trying to get that monkey off their back with Jensen Beach, sort of owning this matchup the last couple years. Fort Pierce Central has 2 players on our top 63 list, J.J. Blackwood and Marquand Burgess at number 55 and 49. Fort Pierce Central has won 6 of their last 7. They've won 2 straight coming into this one. How about this? They average 41 points per game. They put up 48 in 5 of their 7 games. This is a team that knows how to score. Coach Watkins has those guys ready to play. They've clinched their first winning regular season since 2016. And we're only on October 17th. They're trying to get 7 wins for the first time since 2013. This is a turnaround year for Fort Pierce Central. They look to win tonight against Jensen, and Jensen looking to get in to the top 10. A couple Thursday matchups that you had yesterday, one of which was Atlantic, who took care of action against Deerfield Beach, who came up north. Atlantic's at number 3 in our top 10 on ESPN West Palm. They're 8-0 on the season. Atlantic, Deerfield Beach scored this game to tie it at 7 apiece. Atlantic scored about 4 touchdowns in about 8 minutes. So Jamel Murray had those guys ready to rock and roll. Mark Hannaford was active at star receiver for them. They have a lot of players on the top 63. That was yesterday's game. 55-21 was the final score between Atlantic and Deerfield Beach. They controlled that one, and they also won their district title. They've won 23 of their last 24 regular season games. That is 10 straight. A couple other Thursday games to keep an eye on. Cardinal Gibbons beat Boca Raton 35-13. Boca Raton, who falls to 4-4 on the year. Little up, little down for them up to this point. Boynton Beach gets back in the win column. They're 4-3 on the year. They beat John I yesterday, 56-0. John I falls to 0-8, winless to this point. And Boynton Beach and Bentley Ware Robertson, who is number 31 on the list, have looked to continue building on some momentum because they're back in the win column. They've won 4 of their last 5. They're at Dillard next week, and they're looking to create a tie with them and Garcia for a district title. Then Dillard and Garcia could have a chance to tie the whole thing. Those are some of your games that you saw from yesterday. We'll get into the other games on the docket as we inch closer. We'll hear from Dylan Potts in just a few short moments. First, the teams that have won their district titles already are as follows. Cardinal Newman has already secured their district title, the 1A District 12. St. Andrews has secured their district title. That's 1A District 13. Glade Central, Omar Hoggabook has those guys ready to play. Again, we're all looking at the Muck Bowl in 2 weeks, but they have already controlled 2A District 10, that is Glade Central. Somerset Canyons, who had the surprise win last week against Kings Academy, 22-7. Alex Gonzalez had those guys take it down. Dan Burek and his company. 2A District 11 they won last week, and then Atlantic last night securing 5A District 14. Those are some of the teams that have controlled their districts up to this point. Congratulations to them, because it's nice to have that all set and done, set in stone. At this point, this looks to be homecoming for Cardinal Newman as well, as we're live on site here with ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented in part by Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather. They're the Florida Injury Lawyers, proud to be a sponsor of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. If you've been in that car accident, call now for a free consultation, because the sooner you call, the sooner the lawyers at Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather, they can start putting their extensive experiences and resources to work for you. You don't pay anything unless they make a recovery for you. Call right now at 500-HELP. That's 500-HELP. With Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. They got offices in Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie. So on the other side of things, we're going to hear from Dylan Potts and Theo Dorsey, who got to catch up, the head coach of West Boca, coming into this game as probably the slight favorite, the reigning defending champions, looking to really make their stamp on South Florida. Haven't lost to a team from the area in just about 2 years. But we'll get into our Kaiser's coach's corner there. The Kaiser Seahawks are all about championships on the field and in the classroom, right down there on Military Trail. They've secured 26 national championships. Their tennis team captured their first NAIA title back in the spring. Their men's lacrosse team captured their 3rd straight red banner this past year. What they also capture as an athletic program, their 5th Sun Conference Commissioner's Cup, which means that they are the most successful athletic department in the conference. They got it for the 5th time. Get the latest on the Championship Kaiser Seahawks Athletics program. That's KUSeahawks.com. They also got their golf program, which you can get involved with and improve your game today at the Kaiser Golf Center. We'll take a time out here on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. On the other side of things, I'll pick it up and send you off into your Kaiser's Coach's Corner. You'll hear from Dylan Potts. We'll hear from Christian Catt on the call in just about 30 minutes as we got game time coming up here shortly. It's West Boca, Cardinal Newman. Colin Russo here with ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida on ESPN 106.3. Pre-game of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, our HSS Game of the Week. Cardinal Newman going against West Boca. We're at Cardinal Newman now. You're going to hear Christian Catt on the call in just about 20 minutes. As this is a 7 p.m., a later kick tonight. We got coverage up until 11 p.m. on ESPN 106.3 and on our ESPN Top 63 YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. So stay tuned. Game coverage there. Land Rover Palm Beach, they're involved in the community in many different ways. If you follow along on our Instagram and our YouTube, you can see our Land Rover Player of the Week. If you notice a performance from any of these athletes in the Palm Beach County Treasure Coast area, make sure to nominate them for the Land Rover Player of the Week. All you're going to do is DM ESPN West Palm. Lease the new 2026 Range Rover Valor P250S today at Land Rover Palm Beach for only $749 per month with a 36-month lease, or come see the new 2025 Defender 110 P300S for just $889 a month. Head over to Land Rover Palm Beach today, located on Okeechobee Boulevard, just past the Turnpike, or visit LandRoverPalmBeach.com to test drive any of their luxury cars. That's Land Rover Palm Beach, above and beyond. So we have got a lot of big games tonight throughout high school football. To give you a little bit of a rundown of the top 10 matchups that we have on our docket, we got West Boca, of course, our HSS Game of the Week, at 6-1, taking on Cardinal Newman. West Boca's number 2, Cardinal Newman's number 4. You have number 1, Vero Beach, who's undefeated at 7-0, taking on Pahokee at Pahokee, who is number 5 at 6-1. On the other side, you also have Martin County going on the road to Jupiter, taking on Jason Cradman. Rod Harris, Jason Cradman. Jupiter is 7-0. Martin County is 6-1. And technically a top 10 matchup, give or take. Jensen Beach is at 7-0, sort of the first team out in our rankings. Fort Pierce Central is number 10, the last team in on our rankings. They're 6-1. Jensen Beach is 7-0. You'll see that action tonight. Looking forward to seeing what happens in that game and who will probably get onto that top 10 ranking next week. Those are some of the games you have, and what we'll do in the meantime is Theo Dorsey of Theoretically Speaking on ESPN 106.3 caught up with the head coach of West Boca, that is Dylan Potts, sitting at 6-1. West Boca, who has of course dominated the high school football scene. They've won 5 straight to this point. They've only allowed 6 points in the last 5 games. Theo Dorsey caught up with the head coach Dylan Potts for our Kaiser's Coaches Corner. Let's get right to it. Coach Dylan Potts of West Boca football joining Theo Dorsey on ESPN 106.3.
Dorsey here with Coach Dylan Potts of the defending state champion West Boca Bulls as we head into a Friday night game of the week. Coach Potts, thanks for joining us. Your team is 6-1, and of course you have a big date on the calendar now with a game against Cardinal Newman on the road. How are you feeling going into this one now in week 9 of the high school football season?
Yeah, we're feeling like we're finally starting to hit full stride. Defensively, they're playing lights out. I mean, I think it's the best unit in the state when you look at points per game and just what they're doing. And we feel like we're hitting our stride offensively. Last week, rushed for 392. So like we're getting on a roll right now, and we think we're getting hot at the right time.
Isn't this like, obviously you have had a tough schedule through and through? But a team like Newman that also is anticipating playing for a state title in their bracket in the playoffs, isn't this a perfect time to face a team like that to try to make sure that as good as you were at the start of the season, you still are improving week by week?
No, absolutely. I mean, Cardinal Newman's been one of the top teams in South Florida for the last, couple years. We know we're going to face a very well coached team, and we haven't had the opportunity to play them. So it's always good to play some of the other top teams as well. So, we're looking forward to, a good environment up there on Friday night, and it's going to be a good one.
Talked about the run game getting back into form. You've been able to do that somewhat without JV and Mallory. How's his health going into this week? And what have you learned out of your team? Because, again, you had a prolonged absence last year without the guy who's the number 1 on the top 63 list. What have you learned out of your team the past couple of weeks playing without him?
It's the same mindset as was last year. Obviously JVN's special. You're never going to replace a kid like JV, and then he'll be a game time decision on Friday, but we expect him to be playing. But if he's not able to play, like I said, it's kind of running back by committee, and whoever's got the hot hand, we're going to roll with. We have confidence in all 3 of those kids. Jaden Lockhart, Quentin Miller went for 160 last week. Anderson Gracilian went for 100 the week before against Western. So we know any of those 3 can get it done at any point, and we know it's kind of just rolling with whoever's got the hot hand out of those 3.
As I'm looking at you, I see that beautiful weight room, the new facilities there behind you. How has that changed the way in which you guys have been able to prepare week to week, recover week to week, and just, elevate as a program this year, whereas last year you had your old facilities, but it still worked out with you guys winning the state title?
Well, I mean, I think it's just really allowed us to do the things, this is the best I've felt as a coach with the kids lifting during the season. I mean, our kids are lifting very hard, 4 days a week still throughout in season right now, which is crazy. So, to be able to have the luxury to do that. So it's been a blessing for us.
You guys have only you mentioned it. You haven't played Newman as a head coach there. The last time these two teams have faced off was 2018. Y'all have split 1-1. This is gonna be the game of the week. This is gonna be a game that a lot of eyes are on. There's a lot of big games throughout the county between top 10 teams on our poll, but clearly this is gonna be one of the major ones here, and that's why we're gonna have the broadcast team there. What have you seen out of them? Not just defensively, but their offensive threat that they pose with Snow and the rest of those guys who can also put up points when need be.
Well, we had a chance to play against Benjamin last year in a tough one that we were able to get the job done 14-13. So we know a little bit what to expect with Phoenix. I mean, he's a great running back, runs hard. Haven't had a chance to play against Hewley yet. I mean, we've seen the great things. He's going to WVU for a reason. He's electric with his arm and his legs. So we know it starts with those two right there, and they got a solid offensive line unit. So we're expecting, and at the end of the day, Coach Jackson won 2 state titles, so he knows how to win. So it's going to be a very well coached team, and those kids are going to come out and play hard, and they're going to believe they can win just like we are as well too.
Y'all have only allowed 34 points this year. Like this defense that we thought could get no better last year has seemingly improved. What's been the biggest changes on that side of the ball that have helped you guys be even more of a brick wall?
Well, I think we're a little bit more aggressive this year. I think it's kids are a year older. We're a little bit more aggressive. We're creating more turnovers. We're playing a little bit more man to man this year than we've ever done in the past, and it's creating havoc. Like I said, I mean, the defensive line is, I can name all 8 of them right now, and they're producing at a high level. We're getting a lot of production out of our linebackers, Damari, Jerry, Max Reed, and then the secondary, they've upped it up another level right now. Jaden Broadnex to me is the best corner in the state of Florida, so he kind of shuts down whatever side he's on, and we got the young kid Carlton Jackson, who's going to be another 4-star kid in the 28 class, Larry Morgan, Trey Mitchell, Tegan Brisky, DeLorean Airhall. I mean, it's just, I can go on, and there's depth. There's depth, and I think the best thing about that defense and the best thing about our offense is there's competition. Like at the end of the day, we play a lot of kids and we rotate and things of that nature, but kids are competitive. They want to be in that starting 11. So, and there's a lot of talent out there. So they're competing every week to get on that field and be in that starting 11 group. So it's defense, we've always hung our hat on here. Like I said, we're going to run the football and we're going to play defense. That's our brand. And we know if we do those two things, we're going to be sitting good again here at the end of December.
Head coach of the West Boca Bulls, 6-1. Dylan Potts joining me, Theo Dorsey here, as we approach a big time game of the week matchup against Cardinal Newman. I'm curious for you because you talked about Broadnex, teams not wanting to throw it to his side. I saw you guys at Royal Palm last week, and I witnessed that firsthand where it felt like one side of the field just was not an option for New Royal. I'm curious though for you. What did you see out of Royal Palm Beach? Because that's a team that we looked at the West Boca game for them as a big measuring stick, just to pivot a little bit. Their defense was pretty stout from the second quarter on. What did you see out of them in the growth that they've shown over the past few years, and specifically this year as they've been, rallying off wins left and right?
Yeah, I mean, I think they have a good group of skill kids, and some of them are very young kids. The number 7 kid, I think, is a sophomore. The Bell kid, I think they definitely have some good building pieces right there, and they got some good young skill kids that are competing at a high level for them, and they're definitely taking an improvement from where they've been last year. So like I said, I think Coach Curry's doing a great job up there, building it the right way with those kids, and he's more importantly, that's what as we were talking, I was like, he's got them believing they can win, and that's honestly, as a coach, the most important thing right there is just believing that you can go out and compete against any team.
And then with your team right now, you guys have a more of a target of your back on your back even than you did last year because you guys had the state title. Have you noticed that when you guys trot out there on Friday nights in games like this past week, or even earlier in the season?
No, absolutely. I mean, we knew that going into the year. I mean, we know, I tell the kids all the time, hey, we're the show. Everyone's going to come bring their best A game for us right now. And like I said, so our kids are, prepared that, there's no slip ups. There's, you're not going to skate by, just catch anyone. You got to bring it every week, because every team you're going to play is want to be, we're going to be the measuring stick. Hey, we're playing West Boca right now. They won a state title last year. So we know if we just go out and just play our game, like I said, we feel confident that there's not anyone that can beat us.
Also, a target of head coaches. I did notice, and I missed him by the time I got there, that Mario Cristobal was out there at y'all's game against Royal Palm. Did you have any conversations with him? And what is it like having a guy like that who's coaching the number 2 team in the nation collegiately coming to check out your guys on a Friday night?
I mean, Coach Cristobal has been great. Obviously, Javian's committed, and we got a couple 27s, Jamar Thompson, Damari Jerry, Juvie Harrington, that Miami's targeting as well. So it's always great to see, guys like that out there. At the end of the day, kids are kids still. When they see a guy like Coach Cristobal out there, kids just, you have that extra push to play even a little bit harder right there. So it's always great having big time college coaches or anytime college coaches out there, because at the end of the day, I always, in the spring, I always tell the coaches, and I was like, man, I wish I had 55 coaches at every practice, because every time you guys come, it's the best practice of the year.
That's always a good sign to see out of your guys, at least, and they know when to turn it on as well on Fridays and when those college coaches are in the room. I want to wrap with this. You're playing again against Cardinal Newman. It's going to be on the road in West Palm Beach. What does it need to take out of your guys? What happens to make sure that West Boca walks out of there with a win?
I think it's just coming in having tunnel vision. Like I said, not we know it's going to be a hyped up game. We know there's going to be a lot of media. It's their homecoming. It's going to be a lot of things going on. So we just got to come in and lock in, not feed into all the other stuff, and just once that whistle blows, just play football. We know if we do that, like I said, we know we're prepared to play all 4 quarters and more if we need to, because we know it's going to be a dogfight, and we know what type of team they are, and that they're going to compete, and they're looking forward to this. But at the same time, we've been looking forward to this one as well too.
Looking forward to checking it out on Friday night. I appreciate you taking out the time, and again, good luck to those Bulls. Stay healthy, and looking forward to a good game.
Absolutely, thank you, Theo.
That was Theo Dorsey and the head coach of the West Boca Bulls, Dylan Potts. If you missed any of that, you could go listen to our full catalog of interviews on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. Just go to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Big thanks to Coach Potts for giving us the time. You got our HSS Game of the Week. Number 2, West Boca, 6-1 against number 4, Cardinal Newman, who are at 5-2, kicking things off at 7 o'clock. The other games that have some are kicking off at 6:30, but our HSS Game of the Week is at 7 p.m. Today. At Pahokee today, Vero Beach 7-0, Pahokee 6-1. That's number 1 versus number 5. And on top of that, you have Martin County, who is sitting at number 9 in our top 10 rankings, going against Jupiter. That's number 9 versus number 7. Martin County against Jupiter, 6-1 versus 7-0. Jensen Beach going against Fort Pierce Central today. Jensen Beach, sort of our first team out in our top 10 rankings, and Fort Pierce Central, the last team in at number 10. They're 6-1. Jensen Beach is 7-0. That game will probably decide a couple rankings there, and a couple districts being decided tonight as well, with a full slate of games. We got you coverage up until 11 p.m. on a 17th of October edition of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. What we will do is we will take a timeout, and on the other side of things, you will hear from Christian Catt, who is going to be on the call today. Should be a good time. Looking forward to hearing their call of the game there. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented in part by our pals at Duffy's Sports Grill. Duffy's Sports Grill is a proud supporter of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. They once again voted the best sports grill in the area with their award-winning burgers and fries. They got weekday lunch deals, including the Duffy's Double Play, that starts at just $7.99. Also, make sure you sign up for free today to get your Duffy's MVP card and start earning rewards. Why go anywhere and not get rewards out of it? Everywhere offers it, and Duffy's has the best in the area with the Duffy's MVP. With over 80 TVs in each location, you won't miss any minute of any game. The biggest bouts, Duffy's has them all. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more today. What we will do is we will take a timeout. I am live, Colin Russo, on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, doing the show today live on site, and we will have Christian Catt take over the program next. He will be taking you up and through the game. Catch the full broadcast, catch the full live stream on ESPN Top 63 on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. We got you coverage up until then, and I will be back with you on halftime and post-game right here on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida on ESPN 106.3.
his vision to help those struggling with mental health and addiction. To donate and learn more, visit GraysonMurrayFoundation.com.
Hey, Steph Prince here, General Manager of ESPN West Palm, to tell you about a team that has meant a lot to me and this community for a long time. Bob and the team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning have been helping me stay cool for years, whether at home or in the office. And living in South Florida with 3 kids, I don't know what I'd do without them. Family owned and operated, serving Royal Palm Beach and beyond since 1980. Let the knowledgeable and trained team at Bradley help you with your residential and commercial needs, installation, repair, seasonal maintenance, upgrades of all makes and styles and models of HVAC equipment, and so much more. Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning does things right the first time and makes the process smooth, stress-free, and most importantly, keeps you cool. Give them a call at 561-793-7497. That's 561-793-7497 or bradleyair.com. Any need, big or small, trust the amazing team at Bradley Heating and Air Conditioning.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Welcome on into the HSS Game of the Week. We are live in West Palm Beach for Cardinal Newman playing host to West Boca. It's a battle of top 4 teams across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast, and we just might be looking at the 2 best teams in Palm Beach County individually as the Crusaders play host to the West Boca Bulls. I'm Christian Catton on the call alongside the coach Jimmy Bell for this one of the games of the year when it comes to the regular season coverage of high school football on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Coach, we're seeing both teams warm up right now. The Crusaders at home on homecoming night, wearing their all-blue uniforms, gold helmets. West Boca taking the drive up the turnpike with their black bottoms, white tops, gold helmets. What is it about games like these that are just a little bit different on game week?
Well, I tell you, Jack Daniels, the head coach of Newman, has pulled out all the stops. You usually play a team on homecoming that you know you can beat. But tonight he knows his team has to go to a whole nother level. So bring in West Boca, the reigning 6A state champs, and we say, listen, if you're going to play your best football, just like the band is tuning up tonight, we're tuning up for the playoffs. We're getting ready for the big show because we know down the road we're going to face the Chaminade Madonna team if we can get there. That's the best in the state. Has won 7 of the last 8 state championships in our class. So we got to play up in competition, get ready to play, and we got to play the big boys first.
And we'll start with the home teams, give them the honors in previewing this game with Cardinal Newman. Of course, they have the number 1 quarterback for seniors across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast per the ESPN Top 63 list. But a lot of their offense comes from that run game. Toting the football a bunch will be Phoenix Donia. He has been electric in 2025. He's got 15 total touchdowns on the season. That's 18th in the state. 5 of the 7 games over 100 yards rushing. He has been a joy to watch his senior season. What do you remember about Phoenix Donia? Because we saw Cardinal Newman take on Pahokee about a month ago.
Yeah, just a physical running back, but deceptive speed. The one thing I like about him is that he never takes a play off. You're not going to tackle him in the backfield too often. Everything's moving forward. He's going to push. As this team goes throughout the playoffs, he's going to push them and put them on his back in order to carry them to the next level.
And then you flip side with West Boca and their offense. It's been well documented. Miami commit Javian Mallory will play tonight. They've got a 2-quarterback system. Dylan Potts does with the West Boca Bulls. When you watch Javian Mallory tote the football, what do you see from him that indicates, yeah, this guy's going to be bullying defenders when he's wearing the green and orange for the U?
Well, you know, just one of those guys. Kind of reminds me of Le'Veon Bell, that ability to stop and start. In the hole, he's moving very smoothly. Then all of a sudden, he's gone. He's a blur. So that speed, that deceptive speed that he has, I think will take on to Miami, and he will shock the nation when he gets there as a true freshman.
October 13th, 2023. Remember that day? Well, that was the last time West Boca lost to a team from the state of Florida. 19 straight regular season wins over Florida teams. What has head coach Dylan Potts built in Palm Beach County with the West Boca Bulls?
Well, only one team in this county this year has scored on them, only 7 points. So, again, we watched throughout the playoffs last year, not only he did not have his number 1 running back, they were still able to go on and win a state championship. So that shows me that he's built a team around a concept. We're going to win in spite of next man up, we talk about it all the time, but he actually imposed his will upon teams last year as a coach, and his players brought into the system. That's a great way to coach it and get it done.
I mean, you betcha. And you look at this 5-game win streak that West Boca is on. They took a touchdown loss to Bergen Catholic, a Catholic school that came down from New Jersey, and then it's been shutout at Seminole Ridge, only giving up 6 points to Treasure Coast, shutout against Dwyer, shutout against Western from Davie, shutout against Royal Palm Beach. You mentioned Javian Mallory not playing in that playoff run to a state championship last year for West Boca. That defense, specifically that front seven for the West Boca Bulls, can impose their will upon the competition. That might be the matchup to watch when you see guys like Max Reed meet guys like Phoenix Donia in the hole tonight.
Yeah, unequivocally, and that's the difference is that they can win it on both sides of the line of scrimmage. Their offensive line is dominant, but like you said, on the defensive side, they're equally as physical. And guys get in the backfield, they make plays. They're going to force you to be one-dimensional. You're going to throw the ball if you're going to beat them because that front seven will shut you down all night long.
It's very unorthodox on the offensive side of the football for West Boca. They have a 2-quarterback set, and they really see equal drive opportunities, equal passing opportunities. We're talking about the junior Trey Moran and the transfer over senior Omari McNeil. We saw West Boca against Chaminade Madonna way back in week 0. I believe it was a Thursday night football game. We saw both quarterbacks get a lot of snaps, and that has continued throughout the season. It's the same thing we saw last year with Javian Mallory's brother Mason Mallory and Trey Moran. But Trey Moran so far this season, 12 touchdowns, 1 interception, about 130 passing yards per game. For Omari McNeil, 5 touchdowns, 1 interception, about 80 yards passing per game. When you have 2 guys in the shotgun, under center, oftentimes in every other level of football, if you have 2 quarterbacks, you have no quarterbacks. But West Boca has made it work. They've won a state championship doing just this, and they're not stopping now.
Well, the one thing I like about that is that it keeps the guy ready. He's prepared to play because imagine sitting on the sideline for 90% of the season with a mouthpiece just chewing on it, right? Mm-hmm. That's what most backups do. But when you have 2 guys, it's healthy competition. You come into play every week, you knowing I'm going to get some time. I don't have to worry about it. So when I'm in the game, I'm ready to play. I want to give the best that I have. I love the concept.
Certainly so, and I mentioned Javian Mallory's that number 1 back, but also getting a lot of carries throughout the season. We saw him all last postseason. Jaden Lockhart, the junior, standing at 5'11", 190. He will touch the football a ton. And Quentin Miller Jr., another junior running back. He will be getting a lot of carries this season as well. He's averaging almost 60 yards on the ground per game. And that's the second or third option for West Boca. Can run the football, and they can pass the football. 20 passing touchdowns this season from that offense, 17 rushing touchdowns for that West Boca offense. We talked a lot about West Boca. Now we go to the Cardinal Newman side a little bit because Phoenix Donia will get carries, the senior back, and it also will be Gennaro Sumter, the junior running back, who we saw really put on display on both sides of the football last time ESPN West Palm High School Game Day saw Cardinal Newman play. That was way out west when they took on the Pahokee Blue Devils. Gennaro Sumter is a nice change of pace back from Phoenix Donia, and he can make defenders miss as well.
Yeah, he is a great change of pace because he has the deceptive speed. Gets to the hole very quickly, not as patient as Donia, but once he hits the hole, he gets outside, he's going to run away from you. So, again, you don't want just one guy. You want guys that push each other, the healthy competition. And I think any coach who has a plethora of talent like both of these 2 teams do, you want those guys to get playing time so they don't get bored and they stay focused in the game.
And right now, unfolding here at Sandbog Field at Cardinal Newman High School in West Palm Beach, Florida. They're doing the homecoming ceremony. I don't see a Cardinal Newman Crusader football player lining up quite yet. That might change soon. So I was going to say, maybe head coach Jack Daniels dodged bullet after bullet of guys being incorporated in these functions that might not be conducive to being focused for the actual football game at hand. But as someone who coached in the area, you mentioned at the top of the broadcast, coaches aren't too fond of moments like this. Sure, you want to commemorate and you want to celebrate, but you also want to beat West Boca, who's the number 2 team in the area.
Well, you do, and you pray and you cross your fingers saying, I hope my guy isn't on that court because I want to get him laser focused on this week playing football. Yes, that's beautiful if he's the homecoming king, but that's not really what this is all about. This is about playing against the number 2 team in the county, reigning 6A state champ. We want to go out and represent, and I don't need his focus on anything other than playing football.
Let's look at the defense of Cardinal Newman. a bunch of transfers over from the Benjamin School into this season, one of which is Adam Balogoun-Ali. He's the number 3 player in the ESPN Top 63 list. He is a force defensively. There's a reason why he was such a very hyped prospect. There's a reason why he's going to be playing SEC football this time next year. When you have linebackers that can either line up on the line, pressure on the quarterback, but can also get back in coverage and cover a tight end, a running back, or even a slot receiver, what can that do for your defense when you have a linebacker with such talent like that?
Well, it gives you so many options as a defensive coordinator. You know you can put that guy anywhere on the field, and he's going to make plays. And so when you get a lot of transfers in, it's always a unique thing because now they got to buy into a new system. Their mindset may be different coming from another place. We did it that way over there. But now all of a sudden, if you take the right coach and the right chemistry, you can get those guys to buy in, and winning cures a whole lot of that.
Well, we are at the ESPN West Palm High School Game Day HSS Game of the Week live in West Palm Beach at Cardinal Newman High School. We've got number 2, West Boca, taking on number 4, Cardinal Newman at their homecoming game. This is not a game you want to miss. Make sure you watch it live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. On X at ESPN Top 63. On Facebook, share it in all of the groups that you're in. Maybe if you're a part of the Cardinal Newman community, maybe you're a part of the West Boca community, share our Facebook video at ESPN West Palm and share with the community so everyone can watch this game unfold tonight. And of course, a very easy way to watch is downloading that YouTube app at ESPN Top 63. If you Google Cardinal Newman versus West Boca, you will find this live stream of the video. And as always, you can listen to the game on the ESPN 106.3 FM dial, as well as the brand spanking new ESPN South Florida app. You hear the band, it's getting excited, it's getting crazy. It's homecoming night at Cardinal Newman High School. Cardinal Newman, West Boca, coming up very soon, counting down the seconds to kickoff on ESPN 106.3.
Tina, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My sports-certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
Hi. This is Scott Smith with Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. We are a Florida civil trial law firm that specializes in the areas of personal injury and wrongful death. Our offices are located in Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie. Our lawyers have litigated thousands of matters at the Palm Beach, Martin, St. Lucie, and Indian River County courthouses. Our lawyers, paralegals, and other numerous members of our legal team live in Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast cities and towns such as West Palm Beach, Port St. Lucie, Lake Worth, Palm Beach Gardens, Palm City, Jupiter, and others just like you and your families. We are a statewide recognized law firm, but it is your community and your families that we live and associate with on a daily basis. Our most satisfying achievement is when we know that our legal power has helped a fellow member of our Palm Beach County and Treasure Coast community secure a fair and just huge result. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Welcome on back to the HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather. It is ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, and we're at the HSS Game of the Week. We are at Cardinal Newman playing host to West Boca. That's number 2 versus number 4. We've got another top 5 matchup going on right now across our listening and watching area. It is Vero Beach taking on Pahokee. We've got boots on the ground there as well. We've got video coverage, we've got audio coverage, and we've got someone there, Brian Rowitz. He joins us live on the phone right now to give us an update from Vero Beach, Pahokee. Brian, are you there?
I am, and plenty of fireworks already. We played about half of a quarter, and we've got plenty of points. Vero jumped out fast, a fumble recovery for a touchdown, second play of the game. Then Ephraim White with a 50-yard touchdown strike. It was 13-0 Vero. Pahokee comes back on the field. And a great play call, 80-yard touchdown, 2-point conversion good, 5:12 to go in the first. Vero leads Pahokee 13-8.
Wow, we saw Pahokee against Cardinal Newman, who are watching warm up on the field right now, and we saw Vero against Fort Pierce Central. And honestly, even though Vero's the higher-ranked team, Pahokee the lower-ranked team, I think going into those games, we came out more impressed by Vero Beach's opponent, Fort Pierce Central, and Pahokee, even though they lost that game against Cardinal Newman. How's the size and the speed matching up between those two schools, because their school sizes are very different, Vero Beach, Pahokee?
Yeah, if I would have talked to you 5 minutes ago, I would have said this is going to be a 50-point game, and Pahokee can't match up with Vero. And then their third drive, they throw that 80-yard touchdown, they get to 2. So they're matching up right now, and now it's a 3rd and long for Vero, so Pahokee has a shot to get the ball back with good field position.
All right, Brian, I'm going to let you get back to it. Thank you so much. And we will talk to you throughout the evening, getting updates from all the games across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. So you've got Pahokee and you've got Vero Beach. If you're still with me, what other games do we have that are consequential for the area?
Yep, Mike Rizzo's got boots on the ground. Martin County at Jupiter, another top 10 battle. And then Theo Dorsey up on the Treasure Coast. Jensen Beach, who some might say maybe should be a top 10 team, taking on number 10, Fort Pierce Central, a shot to really play their way in to the top 10.
Appreciate it, Brian. I'll let you get back to it as we return here in the booth at the HSS Game of the Week. Cardinal Newman, number 4 in the area across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast, taking on number 2, West Boca. Coach, what do you think about Vero Beach and West Boca? Who is the better team in the area? If maybe you could change your mind after this game is played, but what do you think of that assessment?
Well, I got to go with West Boca. I mean, you think about the way in which they have played their schedule. They've only played one team with a losing record this year, so they've played up in terms of competition. They're the reigning 6A state champs, so until you prove otherwise, I've got to go with the Bulls of West Boca.
Well, Jimmy Bell's number 1 team in the area will take the field next as they take on number 4 Cardinal Newman here live on ESPN 106.3, on YouTube at ESPN Top 63, on X at ESPN Top 63, on Facebook at ESPN West Palm, and on the ESPN South Florida app. Kickoff coming up next here on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day.
Kaiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Kaiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Kaiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUSeahawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Kaiser University.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining Built Ford Tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, Built Ford Tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
Hi, I'm Scott Smith with Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. As you have likely seen and heard, law firm advertising is at an all-time high. Attorney ads seem to be part of every radio and TV commercial segment. Some firms are even using paid actors and actresses to speak for them. At Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather, we know that the decision to hire a law firm should never be based on advertisements alone. It is our past results and many positive 5-star reviews that we encourage you to read at smithball.com to learn more about our law firm. We have board-certified lawyers. We have lawyers listed in the best lawyers in America and in super lawyers. But most importantly, we have experienced lawyers located right here in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast that are ready to be your advocate and your voice, and fully prepared to start fighting for your legal rights today. Our purpose, legal power. Our mission, huge results. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
Anajar and Levine.
Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
ESPN 1063.
WESP Jupiter, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
What's the Anajar and Levine difference? When you're injured in a car crash, we focus on your case so you can focus on the one thing that matters most. Getting better. I'm Glenn Levine with Anajar and Levine. We'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. Call our legal team right now for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. We'll help you take back control of your life. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In office, West Palm Beach. You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Take a listen to the Cardinal Newman Band getting us ready for kickoff between the Cardinal Newman Crusaders and the West Boca Bulls. A matchup of two top 4 teams in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast, possibly the 2 top teams in Palm Beach County alone, though Atlantic might have something to say about that. Long story short, we are in for a treat tonight. West Boca will be kicking the ball off to Cardinal Newman to start the night, as head coach Dylan Potts' defense will touch the field, combating against head coach Jack Daniels' offense. Buckle up, folks. Make sure you watch live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63 for this HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather. If you are fortunate enough to be watching, thank you for joining us for the first time ever, live streaming on video every single HSS Game of the Week, covered by ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. If you're listening, I'll paint a picture for you. Going from right to left will be the West Boca offense in this first quarter. From left to right will be the Cardinal Newman offense, and they will get the football first. But before this ball is kicked out of the back of the end zone for a touchback, and here comes the offense of Cardinal Newman, led by quarterback senior Jaron Hewley, wearing number 2 for the Crusaders. He averages around 197 yards per game through the air, 8 touchdowns, 5 interceptions passing the ball so far this season, but that's just half his game. He rushes the ball plenty. 44 rushes on the year for almost 500 yards on the ground, 5 touchdowns. Jaron Hewley is the quarterback for the Cardinal Newman Crusaders. He starts this game in the shotgun, trips right, lone receiver left for Cardinal Newman's offense, starting this ball game on their own 25 as Hewley fires it right side. It's caught out on the swing route on the outside and gets tackled, starting on their own 20-yard line, of course, on a touchback, and he gains 2 on 1st and 10. It is 2nd and 8. And, Coach, you mentioned to me beforehand, it's a big statement that Cardinal Newman singled out West Boca, and they said, we want you for our homecoming game. What kind of fire does that ignite for head coach Dylan Potts and the West Boca Bulls?
Well, if I'm Dylan Potts, I'm chomping at the bit because I'm saying to my team, it's against me, against the world. So what we want to do, we want to make sure we make a statement to them, ruin their homecoming, but more importantly, put a message throughout anyone, don't ever send us to your homecoming.
2nd and 8. Hewley design quarterback run on the left side on 2nd and 8. Fights forward, gets close to the line to gain, and gets brought down at the line to gain. It looks to be an HSS first down, and they will move the chains for Cardinal Newman. 1st and 10 Crusaders. Quickly joining us on for a 10-second update on his game is Mike Rizzo. Mike, what's going on with you?
Jupiter and Martin County. Jupiter up at home 13-0. 2 rushing touchdowns, 10 minutes left in the second.
Thank you so much, Mike. I think a lot of the people at ESPN West Palm were wondering how exactly good is Martin County, and this is a game that will decide that as well against Jupiter. Again, 1st and 10 for Cardinal Newman after their HSS first down. In the shotgun, Jaron Hewley fakes the handoff, rolls to his right, got nothing but space, plants his feet, and gets sacked. He throws it away, and they're going to say he got it away in time. No, it is going to be an intentional grounding call. Soaring to the ball carrier, soaring to the quarterback was Damari Jerry, the strong safety, went in and just shot the gap. It looked like Hewley had nothing but space, but he gets brought down and will be charged with essentially a sack, intentional grounding to lose a bunch of yardage on 1st and 10.
Yeah, not only that's a 10-yard penalty and loss of down, but that hole closed very quickly. It looked like he had the corner to turn, didn't happen there. But one thing you can see about Newman early on, they're trying to play sideline to sideline. They know how difficult it is to run inside on West Boca, so their first 3 plays have been on the edge of this defense.
2nd down and 22, it appears. In the shotgun, Jaron Hewley has Phoenix Donia to his left. Pair of receivers split out wide to the left. It's a high snap. He catches it, and Hewley's going to tuck in and run across the 15, and at the 20, he gets brought down just past the 20-yard line to the 21. It feels like the snap wasn't that high. It was kind of head height, and it bounced off the palms of Hewley and then popped straight up in the air. He was fortunate to catch it, pull it down, and make something out of that 2nd and long to at least salvage a possible 3rd down and 18. At the 22-yard line, Hewley barks the orders, has 2 receivers on the long side of the field on the left side. Lone receiver to the right, claps his hands, takes a snap, looking to pass. Heavy pressure in his face. It's a screen pass. Donia gets a block, but not too much space there for Phoenix Donia to make anything happen. Brought down well behind the original line of scrimmage. It'll be 4th down and 17 as Cardinal Newman will punt this one away. West Boca gives up 1 first down, but nothing after that. The Bulls will get the football back here in the 1st quarter. And it's still no score between West Boca and Cardinal Newman. 9:40 to play in the 1st quarter here on the HSS Game of the Week.
Well, you can rest assured that West Boca is going to be paying attention to Phoenix Dungeon wherever he is on the field, because he's the guy that, helps this offense move. So when you throw a screen to him, wherever he is on the field, they'll be watching him throughout.
A timeout's going to be called by West Boca on special teams. Nothing you ever want to hear from a sideline just 3 minutes into the game, especially on the special teams. A sports certified, powered by Vitacost timeout called. We'll take a break and be right back here live on the HSS Game of the Week, ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. No score. Bulls getting the football on the other side. 9:28 to play in the 1st quarter on ESPN 106.3.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Great punt that time by Cardinal Newman, and it will roll West Boca back on their own half of the field, past the 40-yard line, and eventually get touched at the 36. So West Boca's offense will take the field for the first time tonight, get the football on their own 36. No score between Cardinal Newman and West Boca with 9:17 to play in the 1st quarter. What did you see between the offense of Cardinal Newman and the defense of West Boca on that first series of the night?
Well, West Boca understands that it's very difficult to run on them inside. So Newman understands that as well. So they're going to get outside, try to run to the edge of this defense, but didn't have a lot of success other than 1 first down.
Moran takes a snap, hands it off left side. Mallory's on the run. Across line, sidestep. He stays on his feet and eventually gets clobbered at the 40. An eventful 4-yard rush that time for the Miami commit to set up 2nd and 6. And you just see that next level speed by Javian Mallory on the first offensive snap of the game for West Boca. 2nd and 6.
Yeah, he has that. But the thing about it is Newman's going to try to dedicate 6, 7, 8 guys around the football, because if they give him one crease, he's gone. He's going to bend through this defense. So when he gets the football, you got to rally around him. First guy come in, tackle him. Second guy come in and try to strip the football out.
State championship winning quarterback Trey Moran gets the signal from the sideline, jogs back on and delivers it to the huddle. 2 receivers left, lone receiver right for Moran, a tight end to the right as well. Man brought in motion, and rolling out is Moran. He gets sacked! Oh, soaring into the offensive backfield with the Crusaders. It's a big loss on 2nd and 6 to set up 3rd down and about, it appears, 16 at the very least.
If you're Cardinal Newman, those are the type of plays you have to have. You got to find some one-on-one matchups that you can win, because if you allow this offense to go up and down the field, they're going to put up points. They're averaging well over 37 points a game. So you've got to get them off the field, put them in long yardage situations.
3rd down and 15. Line to gain is the 46. Mallory to the right of quarterback Moran, and Trey Moran rolls to his right. Quick throw right side at the line of scrimmage, and out of bounds goes the target on the catch was made. It'll be 4th down at around 7. Trey Moran is the punter as well, and he will move about 5 to 10 yards behind his normal spot in the shotgun of quarterback, so it will be a punt on the way from West Boca, barring any funny business. So Moran will be punting it from the far hash mark, and a timeout is called on special teams, this time from Cardinal Newman. 2 timeouts used in this first half, one from either sideline, and both times it happened on 4th down with a punt on the way. So a timeout brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. Cardinal Newman looks to have gotten a 3 and out, as that front line unit of Cardinal Newman kind of made West Boca a little bit uncomfortable there and forced the 3 and out.
They did, and one thing about it, I can understand why Newman called the timeout, because Trey Moran being the quarterback, he can fake it and throw the ball, but can understand why on the other side it was called. But however, you've got to find a way, if you're Cardinal Newman, to get off the field here. Don't rush the punter and get a penalty there. You got to, don't allow him to flip the field, but you got to possess the football if you can.
4th down and 5, Moran back to punt. Good snap, the catch is fine, and the punt is away. It'll bounce to the 25, check up, and won't be returned. It'll be gathered by the West Boca punt team right around the 25-yard line. And that is where Cardinal Newman will get the football back. Clock reads 7:25 to play in the first quarter. No score between Cardinal Newman and West Boca. Both teams get a stop. Newman got a 1st down. West Boca was unable to, and the Cardinal Newman Crusaders get the football for their 2nd offensive drive of the game.
I think if you're Newman, you got to do that on defense in order to put West Boca in a long yardage situation, because they want to run the football. But if you're getting 2nd and long, it makes it better for your defense. So you just tee off and find a way to get to the quarterback.
1st and 10 from their own 25. Jaron Hewley in the game at quarterback, Phoenix Donia. Joining him to his right in the offensive backfield. Hewley has got a direct traffic here. You've got tight ends on wrong sides. He's making sure everyone's on the right spot at signal caller. Command of the offense. Man brought in motion from the right side to the left side after he crosses over. Ball's caught, snapped, and Donia gets the carry on the draw play. And Donia fights forward. Never say die. Ball carrier attitude gets him 6 on 1st and 10, setting up 2nd and 4.
You're a physical guy at the point of attack as Phoenix Dunja. He has the ability to bend defenses and hurt them because he's so physical, but he's fast as well. So don't let the speed fool you. He can get in the line of scrimmage, and all of a sudden he's a blur. So you have to watch him if you're West Boca. Keep him rallied and make him hesitate when he's running the football.
We pretty much cover every single West Boca and Cardinal Newman game, and it feels like you get every other game a highlight of Donia disappearing behind his offensive line and then appearing 20 yards in the defensive backfield, and he's gone for a score. We'll see if we get that tonight. 2nd and 4. Sumter motion out of the backfield. It's a handoff to Donia, and he's brought down well behind the line of scrimmage. He had nowhere to go. Back to the original line of scrimmage, maybe 1 yard past that. 3rd down and 9. A couple of big bodies were there meeting at the ball carrier. I believe one of which was Jamar Thompson. Grant Edmond was there, the defensive end, the senior leader. Just swallowed up Phoenix Donia and left him nowhere to go. 3rd down and 9. Passing down here for Jaron Hewley. Donia still in the game. 2 receivers left, 2 receivers to the right as they're bunched up close to the line. Hewley drops back to pass. Has some time, fires it near side on the comeback route. Caught, close, 1st down, and a little bit more. The HSS 1st down to the 40-yard line. Nice catch, nice gain that time from Leslie Mosley. He's going to be the number 1 target for Jaron Hewley all season long, and Mosley gets the gain to move the chains. Mosley's got 4 touchdowns on the season, averages about 62 receiving yards per game, and a timeout is called. I believe it's a hydration timeout, and yes, that is the case. Another timeout brought to you by Sports Certified, powered by Vitacost. Cardinal Newman gets their 2nd HSS 1st down of the game. They've got 1st and 10 from their own 40-yard line. When we return here on ESPN 106.3, no score, 5:50 to play in the 1st quarter.
Everywhere for you.
Hey, Colin, what's up?
How's the gym?
It's been great. I'm seeing results. My Sports Certified Vitacost products have made a world of difference.
Oh, same. Isn't it great? Vitacost is basically the reason I've been able to keep up with Ironman training. Everything you need is in one place for my BCAAs, protein, and electrolytes. Best part, it's all clean and free of banned substances.
Go re-up on your supplements today. Visit Vitacost.com and use code ESPN20 for 20% off. Level up your game with Vitacost.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
1st and 10, Newman. Donia on the mesh, gets the carry, breaks the tackle in the backfield. He's off the races, 45, 50, 45, and brought down at the 42-yard line. Donia was met about 5 yards in the backfield, broke that tackle, and just got shot out of a cannon past the line of scrimmage, gets the HSS 1st down. It's 1st and 10, Cardinal Newman, as they have the football at the 42.
Well, that's that deceptive speed you talked about. Again, just making himself very small. Defenders didn't have much to hit. But as he got an opportunity to go around the right side of this defense, he shot out of there, as you mentioned, like a cannon. This defense trying to keep an eye on him, but it's very difficult.
No score here in the HSS game of the week between Cardinal Newman and West Boca. Hewley in the shotgun, Cardinal Newman quarterback. Newman with the football in plus territory now. First time for either team. Hewley keeps it on the quarterback on the read option. He gets past the line to gain and keeps on moving his legs forward all the way close to the 20-yard line. Good read that time from the signal caller of Cardinal Newman to the 20. 1st and 10, Cardinal Newman. Into the red zone he goes to the 19, maybe even deeper, unfortunately, due to the lighting and the angle. That's the best I can give you, an approximation. Inside the 20-yard line goes Hewley on the read option. Coach, having a quarterback with legs like that, pairing it with a Phoenix Donia bowling ball style running back has got to be a task and a challenge and a half for opposing defenses.
It is, and it gives a different look for Cardinal Newman because they know he can use his legs to make plays. So if you're West Boca, you got to key on 2 guys, not just the running back.
1st and 10, Newman inside the 20 in plus territory, red zone possession. Play action, no, it's a handoff. Donia right side. Gains a few on 1st and 10. Make it a gain of around 3. 2nd down and 7.
You know, with Donia, what you want to do with him is make him hesitate, right? If he comes to the hole and he goes downhill, he's running full speed, you're in trouble. But if he has a chance to, you stop him and make him think, you've got a better chance to get somebody from the backside to rally to make the tackle.
Hewley directing traffic. 2 receivers left. Lone receiver right is Mosley. Donia in the backfield alongside Jaron Hewley, the quarterback of the Cardinal Newman Crusaders. Battle of number 2 versus number 4. Newman's homecoming night, trying to pull off the upset. High snap, Hewley corrals it and tries to make something out of broken play. Stiff arm left side, still on his feet. Jaron Hewley reverses field, gets a block, still on his feet. 15, 10, trucks a defender and goes out of bounds. Hewley was dead in the water. It's a matter of where they're going to spot the football at. It was on a blind spot in their field. It gets brought down just short of the 10-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and 3. I don't know how Jaron Hewley made anything out of that broken play.
You know, we watched him a couple of weeks ago against Pahokee. He did the same thing. That stiff arm is amazing at a quarterback position. But the one thing that I'm noticing is the snap is coming out a little hot, right? Number 99 for West Boca is playing over the center. It makes it a little different when you are at a center position and you got to block air. But when you got a man over you got to concentrate on getting the snap out and getting the, making sure you block him. So that's why that snap is coming out so hard and so heavy.
And there's some miscommunication from the Cardinal Newman side of things as they call a timeout before this 3rd down and 3 from the 11-yard line. Again, 3rd down and 3. Newman with the football in plus territory in the red zone at the 11, lined against the 8. And before this play is run, a sports certified, powered by Vitacost timeout is called. 3:18 to play in the first quarter. No score, but the Newman Crusaders are trying to change that. We'll stay right here on ESPN 106.3 on the ESPN South Florida app and streaming live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Coach, we talked about that West Boca defense who has given up 1 touchdown against Florida teams. Against Treasure Coast, it came in mid-September. It will be a massive morale boost for Cardinal Newman to see West Boca bleed this early in the game.
It would be, and that's why Jack Daniels burned the timeout there, because he knows that points are coming at a premium. You got to make sure you score on this drive.
It's a direct snap to Donia, but this play's blown dead. Flags come out for a pre-snap penalty. New formation there, as you saw 2 backs and Donia getting the direct snap in the shotgun. It was going to run to the right side, but palms go to the sky, and Cardinal Newman's unhappy as they turn a 3rd down and 3 from the 11 into a 3rd down and 8 from the 16-yard line. Changes things tremendously here.
It does, C-Cat. Let me tell you what we say in the coaching field. You want to kiss it, right? Keep it simple, stupid. But sometimes we outthink ourselves. We get a new formation. Looks good on the board. Doesn't work on the field, though.
3rd down and 8. Hewley in the shotgun. Donia to his right. Clapping his hands does Hewley. No one jumps from West Boca on the hard count. Now Hewley looks towards his sideline. Newman with the football. No score here with 3:15 to play in the first quarter. Newman trying to change that. Quarterback for Newman takes a snap. Play action pass. Hewley fires it. End zone high. Incomplete. Looks like it was Leslie Mosley, the intended target. He wants a flag, but does not get a flag. It's 4th down and 8. Decision time for head coach Jack Daniels and the Cardinal Newman offense.
Mosley on that play looked like the defender did grab him and turn him. So if I'm Newman, I'm looking for a flag as well, but you got to play through it. Hewley's got to put it right on him. He threw it a little too far. You got to put it right in his breadbasket because the defender turned him. Had it been right in his catch radius, it would have been a touchdown.
Cardinal Newman does have a kicker. Nathaniel Parks, the junior, wears number 20. Parks you might see on the kickoff team. He can kick, but he is not on the field now. The offense stays out there. 4th down and 8. Pivotal moment here in the first quarter. Hewley trips left. Needs 8 yards to move the chains. He drops back to pass. Fires a goal line fade to the end zone. Too tall. Incomplete pass. And it's a turnover on downs. Adam Balogoun-Ali, you see him play linebacker. That's what he's going to do at Auburn. He was there in the game on offense playing tight end. The throw was too tall. Not really a chance there for Adam Balogoun-Ali to make a play. And West Boca bends but does not break. We remain scoreless. No score with 3 minutes to play in the first quarter. Javian Mallory and the West Boca Bulls offense comes back onto the field.
One of the advantages that Newman has, if they can get this offense in a 2nd and long situation after the 1st down, that'll be a big plus because they want to run the ball, do the Bulls of West Boca. So that's how this offense runs. They run to pass. You got to be able to hurt them on the early downs.
Amari McNeil takes a snap. It's going to go to Mallory right side. Mallory on his feet, breaks a tackle, sidestep, so shifty, and he gains 5, if not a little bit more, on 1st down.
I'm Dylan Potts of West Boca. I'm saying, listen, those 5-yard runs, because they're dedicating a lot of guys to the line of scrimmage, those 5-yard runs at some point should turn into 20 and 30-yard runs, even touchdowns, because so many guys are around the line of scrimmage. If they miss one tackle, Javian Mallory's gone.
2nd down and 4 after the 6-yard gain from RB1 of the West Boca Bulls, Javian Mallory. Stands at 6 foot, weighs in at 200 pounds, and he can be a pest to bring down under these Friday night lights. Amari McNeil, senior quarterback, in the shotgun, his first offensive drive of the game. Takes the snap, hands it off. Mallory gets bottled up right at the line of scrimmage. Doesn't gain much. Maybe gains 1 yard. It's 3rd down and 3.
And that's what Newman understands, that they've got to stop this offense from running. I'll take my chance on them throwing the ball down the field. Yeah, they can pass it. They're averaging 37 points a game, only giving up 3. But I know that if I allow them to run the ball, we're in trouble. So we got to stop the run. We'll take our chance on the pass.
Officially a 2-yard gain. It is 3rd down and 2 for Cardinal Newman. We'll have an update from Vero Beach Pahokee after this 3rd down snap. Handoff, Mallory up the middle. Mallory gets the line to gain for an HSS 1st down to move the chains. Patching on in, Brian Rowitz, who's got boots in the ground at another top 5 matchup between Vero Beach and Pahokee. Brian, what you got?
Pahokee's defense has no answer for Vero so far. 6:47 to go in the second. Vero now a 27-8 lead over Pahokee.
Wow, how about that? We're seeing a separation in the top 5 of the ESPN Top 10 poll because Pahokee gave a fight to Cardinal Newman. Thank you, Brian. We'll keep up to date throughout the rest of the evening. 1st and 10 for Cardinal Newman as they now progress the football to the 29-yard line. 1st and 10. Line to gain the 39. Omari McNeil in the shotgun. He's got receiver to the left, receiver to the right. Play action pass. McNeil fires it right side. It is deflected and incomplete. Throw a little bit behind the target from Omari McNeil. Looks like he was trying to link up with Caleb Hermain, and that ball kind of hit the chest, the hands, and then stayed in the air for a little bit too long because nearly the Crusaders scooped in for an interception.
Yeah, you want that one back. You're throwing it to the receiver. You got to step with your left foot. You're a right-handed passer. So step out where the receiver is going, not behind him, and that ball sailed behind. Was lucky they didn't get an interception there on the side of West Boca.
2nd down and 10 from the 29-yard line. Little defensive confusion for Cardinal Newman as they line up opposite of West Boca. It's a snap, handoff, Mallory up the middle, and Mallory drags tacklers forward for a 5-yard gain, maybe a 6-yard gain.
2 of the best running backs that you'll see in all of high school football on display here tonight. Just their ability to make the line of scrimmage move because their pad level is always low. They don't give you a lot to hit. Their shoulders are north and south, and they're running hard.
Ball at the 36, line to gain the 39. That makes 3rd and 3.5. West Boca with the football, no score in this one. 20 seconds to go in the 1st quarter. Omari McNeil drops back to pass, fires it right side receiver screen. He's absolutely clobbered in the backfield. 4th down coming up. They try the wide receiver screen on the right side. It appears that William Hart swooped in and made the tackle in the backfield. No gain for that 3rd down play for West Boca, and Trey Moran jogs on out. 1/2 of the quarterback committee, but the entirety of the punt committee of West Boca. And that is the end of the 1st quarter. We'll be right back on ESPN 106.3. Getting the football back will be Cardinal Newman. No score between Newman and West Boca on the HSS Game of the Week.
Elevate your drive with the new 2026 Range Rover Velar P250S, where sleek design meets powerful performance. Lease it today for just $749 a month for 36 months, with $6,995 due at signing. This is your chance to command the road in signature Range Rover style. Visit Land Rover Palm Beach today and make sophistication yours. Land Rover, above and beyond.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Back here on ESPN 106.3, West Boca going to punt this football away to Cardinal Newman. It's nearly blocked, but it gets away. Will bounce at the 40-yard line. Returnable for Cardinal Newman. Mosley on his feet. Spin move Mosley, then falls forward to the 44-yard line. Back to the booth in the ESPN West Palm Studios in City Place is Colin Russo, keeping us updated on scores across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. What do you got from us, Colin?
I'll keep this brief. Vero Beach is up over Pahokee big, 27-8. And we got Jupiter up over Martin County in the second quarter, 13-0. They're up over them. Fort Pierce Central's up over Jensen Beach early in the game, 6-0 first quarter score. Palm Beach Gardens up over Royal Palm, 6-2. Santa Lucia's up over Forest Hill, 21-0. South Fork up over St. Edwards, 7-0. Back to you, Christian.
Newman back onto the field, 1st and 10 for the Crusaders. At the 44-yard line, Newman has dominated the time of possession in this early game early on. Had one long drive, was not able to punch in any points despite having a red zone possession all the way down to the 11. Here's Hewley in the shotgun, trips right, rolling to his right is the quarterback for Newman. Cuts upfield, still looking to throw, sidestep, breaks over, sack attempt, stays on his feet, tucks it, and slides down at the line of scrimmage. No gain. It'll be second down and long.
You know, Hewley's going to be the difference in this game if Newman is able to win. I realize what type of game we have here. West Boca being the state champ, they should win. By all accounts, they should win. But Newman knows if we can play them 28-27, if we lose, we're there. We arrive because we're playing the big boys. But on the other side, West Boca has to make a statement here to a smaller school. They know that coming in.
Second down and 10 from the 45-yard line. That is where Cardinal Newman has the football, just short of midfield. 11:04 to play in this first half. No score between these two top 5 teams in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. Another handoff, draw play, right side. Looks like Sumter got the carry this time. He keeps on moving his legs, fighting forward for a gain of around 5. Third down and medium for the Cardinal Newman offense right around midfield.
You know, Newman has the running backs that they can stay on the field, and they've got to try to cut this game in half because you don't want to allow West Boca to control that time of possession. That means they're running the football on you, and they're playing great defense. So they got to stay on the field, get first downs, and try to get points at the end of those drives.
Again, no score between Newman and West Boca. 3rd and 5 from the 49-yard line. Line to gain is across midfield to the 46. Hughes in the shotgun. He's got 2 receivers left, 2 receivers to the right in the spread formation. He drops back to pass. Heavy pressure on the blitz attempt. It's caught by Donia with one hand. Across the 50. Broken tackle, and he gets the HSS first down. That pass was well behind Phoenix Donia. He just stuck his paw out. Might have Stickum on his hands for all I know. Made a great catch and got eyes upfield to move the chains. 1st and 10, Cardinal Newman.
Well, partner, I don't know if you know about Stickum, but old Lester Hayes used to play for the Raiders. He was that guy. He'd have it all over your jersey, so they outlawed it. You can't do that. But you're right. He did appear to have Stickum on his hands there. Just reach back and grab that one. Helped his offense, helped his quarterback because Hewley was under a lot of pressure.
And, of course, not making accusations because I don't think they even make Stickum anymore.
Probably not.
He makes the catch with some great hands. 1st and 10 for Cardinal Newman at the 44-yard line in plus territory. Hewley in the shotgun. He's got a tight end to the left. It is a mesh, a screen play as Hewley gets stuffed at the line of scrimmage. No gain. It's 2nd and 10 from the 44.
You know, as a former quarterback and former head coach, I always take a deep breath when the quarterback runs inside because those big 300-pound guys are in there, and you don't want to make a living doing that. So I'm going to limit the number of times my quarterback runs inside because I understand the guy behind him may not be that top-level guy that we have at the starting position.
9 minutes remain in the first half of this top 5 matchup. Newman has come out of the gates hot. Despite it being a tie ball game, it seems that they've controlled the pace of this one in a surprise to many. Hewley in the shotgun. It's got 2 receivers, make it 3 receivers to the right side. Play action pass. Hewley breaks a sack attempt, fires it left side, caught by Mosley, and he slips down short of the 30-yard line, but that's going to be enough for an HSS first down to move the chains. Leslie Mosley once again makes the catch to move the chains.
You know, because Hewley can run, he keeps his defense honest, so they've got to stay back and watch the receivers. Otherwise, they'd come at him. But his ability to make guys miss with that stiff arm, be physical at the point of attack, has given this defense fits here in the first half.
Inside the 35, fresh set of downs for the Cardinal Newman offense, looking for the first points of the game from either side. 8:15 to play in the first quarter. Ball on the left hash mark. Newman in the all-blue unis, gold helmets. It's a handoff. Donia left side, following his blocks, fighting forward across the 40-yard line, and he won't get much further past there. Maybe get to the 39. Line to gain is past the 35 to the 34. Solid gain on 1st and 10. 2nd and 5 coming up for the Newman offense.
You say to yourself, if I'm Jack Daniels, can I kick field goals to win this football game? And you saw on that first drive, he said, no, on 4th down, I'm going to go for it. 4th and 3, I got to go for it inside the 20-yard line. The question is, if you get down there close enough now, do you take the 3 or you keep taking a chance at trying to get 7?
2nd down and 5 for Cardinal Newman. There is not a seat to be had here in West Palm Beach at Cardinal Newman High School, Sam Bugnick Field. most people are standing on the left side of the bleachers, the right side of the bleachers. It is a play action. No, it's a quarterback run up the middle. It's Jaron Hewley dragging tacklers forward, and he gets the HSS first down to move the chains. More read option. And we now get joined by Theo Dorsey, who's got boots in the ground across one of the many pivotal moments across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. Theo, where are you at? What's going on?
Also at Fort Pierce Central's Longwood Stadium, and we got 6-3 right now. Fort Pierce Central as well. Just a big, just knocked in a field goal. 42 seconds to go in the first quarter, and we've seen a couple points from Gibson. We saw a big touchdown from Fort Pierce Central, and now the Cobras have the ball back about to drive.
Fort Pierce Central making a name for themselves in 2025. Maybe they rise in next week's ESPN West Palm Top 10 poll, brought to you by Safebound Moving and Storage. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Theo. Run to the left side. It's Jaron Hewley and design quarterback power on that left side. It'll determine on the spot on how deep he got down the field. Looks to be a short gain of around 1 to 2 yards. 2nd and 8 coming up for the Cardinal Newman offense. Crusaders in plus territory, working their way. They have a red zone possession for the second time tonight. And a timeout is going to be called on the field with 6:34 to play in the first half. No score between Cardinal Newman and West Boca. Here, live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63, on the ESPN South Florida app, on X, on Facebook, and on the ESPN 106.3 FM dial. No score between Newman and West Boca. 6:34 to play in the first half.
Get ready, South Florida. It's the 12th annual Boca Raton Bowl. Tuesday, December 23rd, 2 p.m. at FAU's Flagler Credit Union Stadium. 2 of the best group of 5 teams go head-to-head in the ultimate holiday showdown. Over 150 players have gone from this field to the NFL. Who's next? Visit BocaRatonBowl.com for the latest, including when tickets will go on sale. The 12th annual Boca Raton Bowl, Tuesday, December 23rd, 2 p.m. at Flagler Credit Union Stadium.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Line to gain is the West Boca 9. Ball spotted at the West Boca 17. Cardinal Newman has the football in the red zone with 2nd down and 8 coming up in the shotgun. Hewley claps his hands, takes the snap, tucks it and runs it up the right side in the middle. Trucking forward, he gets the necessary yardage to get an HSS first down. It's 1st and goal, Crusaders. Kind of a fake wide receiver screen to the right side. Got the defense to kind of wash in that direction, then Hewley tucked it and ran it right up the middle.
He did, and you got to be careful if you're a quarterback. You got to get down when you get a chance to protect yourself because you're the guy. This offense, yes, they want to run the football, but also their dimension of passing it down the field has helped them stay in this game so far.
1st and goal for the 5 for Cardinal Newman. Hewley in the shotgun's got 2 receivers left. The outside man is Leslie Mosley. It is a handoff. Donia, left side, across the 5, and into the end zone for 6. It's a touchdown for Cardinal Newman, brought to you by Racetrack. Phoenix Donia from 5 yards out, and the Crusaders strike first.
Yeah, physical run. You know, you can see him right there as he saw the end zone, the ability to get there. He just turned it on to another level, and that physicality, you don't want to get in his way. If you don't come up with bad intentions, he's going to run you over.
Phoenix Donia grinds away, eventually found some space on that left side and found pay dirt to break open the scoring here with just over 6 minutes to play in the first half. Parks on to kick this extra point through. Snap, hold, kick is up, and the kick is good. Cardinal Newman 7, West Boca 0 at homecoming night at Sam Bugnick Field in West Palm Beach, Florida. The Cardinal Newman Crusaders are feeling themselves back in 30 here on ESPN 106.3.
With Robinhood, trade stocks and ETFs, options, futures, and crypto, all on one platform. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Robinhood, the official jersey patch partner of the Miami Heat. All investments involve risk, including loss of principal. Options, futures, and crypto trading carry significant risk and may not suit all investors. Securities offered through Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC. Futures trading is offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Crypto offered through Robinhood Crypto LLC, NMLS ID 1702840, not FDIC or SIPC protected. Portfolio management offered by Robinhood Strategies, an SEC registered advisor.
You're listening to ESPN West West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Where we're coming to your city.
Squib kick and fall on top of at the 34-yard line as making a business decision and making a smart decision was Dylan Jordan on special teams for West Boca. He will give West Boca some pretty good field position north of the 30-yard line at the 34. Cardinal Newman 7, West Boca 0. Halfway through this second quarter on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Cardinal Newman, a smaller school. West Boca coming off a state championship. And just the second touchdown of the year scored against West Boca coming from a Florida team. Making a statement here early. How will the offense of West Boca answer? It'll be Trey Moran commanding that side. It's a handoff as Mallory just keeps his legs moving forward for a gain of 5 on 1st and 10 to set up 2nd and 4 from the 39-yard line.
He does, but if I'm Newman, I'll take that. As long as I don't give him those long runs to flip the field and change the way in which we have to play defense. We can get him in a second and short situation, but we've got to make sure we make the tackle when Jalen Mallory comes to the line of scrimmage.
2nd and 5 coming up for West Boca. Again, Trey Moran in that quarterback, the junior signal caller. Alternating drives with Omari McNeil is the status quo for West Boca. Moran rolling to his left. Heavy pressure in his face. Breaks through several different bodies. Moran on his feet still, and he gets brought down for a loss of 2 yards. It looked for a second to be a much greater loss that time for the West Boca offense, but Trey Moran showed a lot of shiftiness and flexibility to get away from maybe 3 or 4 different Crusader D linemen who were in his grill. But now it's 3rd down and around 6 from their own 38, 37-yard line.
You know, we're so used to West Boca making those plays. Once a quarterback breaks out in the open, he's going to find a receiver. But Newman has speed on the defense, so that equalizes what West Boca has done here in the first half.
3rd down and 6. Trey Moran in the shotgun. He's got Javian Mallory to his left, 2 receivers to the right. It's a handoff. Mallory, right side, breaking tacklers and really just dragging them forward. Won't get the HSS first down. He looks to be about 1 yard short. It'll be 4th down and 1 for West Boca. Decision time here for Dylan Potts and the West Boca Bulls. Coach, you're rolling your arm to the right side. You're telling them to go for it. Do you think they'll do that?
Yeah, if you're a state champion, you can't get 1 yard. You need to give the title back because you're going to line up and say, listen, we're as good or better than you are. I've got the best running back in all of South Florida. We're going to get 1 yard.
Well, Cardinal Newman sell out for the run. Hard count likely on the way as Trey Moran in the shotgun. Hard count, and they get Cardinal Newman to jump. Free 5 yards. HSS first down. Move the chains for West Boca. And with a small break in the action, we'll send it to Mike Rizzo, who's got an update from Martin County, Jupiter. Mike, what's going on with you?
Folks, it's 20-0 Jupiter on top of Martin County. 3 touchdowns for the Warriors in the first half. Martin County has nothing going offensively. It's been rushing touchdowns. It's been passing touchdowns. Jupiter's got it going on. They're up 20-0 at half.
Thank you, Mike. We'll keep updated with you throughout the evening. Back here at the HSS Game of the Week, 1st and 10 for West Boca. High snap, flag comes out and blows this play dead. And it's going to be a pre-snap penalty, a false start going against the West Boca Bulls, turning a 1st and 10 into a 1st and 15. Back them up to the 44. And it will be 1st and 15 for the West Boca Bulls. You almost saw that hard count coming from a mile away. That's the reason I said it before they did it, because especially this early in the game, they haven't gone on 2 all night long. On 4th and 1, head coach Dylan Potts and his veteran quarterback Trey Moran had Cardinal Newman right where they wanted him.
Well, you can't blame Newman. They've got to tee off. They got to get in the backfield because they know it's hard to stop this offense.
1st and 15, dropping back to pass is Moran. Throwing it left side, it's a screen pass. Good luck bringing down Javian Mallory. And he gets tackled past midfield for a 4-yard gain. That is a dangerous sight to see if you are one of the Cardinal Newman defensive coordinators or coaches that are above us on the roof when you see Javian Mallory with around 5 to 7 yards of space and blockers in front. But the Newman Crusaders do a good job on limiting the damage to just a 3-yard gain.
Well, that's the difference in this game. They've been able to make tackles because if you don't tackle Javian Mallory before he gets started, he's gone. I mean, you can strike up the band, not your band, but the other band, because he's going to score touchdowns. That's so far so good for Newman in terms of tackling him.
2nd down and 7 coming up for the West Boca offense. Receiver to the right, receiver to the left. As Moran, play action pass. Looking left, rolling to his right, firing it right side. It is incomplete. Went through the arms of his intended target on the near sideline, trying to link up with Caleb Hermain. Hermain, it looked like it went through his arms. This season for Hermain, averages about 93 yards. Actually, he has 93 yards on the season, 9 catches. A bunch of different options. Andrews, Brasilian, Clancy, Lockhart, Miller, Mallory. The names go on and on and on how West Boca likes to distribute their targets and their offensive output. They're going to dial something up here on 3rd and 7. West Boca with the football, past midfield. Line to gain is the 41. Trey Moran in the shotgun, takes a step, hands it off. Mallory up the middle. Mallory gets an HSS first down. At the 40-yard line, he gets brought down, gets just what West Boca needed to move the chains.
Both of these backs are a blur when they see an opportunity. Again, you know where the line of scrimmage is. You know you got to get to. Both guys explode through and help their offenses.
1st and 10 from the Newman 40. West Boca has the football. 2:10 to play in the first half. Clock has been rolling here. Newman has a 7-0 lead. West Boca trying to match that here. Handoff, right side. Looks like it is Miller on the carry. He gets brought down for a short gain of around 3 to the 37-yard line. First carry from someone not named Javian Mallory wearing a West Boca Bulls uniform goes for 2 yards. It's 2nd down and 8 for the Bulls. It was Quentin Miller Jr., the junior running back. And Miller Jr. still in the game. In the pistol formation, tight end left, wide receiver on the right side and the left side. As Moran, play action pass. Looking across the middle, fires it. It's going to be caught for a big gain on first down, or to move the chains for a West Boca first down. To the 25, the ball moves. It's an HSS first down, and the clock will be stopped for the moment. 1:25 to play in the first half. To the 24 officially, now the clock continues to roll. 1st and 10, West Boca from the 24-yard line in plus territory, knocking on the door of the red zone. Trey Moran back in the game comes Javian Mallory. And Mallory gets the carry up the middle, gets wrapped up in the backfield for a loss. Newman dials up the run blitz and gets home for the stop. A couple of different Crusaders were there to make the stop on the dynamic running back Javian Mallory. Tackle was made that time by Chris Laborde, and the sophomore D tackle wrapped up one of the best running backs in the state, if not the best running back in the state. It is 2nd down and 11 from the 25-yard line, and a timeout is called with 1:03 to play in the first half. We will take a break after the Sports Certified powered by Vitacost timeout. Again, 1:03 to play in the half, 7-0 Newman on top of West Boca.
Experience the power and prestige of the new 2025 Range Rover Sport P530 Dynamic SE. Now available for lease at just $15.29 a month for 36 months. With $89.95 due at signing, you'll be behind the wheel of true luxury and performance. But hurry, offers like this don't last forever. Visit Land Rover Palm Beach today and drive the future of sophistication. Land Rover, above and beyond.
2nd and 11 for West Boca. They're at the 25-yard line, knocking on the door of the red zone. Play action pass. Moran fires it across the middle. Caught inside the 5. No, the ball's dropped. Incomplete. There was a flag on the play on the line of scrimmage. Might be an illegal procedure against West Boca to wipe away this play, even if the ball was caught. And it looks like that's going to be indication on 2nd and 11. 58 seconds remain here in the first half between West Boca and Cardinal Newman. Newman on top 7-0. A false start going to be called against the Bulls offense.
Yeah, the right tackle wasn't covered up. You got to have either a wide receiver or a tight end to cover up that tackle. So if you're going to throw the football, they run the ball, that's fine, but that's what happened on that play.
So it'll be 2nd down and 16. Move the football back to the 31. Or the 30, excuse me.
Let me say this, C-Cap. When I say covered up, what I mean by that is he's not an eligible receiver, so there has to be a man, a wide receiver or a tight end that's on the other side of him, so he can't be the last man on the end of the line of scrimmage.
That is the pre-snap penalty, illegal formation essentially against West Boca. 2nd down and 15 from the 30-yard line. Moran drops back to pass, fires it right side, got a man. It's deflected, it's caught, but he's out of bounds. Nearly making a circus play on the sideline. It looks like it was Billy Clancy. Billy Clancy initially touched it when he would have had both feet in bounds. It got deflected out of his hands. He caught it when his entire body was out of bounds. So it's an incomplete pass. 3rd and 15 coming up for the offense of West Boca. 51 seconds to play in the half.
Because Newman has skilled guys that are very fast and agile, they make a difference in the secondary. We're used to West Boca running by people and throwing the ball down the field when they have to throw it. They normally run it. But because Newman has the skill set, they can play with these receivers.
3rd and 15, snap made, but a timeout's called before the snap on the defense of Cardinal Newman. Before this 3rd and 15, a sports certified, powered by Vitacost timeout called by the defense, led by head coach Jack Daniels. Again, with 50 seconds to play in the first half, it's Cardinal Newman 7, West Boca 0. We'll stay right here during the sports certified powered by Vitacost timeout. And Coach, you kind of just see the size discrepancy between these two schools. They're both very prominent organizations that we are very respected in the area. Have you seen anything that has surprised you so far through nearly a full half of this game?
Well, Newman's ability to control the line of scrimmage is what has impressed me more than anything else. But like I said earlier, the quarterback, Hewley, is going to be the difference maker. He has the athletic ability to put pressure on the West Boca's defense, which I think they haven't seen all season long. So that change of pace, Phoenix done just one thing, but yet the quarterback, he keeps the defense honest, and I think that's been the difference.
3rd down and long for West Boca. The Newman crowd gets on their feet. It's a play-action pass as Moran rolls to his right on 3rd and 15, fires near sideline, not close to the line to gain. In fact, it looks to be an incomplete pass. 4th down and 15 now as Moran jogs back to his sideline. Clock stops with 42 seconds to play in the first half. The ball is spotted at the 30. Would be a 47-yard field goal attempt from West Boca. What do you do here if you were on the sideline of Dylan Potts and the West Boca Bulls, as they will take a sports certified powered by Vitacost timeout to talk things over on their 4th and 15 from the 30-yard line in plus territory?
Well, you think about it here. You're Dylan Potts. You're saying, listen, I'm in no man's land. I know I probably can't make a field goal. It's a little windy tonight. I've got to take a chance, but I understand to tell my players where the sticks are. You've got to get beyond the sticks. We don't have another opportunity here on 4th down. So if there is any special play you have in there, like old hook and lateral, this is when you call it. You've got to get some momentum because you've been sleepwalking through this first half.
They do have a kicker, Tristan Lamb. He's 1 for 3 on point afters this year. So those aren't really the numbers that you would like in terms of a long field goal attempt, to say the least, especially at the high school level. So it will be the offense on the field for West Boca, looking to pull a rabbit out of a hat. 4th and 15. Line to gain is the 15-yard line as Trey Moran fires it right side across the middle, deflected in the air, and incomplete. In fact, Cardinal Newman's happy they didn't intercept that ball because they gained around 10 yards in swatting that ball down rather than intercepting that ball and going down. So Cardinal Newman gets the turnover on downs. Crusader football on their own 30-yard line, and they have 36 seconds to play with here. Do you get a little bit greedy here and maybe try to push the tempo before half? Cardinal Newman has used at least 2 of their timeouts. I'm not sure if they used their 3rd yet, but it will be a turnover on downs. Head coach Jack Daniels will send his offense onto the field, led by Jaron Hewley, a dynamic quarterback as we have seen shine in the first half of this game so far. In the shotgun is Hewley. This is not a kneel-down formation. Donia to his right, 2 receivers to the left. The inside man is Leslie Mosley. It's going to be a handoff. Donia up the middle. Donia, 10 yards down the field. Gets the HSS first down, sidestepping on his feet to the 46. Clock reads 29 seconds to play in the first half. It'll stop while they spot the football and reset the chains. Newman now hurrying up. Hewley trying to get everyone in motion. Get in the spot they need to be to snap this football. It looks like he's going to set up, maybe spike the football, and yes, he does. Spike it with should be 24 seconds. The clock is rolling, and everyone's pointing towards the scoreboard. I think they'll reset the clock with around 24 seconds to play in this first half because, this is high school football, some kinks to be worked out. But Newman gets the football to the 46-yard line. They'll have 1st and 10 from the 46, short of midfield with around 25 seconds to go. And you see that sometimes, a draw play when it's a coin flip on whether or not to try to make something happen on that drive or to not risk a cataclysmic play where the defense gets the football back. Newman gets success on 1st down from their own 30, gains 16 yards. And it looks like they're going to put the pedal to the metal here as Hewley gets entrusted with the football. In the shotgun, Hewley, play action pass. Now he's going to run it himself, right side, and gets brought down at the 49. The clock will roll, and I think Cardinal Newman will cut their losses. Oh, you know what? Hewley's lining up to spike this football again, and he'll have 4th down. You think about the 2 spikes that'll happen. Yes, they will not snap the football, and that will be the end of the first half. Cardinal Newman on top, 7-0 at home against the number 1 team in Palm Beach County, the number 2 team across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast, but the number 4 team, Crusaders, on top at half. 7-zip here on ESPN 106.3, on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. I can't stress this enough. If you're listening to this game right now on the ESPN South Florida app or on the FM dial, make sure you watch this game. You're not going to want to miss the final 24 minutes of action of the HSS Game of the Week. Number 4, Cardinal Newman on top, 7-0 over number 2, West Boca, here on ESPN 106.3. Taking it from here for the Safebound Moving and Storage halftime show will be Colin Russo. He'll get contributions from across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast, getting updates from several different massive games going on within the top 10 teams in our area. Again, the Safebound Moving and Storage halftime show is coming up next here on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day.
Fall in Florida means one thing. It is almost time for the Clinics Can Help Golf Classic. This fun-filled event works to raise money to provide customized medical equipment and supplies to the many children in our area in need. Get your foursome together and join the festivities on Friday, October 24th at the exclusive East Point Country Club in Palm Beach Gardens. Make a difference in helping these children live a life of independence and dignity. Register today at clinicscanhelp.org. Welcome into the Kaiser Sports Update. I'm Kate Shumsland. The Seahawks football team remains undefeated after a 49-28 victory over Florida Memorial last week. The Lions surged to a 14-3 lead in the first quarter before the Kaiser Seahawks offense surged back with 21 unanswered points. The team will have their next test at home this Saturday against their rival St. Thomas. Listen to the game live right here on ESPN 106.3 at 6 p.m. Elsewhere in Seahawks sports, the men's and women's soccer teams are each left with 5 games in their regular seasons. The women's team is ranked number 1 in the country with an 11-1 record, coming off an emphatic 8-1 win against Ave Maria. The men are ranked number 6 with a 10-0-1 record, looking for its first undefeated regular season since 2020. For times and tickets on all of Kaiser University's athletic events, head to KUSeahawks.com.
During football season, keep your home in the win column with EDS Air Conditioning. Right now, qualified customers can score 0% interest for 60 months on a brand new AC. Hot streaks belong on the field, not in your living room. With over 800 Google reviews and a 4.8 star rating, EDS is the trusted MVP since 2006. Visit EDSisyes.com today, kick off your game day comfort, and don't sweat the small stuff.
This is the Inter Miami save of the game.
Now, New England back on the attack. Gill to Sands. Sands, Polster. Polster will take it on and save Rocco Rios Novo with his first legitimate save of the night. It was a pretty decent attempt by Matt Polster, but it was shot right at Rios Novo. Big save, 73rd minute.
Brought to you by PNC Bank. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
Mas Plus by Messi is hydration plus more. A beverage like no other made to give everyone an extra boost of positivity and inspiration every day. Created by Lil Messi, Mas Plus delivers a balanced blend of electrolytes with natural flavors, no artificial sweeteners or colors, no caffeine, and only 1 gram of cane sugar, plus vitamins with no compromise on quality ingredients. Floridians can purchase Mas Plus by Messi at key retailers across Florida or online at masbymessi.com.
A resort destination beyond compare, yet conveniently close to home. The Breakers Palm Beach offers everything you desire with the service you deserve in a breathtaking oceanfront setting. Immerse yourself in unparalleled seaside glamour and enjoy all the Breakers has to offer as you create lasting memories with those who matter most. The best part, you don't have to travel far to feel worlds away. Visit thebreakers.com or call 1-800-BREAKERS today.
Recently, I had the opportunity to sit down with Dr. Joshua S. Jew, who operates out of Good Samaritan Health Center through the Palm Beach Health Network, and he explains how Florida is in the stone belt when it comes to being at risk to developing kidney stones.
There's a 1 in 10 risk of having kidney stones. Down in the stone belt, which is the southern part of the United States, especially the southeastern part of the United States, that risk is even higher. A lot of that's due to dehydration, which is probably the biggest risk factor for kidney stone formation, as well as diet. Having high oxalate-rich foods can predispose to stone formation risk. Florida is right in the middle of the stone belt, so a much higher risk of having stone disease here.
That was Dr. Joshua S. Jew from the Palm Beach Network Physician Group. For a physician referral, call 866-654-2362 or go online to pbhnphysiciangroup.com.
Anajar and Levine.
Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
ESPN 1063.
WESP Jupiter, a Good Karma Brands radio station. You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
Hi, everybody. Colin Russo here with your ESPN West Palm High School Game Day HSS Game of the Week halftime report. We're presented by Safebound Moving and Storage. Families are safe with Safebound. It's South Florida's most trusted moving company. Safebound is a strong supporter of the high school community here in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. They got you covered. It's family owned. It's a team that's trained of experts. It's based in West Palm Beach, but it serves all of Florida. Whether you're moving out of Florida or moving into Florida from another state, Safebound Moving and Storage has the experience, expertise, and 5-star customer service that you can rely on. That's Safebound Moving and Storage. 7-0 is the score of our HSS Game of the Week. Cardinal Newman up over West Boca, a battle of top tens. We'll have a couple scoreboard updates from throughout the area that I will tell you about in a second. But first, we will get up to Vero. We got Brian Rowitz of the ESPN West Palm joining us now. Brian, hello. What's going on?
We are out here in Pahokee, and it is a Vero show. They brought the band. It feels like a Vero home game. We're at the half. It's 30-8 Vero Beach. They have scored on all but one of their offensive possessions when Ephraim White made a bad pass that was picked off. This is a dominating performance from number 1 Vero Beach right now.
So no competition to this point. Pahokee showing any signs of life?
They've had, their long touchdown on an 80-yard pass, their second to last possession of the half. They got in the red zone, failed on 4th down. But if you can't stop Vero, it doesn't matter. And Vero's going to receive the ball to start the second half because they're just doing whatever they want on offense. They're eating up the clock. It is quite a show, quite a display from Vero Beach offensively right now.
Appreciate it, Brian. That's Brian Rowitz, who joined us then 30-8. How about that? A pretty one-sided affair. All Vero Beach to this point. Appreciate Brian giving us the time. So there's your score on the Vero Beach Pahokee side of things in Pahokee, actually. Number 1 Vero against number 5 Pahokee. 30-8 8. Vero Beach is up. And, of course, our HSS game of the week, number 4, Cardinal Newman, is up over West Boca. That is number 4 versus number 2, and that is a 7-0 lead for Cardinal Newman. Number 7, Jupiter, is up over Martin County pretty convincingly as well. Early in the third quarter, it is 20-0. Coach Jason Cradman having those guys ready to rock and roll, undefeated still to this point. All things pointing to an 8-0 start for Jupiter. Fort Pierce Central and Jensen Beach, the score is exactly what you'd expect, 12-3. So it's going to be a low-scoring, points coming at a premium, going to be an earned battle there between a battle amongst two sort of close to top 10 teams. We know Tim Caffey actually printed out the ESPN West Palm top 10 rankings for the high schools in the area, and he put it in the locker room. So we knew that team was motivated, and as that team that game closes out the first half, Jensen Beach looks to get back into things. Some other scores on the docket. Benjamin over Kings Academy in the third quarter. The score is 6-0. Benjamin is up. Kings Academy coming off a terrible loss last week against Somerset Canyons, 22-7. To lose districts, but Benjamin leading in the early part of the second half over there. Palm Beach Gardens and Royal Palm, the last we saw was 6-2. Gardens was up over Royal Palm. That was in the first half, late first half. But Royal Palm Beach, not a good start offensively for them. Palm Beach Central and Vanguard were at the first quarter. It was tied at 7 last I saw. Santa Lucia's up big over Forest Hill early in the second half. That is 28-0. Some other scores. South Fork is at 7. St. Edwards is at 0. That was at the first quarter last that we saw. Jupiter Christian and Baz Alfred was up over Port St. Lucie in the first quarter. That was 20-0. Sebastian River was at 3. John Carroll was at 0. That was also in the first quarter. So I don't have a complete update. Don't know how much farther into the game that has actually gotten. But there's your score update on that front. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented in part by HSS Florida. In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain do get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida, they provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise that you'd expect from HSS, which is the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington, learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better. HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic provider, is a proud sponsor of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. There were 6 games in the area that occurred yesterday. You'll hear from a couple coaches from those games a little later on in the postgame as we got you up until 11 p.m. tonight on ESPN 106.3 and the ESPN South Florida app. But as for the games yesterday, number 3 in our top 10 rankings was Atlantic. They won easy over Deerfield Beach, 55-21. Boynton Beach won easy over John I, 56-0. Northeast won over Suncoast, 54-6. Cardinal Gibbons took down Boca Raton at 35-13 was the score on that one. Wellington and Olympic Heights. Wellington gets back in the win column after 4 straight losses. They won 49-15. Coach Pete Walker, in his first year with Wellington, is going to join us post-game, so you'll hear from him about that game. And then Palm Beach Lakes over Lake Worth, the final score there, 22-7. Maybe we'll talk to Coach Moreland over there at Palm Beach Lakes, for a little action on what's going on there. But to circle things around one more time before we send you into the second half, scoreboard update of our ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Number 1, Vero's up over number 5, Pahokee at half, 30-8. Vero gets the ball at half. They've scored basically every time they've gotten the ball. Cardinal Newman in our HSS Game of the Week is up over West Boca, 7-0. Number 7, Jupiter is up over number 9, Martin County, early in the second half, 20-0. Fort Pierce Central is up over Jensen Beach late in the first half. That is 12-3. Fort Pierce Central is up. Benjamin is up over Kings Academy, 6-0. Check that. Score update on that one. Kings Academy just scored early in the second half. It is 7-6. Kings Academy up over Benjamin. Palm Beach Gardens over Royal Palm Beach. The score is 6-2 late in the first half on that one. We saw some early first half scores from Palm Beach Central and Vanguard, which is tied at 7 apiece. Santa Lucia's and Forest Hill, Santa Lucia's up big, easy, 28-0 early second half. Some first quarter scores that we do not have a complete update on since that point are South Fork up over St. Edwards, 7-0. Jupiter Christian up over Port St. Lucie, 20-0. Sebastian River up over John Carroll, 3-0.
Those are your scoreboard updates on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. What we will do is we'll send you off into break, and on the other side of things, you'll hear from Christian Catt, who is going to take you up until the second half and through the second half. But first, I got to tell you, VitaCost Sports Certified Marketplace is your place to take your game to the next level. Listen, high school athletes, your performance doesn't just start with the physical side of things. It starts with what you put into your body as fuel and nutrition. VitaCost Sports Certified Marketplace has 400-plus clean products from electrolytes to protein. Save 20% now with code ESPN20 today. ESPN20 as the code. Playing varsity, whether you're training for the next level, just trying to wait for your shot, it fuels high school athletes. VitaCost fuels high school athletes of all levels with their 400-plus sports certified products. Again, free of banned substances. No funny business. You get your electrolytes there, you get your protein there. You never know what you need. Get 20% off using the code ESPN20. From practice to the playoffs, VitaCost is your option to take your game to the next level. The VitaCost Sports Certified Marketplace available today. Again, use code ESPN20 for 20% off. This has been Colin Russo from the City Play Studios alongside Damian Perez for our HSS Game of the Week, Cardinal Newman and West Boca. We're going to take you into timeout, and on the other side of things, you'll hear the second half of our HSS Game of the Week. Make sure you tune in, and you can watch the actual game at ESPN Top 63 on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter/X. You can catch the full live stream there. So come watch the game. Come hang out with us post-game as we got you up until 11 p.m. We're going to be taking a timeout here. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day halftime update presented by Safebound Moving and Storage on ESPN 106.3.
Welcome into the Kaiser Sports Update. I'm Kate Shumsland. The Seahawks football team remains undefeated after a 49-28 victory over Florida Memorial last week. The Lions surged to a 14-3 lead in the first quarter before the Kaiser Seahawks offense surged back with 21 unanswered points. The team will have their next test at home this Saturday against their rival St. Thomas. Listen to the game live right here on ESPN 106.3 at 6 p.m. Elsewhere in Seahawks sports, the men's and women's soccer teams are each left with 5 games in their regular seasons. The women's team is ranked number 1 in the country with an 11-1 record, coming off an emphatic 8-1 win against Ave Maria. The men are ranked number 6 with a 10-0-1 record, looking for its first undefeated regular season since 2020. For times and tickets on all of Kaiser University's athletic events, head to KUSeahawks.com.
Are you one of those people that just can't focus at home? The dog barks, the kids are screaming, and you're thinking, how am I going to get all of this work done? Working from home can be distracting, but Intelligent Office is here to help you focus. They offer quiet and affordable private office and meeting spaces in Palm Beach Gardens to help you get your work done. Call 561-472-8400 or visit intelligentoffice.com to reserve an office today.
Calling all sports fans, grab your MVP card and head to Duffy's where you can catch all of the action. Not an MVP? Sign up for free and start earning rewards today. Duffy's is voted the best sports grill year after year with their award-winning burgers and wings. Don't forget about Duffy's famous 2-for-1 drinks all day, every day. And with over 80 TVs in every location, you'll never miss a minute of the game. Visit Duffy'sMVP.com to learn more. Duffy's, our game is always on.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
It is the Safebound Moving and Storage halftime show here back in the booth of the HSS Game of the Week. 7-0. Cardinal Newman, the number 4 ranked team on the ESPN West Palm top 63, top 10 poll, on top of the number 2 team in the top 10 poll, West Boca. Before we break down what we saw in the first half and what we expect to see in the second half, or what halftime adjustments need to be made, a quick moment to shout out Racetrack. That's your one-stop shop for your football tailgate. They support all of the local high school football teams, as north as Vero Beach, as west as the Muck, east to the coast, south as Boca. They pretty much support high school sports all across the United States of America. 7.5 million customers strong each and every week. Choose Racetrack because they're just your one-stop shop for your football tailgate. Salty snacks, freshly made in-house pizza, ice cold drinks, you name it, they have it at Racetrack. Make sure you try their Ultimate Loaded Nacho Beef Tornado. It's delicious. They're buy one, get one for $1 right now. Make sure you stop at a Racetrack on your way home tonight or on your way out tomorrow. 7 days a week, 24/7. Racetrack supports our local high school football teams. Racetrack, whatever gets you going. 7-0, Cardinal Newman on top of West Boca here at the HSS Game of the Week. It is Cardinal Newman's homecoming game. The crowd has showed out, has been loud, has been active, and that sideline of Cardinal Newman has been amped since the opening kickoff.
They have, and again, you look back at what I said earlier, what Jack Daniels did. Listen, I'm going to schedule West Boca for homecoming. I've got to get my guys infused with a little more energy. It's a different ball game, and we've got to play our best football. And so far here in the first half, they've done that.
They certainly have, and they have bottled up. Javian Mallory has not really been able to make any of those explosive runs. His longest run went for 15 yards. And apart from that, it's been, for many offenses, successful 3 or 4 yard runs. But we're used to seeing Miami commit Javian Mallory break free and score 30-yard touchdown runs, get into the second level, wear down opposing defenses. But it's been the defense of Cardinal Newman who has really showed up and played ball. The offense of Cardinal Newman mounted 2 red zone drives, one of which they've been able to punch in for a touchdown, a 5-yard carry from Phoenix Donia, the other of which West Boca got a stop on 4th down at the 11-yard line. But it's really been that Cardinal Newman defense that's been ruining the game.
It has, and they've committed 8 or 9 guys to the box. And so they said, listen, if you're going to beat us, you're going to beat us throwing the football. That's been their commitment here in the first half. It's worked so far. But if I'm on the other side, I'm Dylan Potts, I'm saying, listen, what are they doing to me? Because good coaches, they make the adjustments on Monday after they've seen the film. Great ones do it during the game at halftime. So I've got to find a way to get my Jalen Mallory the ball in space. Whether it's a screen, whether it's throwing the ball to him as a receiver, I've got to get him the football, and some other guys have to contribute as well.
And now you flip sides on this. What has Cardinal Newman been doing well on offense? They've only had the 1 touchdown in the game scored by either side, but they have really controlled the time of possession as well. What have you seen from the Crusader side of the football that has been giving fits for the West Boca defense?
Well, the difference has been at the quarterback position. If I'm Hewley, I know that I've thrown 5 interceptions this year. I've got to protect the football. He's done that in the first half, and his ability to run has kept this defense honest. So the time of possession has been in Newman's favor. I think that's been the biggest difference here in this first half.
Well, West Boca will get the football back on offense as we get ready to kick things off in third quarter action. Cardinal Newman 7, West Boca 0. Buckle up, folks. We've got 24 more minutes of non-stop total action here in West Palm Beach for the HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather. Newman kicking the ball off from right to left, so the West Boca offense will be working their way from left to right in this third quarter. Again, Newman 7, West Boca 0. Here come the West Boca Bulls. And it's kicked deep and returnable by Javian Mallory from the 3-yard line across the 15, and he's brought down at the 15-yard line. Several different Crusaders were there to make the tackle, one of which was Gennaro Sumter. I told you, expect to see Sumter all over the field. He is their second in command out of the backfield to run the ball. He's the starting linebacker, and you saw him there on special teams make a tackle against Javian Mallory. So West Boca will start on their own 15-yard line, 1st and 10 Bulls.
Mallory appears to have a little limp there. I'm going to watch him in the second half. He kind of slipped down there just before that tackle. So the question is he really 100%? Will they have him on a pitch count? Will he get enough plays to affect this defense here in the second half?
Trey Moran, quarterback, rolling to his left on 1st and 10, fires it, caught 5 yards down the field at the 20, fighting forward, brought down about 9 yards down the field. It'll be 2nd down and 1 for West Boca on that short pitch and catch, but a nice run after the catch made by Grant Edmond.
Well, you can see the mindset here of the West Boca offensive coaching staff here in the second half. Let's get the ball out in space. Let's move the pocket. They've been getting to our quarterback, causing a lot of problems, have their defensive line. Let's get him on the edge and see if we can make some plays.
2nd and 1 for West Boca. Trey Moran in at quarterback, split out wide. To the right is Billy Clancy, lone receiver to the left side as well. Mallory on the carry, up the middle, gets stuffed. Might have fought forward, only needed 1 yard. He might have gotten what he needed, and yes, he did. It's an HSS first down, move the chains for West Boca. 1st and 10 Bulls. 7-0 Cardinal Newman leads as we enter this third quarter. West Boca deferred, and they were getting the football to start the third quarter, first drive of the second half. Again, expect to see multiple quarterbacks in the game for West Boca. They've doing it all year, did it all last year. Trey Moran, the junior, and Omari McNeil, the senior. Right now it's Moran in the game at quarterback. Quick pass, left side deflected up in the air and incomplete. Looking for a wide receiver screen. Ball's loose. They whistle it dead as an incomplete pass. Getting his hands up and spiking it down to the ground was Ty Kirkpatrick, the sophomore, playmaking defensive end and tight end. Kirkpatrick made the swat to set up 2nd down and 10.
Well, day one of training camp, you tell your defensive lineman, if you can't get to the quarterback to make a sack, on your way there, get your hands up and try to deflect the football. Defenders know that when it's in the air, it's hot. So I want to try to catch it, help my defense, get my offense back on the field if I don't take it in for a pick six.
So 2nd and 10 for West Boca as Kirkpatrick made that pass defense off the edge. Moran in the shotgun. He's got 2 receivers to his right. Takes a snap, play action pass. Moran looking to throw. Caught in the flats. Hurdled a man across the 25-yard line, across the 40. And brought down for the HSS first down to move the chains. Nice catch and run after the catch made that time by Anderson Gracilian. Gracilian, one of the many weapons at the disposal of McNeil and Moran. Anderson Gracilian, he's a junior. Coming into this game, he had 3 touchdowns. Averages about 50 yards per game. But this one is coming back. Penalty called against West Boca, and they will be moved back to the 20-yard line. So a legal man downfield for West Boca. Takes that play back. It's 2nd down and 15.
You know, oftentimes offensive linemen get engaged with the defender, and he's down the field 2 or 3 yards before he knows. There's a 1-yard window you can use, but you can't get beyond that 2-yard mark.
Play action pass. Moran in the pressure in the pocket, rolling to his left. Tucks it. He's going to run it across the line of scrimmage and brought down for a 6-yard gain. Moran makes this 3rd down much more manageable, using his legs to tote the rock. It's 3rd down and 9 for West Boca. Newman on defense leads 7-0, 2 minutes into the second half.
The one thing that Newman has that West Boca doesn't have, both have athletic quarterbacks, but on the Newman side, quarterback Hewley is much taller, so he can see down and see those receivers down the field. West Boca doesn't have that luxury, so it makes it a little more difficult for these quarterbacks to see when they scramble.
Officially a 7-yard carry. 3rd down and 8 coming up for West Boca as the crowd rises to their feet, ringing the cowbells, trying to amp up the Newman defense. Spread formation, drop back to pass on 3rd down and 8 is thrown, intercepted. Adam Balogoun-Ali picks him off on his feet, broken tackle, 5, end zone, touchdown Newman. It's Bedlam in West Palm Beach. Adam Balogoun-Ali extends the Newman lead to 13-0 on a pick 6. The number 3 player in the ESPN West Palm Top 63 list ignites the Newman crowd.
Yeah, I don't think he saw him. I think he was looking over there and he didn't see the defender there. But again, what happens if you have a quarterback that's not as tall? He's looking for windows of opportunity, and that window closed very quickly. This Newman defense has been all over West Boca's offense.
On for the point after comes the kicker of Newman, Nathaniel Parks, to try to make it a 14-0 lead. Snap, hold, kick is blocked. Not a chance. Good push that time from the special teams unit of West Boca. So a pick 6 from Adam Balogoun-Ali, the future Auburn Tiger, makes a game-breaking play. 9:16 to play in the third quarter. It's the Crusaders 13 over West Boca 0. The number 4 team in the ESPN West Palm top 10 list, leading the number 2 team. We're going to stay right here on ESPN 106.3. take a moment to shout out the Kaiser Seahawks. Yeah, the Kaiser Seahawks football team is the #2 team in the nation on the NAIA poll, and they are taking on their heated rival tomorrow, 6 o'clock on the Urban Edge Network and on ESPN 106.3 on the ESPN South Florida app. Again, that's #2 Kaiser taking on #8 St. Thomas. Make sure you're there at Kaiser Multipurpose Field. Kickoff at 6 o'clock. Kaiser Seahawks have 26 national championships across their athletic department. They have one national championship on that football field that took place just 2 years ago. And last year, they went back to the NAIA National Championship game. It is championships on the field and in the classroom at the flagship campus of Kaiser University, just down the road. You could probably walk to it from here. Make sure you come to the Kaiser Multipurpose Field tomorrow, 6 o'clock, as the #2 ranked Kaiser Seahawks take on the #8 St. Thomas Bobcats. This one's kicked away and returnable. They go right to Mallory at the 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and Mallory gets chopped down at the 25-yard line. The fired-up Cardinal Newman defense takes the field once again, led by their leader. Transfer in from the Benjamin School, Adam Balogoun-Ali. And the West Boca offense looks to answer. They trail 13-0 with 9:10 to play in the third quarter.
You know, Trey Moran, as I mentioned on that last pass, I don't think he saw Ali as he sat in the flat. He was looking at the #1 receiver as he was coming down as a slant, and he ran right up under that. So, again, you got to scan through the defense and find all those defenders before you make that pass. He threw an errant pass, and Ali ran it back for a touchdown.
2 receivers left. It's McNeil in at quarterback. Rolling to his left, Amari McNeil. Steps up, fires a deep down on the far sideline. One-on-one, incomplete. Looking for a big chunk play on 1st and 10, but it was good coverage there in the second level by Cardinal Newman. It looks like might have been William Hart there playing catch-up, as there was maybe a yard of separation in the second level, but unable to lead a receiver just enough for a big play. It's just an incomplete pass, 2nd and 10.
You know, West Boca is so used to running away from defenders, but as I mentioned earlier, Newman has the ability in their secondary to keep up with these receivers one-on-one.
2nd and 10, West Boca. Design quarterback run. McNeil won't go anywhere. He's stuffed at the line of scrimmage. 3rd down and 10. West Boca now in a passing down.
You got to get the Crusaders credit. They're playing inspired football. You knew everything had to go right for them to win this football game, and they've done everything here in these first 3 quarters to say, hey, we're legit. We're right here. We're with the big boys. Get our name in the conversation when you start talking about the top 5 or the best teams in all of Palm Beach County.
It's been over 2 years since West Boca has lost to a team from the state of Florida. Amari McNeil on the pistol. Takes the snap, rolling on a play-action pass, steps up, now tucks the football. He's going to run it across the 25-yard line, across the 30, 35, spin move, and he gets the HSS first down. What a play from Amari McNeil, using his legs to keep the drive alive. Amari McNeil looked north, south, east, west on that one play, and he gets the first down to move the chains to the 39-yard line.
Got to be impressed with that again, just looking down the field, making defenders miss, giving them ball fakes. They're going to go for that every time, and you run around them spinning, doing whatever you got to do to help your offense get jump-started.
McNeil makes that big rush, then has to run all the way across the field to get the play call, run all the way back here to deliver to the huddle, and now he's in the shotgun on the near hash mark. Handoff, Mallory up the middle. There goes Chevy Mallory at the 50-yard line. He gets the HSS first down. Back-to-back big plays from the West Boca offense, who finally has got some grease in their gears for an HSS first down. 1st and 10 Bulls in plus territory to the 48.
You're just waiting on Mallory to break through, and again, these guys of Newman, they're making tackles in the secondary. Usually that's where the deficiency comes in the secondary, but all of these guys have come up, rallied, made the play, kept him bottled up pretty much through these first 3 quarters. They got to continue if they want to win this game.
Amari McNeil, it's his turn. It's his drive at quarterback for the West Boca Bulls offense. 2 receivers left. No one split out wide to the right, just a tight end on that side. Mallory to the left of McNeil. They fake it to him, and it's a pass. McNeil gets bottled up and sacked. Getting home was Gennaro Sumter, one of the many Crusaders that broke free and collapsed that pocket. 2nd down and 14 as they move the football behind midfield to the 48. Another Newman defender there with Zion Brown, the senior defensive lineman and tight end. So now behind the sticks is West Boca. We'll see if they commit to the run game. Mallory had a big gain last time he got the football. They will give it to Mallory. Draw play up the middle. Mallory into the second level, 35-30. Sidestep on his feet. There goes Javian Mallory. He's in the end zone for a touchdown. 52 yards. Home run, Mallory.
Just like that. That's what I'm talking about. Their ability to tackle him has been great through these first 3 quarters, but just one missed tackle, and Javian Mallory goes to the end zone. That's why he's going on his way to Miami real soon.
And a stunned silence from the home crowd at homecoming for Cardinal Newman at Sam Budnick Field. West Boca finally has something to get rowdy about. Here comes the point after team for West Boca to try to make this a 6-point game. Snap, hold, kick is up, and it is no good. It will remain a 7-point game. 13-6, the score. We'll be right back here on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. Newman getting the football back, leading by 7.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining Built Ford Tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, Built Ford Tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
West Boca finds the end zone for the first time tonight on a 52-yard run from Javian Mallory as the 5-star running back for the West Boca Bulls maybe get some wind behind the sails of the West Boca attack. Cardinal Newman getting the football back, leading 13-6 with 6:18 to play in the third quarter. A lot of defense in the first half. Defensive scoring in the third quarter, and our first offensive touchdown of the second half scored by Mallory. The fireworks are lighting off here in West Palm Beach at Sam Budnick Field, the home of the Cardinal Newman Crusaders on homecoming night. We'll learn a lot about Cardinal Newman here as they're facing their first adversity of the game.
Yes, sir. We will. And, you know, Javian Mallory kind of reminds me of Duke Johnson, who used to play at Miami. That, again, that elusive speed in the hole, out of the hole, and just go into the end zone so many times. Did Duke Johnson do that for Miami?
1st and 10 from the 20 as Hewley looking to pass. Gets heavy pressure, breaks free, he tucks and he runs across the 35-yard line, 40-yard line, 45, there goes Hewley! He's got speed all the way to the 20! Hewley's all the way into the end zone! One play, 80 yards! Touchdown Cardinal Newman! Jaron Hewley takes it on a pass play, tucks the football, and goes all the way for 6. Sideline warning against Cardinal Newman. The touchdown will stand.
See, Kat, I told you that's been the difference so far. That position, the quarterback, my ability to run puts pressure on this defense. They've got to account for every guy in the box. They just can't key on the running back.
We are talking about a West Boca team that won the 6A state championship last year and returned almost everybody from that roster not able to keep up with the speed of quarterback Jaron Hewley in the second level. I cannot believe that he had the breakaway speed after getting the first down. The kick was up, and it was good, and the Cardinal Newman Crusaders lead 20-6 on that racetrack touchdown. An 80-yard quarterback scamper from Jaron Hewley.
Well, the middle of the field opened up like the Red Sea for Hewley because he has the ability to hold that ball for the last moment. You got to respect Phoenix Dungeon if he's in there because he's so physical. So Hewley holds it in his belly, makes the defender commit, and then all of a sudden he's gone. And nobody in the secondary, forget about it. They're not going to catch him. He's probably running a 4-2, so he's one of those kind of guys that's going to get away from the defense every time.
Coach, I feel like you hear players talk about not feeling their legs when they're on such an adrenaline-pumping moment. And you got to imagine Hewley's legs went numb when he saw nothing but green grass ahead of him and that end zone when he had a chance to extend the Cardinal Newman lead. Again, 52-yard touchdown run from West Boca's Javian Mallory. First play from scrimmage for Cardinal Newman. How do they answer the first adversity they've faced in this game so far? Oh, I don't know, an 80-yard touchdown from scrimmage on 1st and 10 on their own right. This one's a squib kick going up the middle. Mallory won't get a chance to return this one. Instead, it's returnable from the 20-yard line. 25, broken tackle to the 35-yard line. That is where West Boca will start their second level kind of return to that kick return. And it will be 1st and 10 1st and 10 West Boca from their own 35. You want action, you got action here on ESPN 106.3, and watch the broadcast live on YouTube at ESPN Top 63 or on Facebook at ESPN West Palm. Make sure you share it with the entire community. If they were unable to make it in the building tonight, this is the next best thing. Handoff up the middle. It's Mallory. He gets bottled up for a short gain on 1st and 10. It'll be 2nd down and 8.
You know, West Boca's committed to the run, so they're going to run the football. They're going to say, listen, in spite of the fact that we're down by 2 touchdowns, we're still going to run the football. They've got time, but they've got to have a sense of urgency when it comes to making these plays count for them. They've got to answer with a touchdown on this drive if they can.
2nd and 8. Mallory in the pistol. He's behind quarterback Trey Moran. And Mallory gets a carry right side, breaks a tackle around his ankles in the backfield, fights forward and gains about 3 or 4 yards on 2nd and 8. Making a gain of 5, it'd be 3rd and 3.
You know, the Newman defenders have heard all week long how great Jalen Mallory is. He can run, he can do this. We're going to be committed to making sure he doesn't do that tonight. We're going to fight through it, continue to, as a defense, we got to make tackles.
3rd and 3 coming up for West Boca. 5 minutes to play in this third quarter. We've had so much action. 3 touchdowns. One of them a pick 6, a 52-yard run, a quarterback run of 80 yards. Non-stop action third quarter here at the HSS Game of the Week. Number 2, West Boca, trailing by 14 to number 4, Cardinal Newman at Cardinal Newman. Moran takes a snap, hands it off. Mallory gets stuffed, gets bodied. Tackle made at the line of scrimmage. Nice play there, matching his pad level by Cooper Clark, the sophomore linebacker. 4th and 2 now coming up.
Clark understood going in the assignment. Listen, if I don't get my pad level low, Mallory's going to run me over because he runs with his shoulders over his knees. He's going to give you very little hit. Cooper hit him right in the hole, right around the knee area, and stopped him there on 3rd down.
4th and 2. Big decision here from head coach Dylan Potts. Trey Moran's on the field. He's playing quarterback this drive, but he's also the punter for West Boca, delivering the play to the West Boca offense. Last time they were in the same spot, same down and distance, it was a hard count, and Cardinal Newman jumped off sides. Does Moran have a play? And a timeout's going to be called before 4th and 2 is run. Timeout called by the offense of West Boca. It's a sports certified, powered by Vitacost timeout. We will take a break back in 30 seconds before 4th and 1.5 on the HSS Game of the Week. 20-6, Cardinal Newman on top of West Boca.
business owners. Are your employees driving you nuts? Is money tight? Or have you just poured your heart and soul into your business and now it's time to retire and just relax? At Transworld Business Advisors, they have buyers from all over the world ready to buy your business now. Call for a confidential conversation about your business's current value. 561-203-5121. That's 561-203-5121 or visit tworld.com today.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
4th and 2, Mallory dragging defenders forward, and he gets 3 yards when he needed to. Move the chains for the HSS first down in a gotta-have-it 4th and 2. Mallory got it. Move the chains, 1st and 10 for West Boca. Mike Rizzo on the line with Jupiter Martin County update. Mike, what you got?
One of the bigger surprises of the night, Jupiter up 27-0, still pitching a shutout at home. They just denied Martin on the goal line. They got the ball back with 11 minutes to go in the 4th.
Thank you, Mike. Carey going up the middle on 1st and 10. Not much going that time. The carry to Jaden Lockhart. The junior running back only gains 1. It's 2nd and 9. Again, maybe a surprise to some, confirmation to others. Jupiter laying the hammer down on Martin County. We are going to see movers and shakers and defining of the seasons in this Friday night and the upcoming ESPN Top 10 poll presented by Safebound Moving and Storage. 2nd and 9 for West Boca on offense. They're at the 47-yard line, short of midfield. Across the middle, Moran fires it. Oh, just too long for Billy Clancy III. He led him by maybe a half yard too far. It's an incomplete pass, and it's 3rd and 9. Clancy was open across the middle. If that hits him in the chest in stride, he might be in the end zone for a touchdown, but that was not the case. It's 3rd and 9 coming up for West Boca on offense. Again, ball at the 47. West Boca short of midfield. 20-6. Cardinal Newman on top by 2 touchdowns. West Boca with the football, 3rd and 9. They converted a 4th and 2 earlier this drive to keep it alive. Moran dropped back to pass. Pressure from the left. Throws a deep ball across the middle to Clancy. Caught! HSS first down. Red zone possession for West Boca. Down at the 18. 1st and 10 Bulls.
You don't expect this offense to throw the ball down the field, but that's the adjustment they've had to make here in the second half because Newman's defensive front has given them fits all night long. Great job there by Moran of throwing the ball down the field, getting air up under it so his guy can run and make the catch.
Just snuck it in because you had help defense coming across the middle for Cardinal Newman. Almost the same throw he made just the previous play. That one was on a dime from Trey Moran. 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. In the shotgun, Trey Moran takes a snap, and he keeps it. Left side, quarterback run on the read option. Fights forward, gets close to the 10 yards needed to move the chains. Whether he got it or not, it's a great play on 1st and 10 from Trey Moran on the quarterback run on the read option. They say he did not get the HSS first down. It's 2nd and inches.
You can see here the heart of a champion because West Boca says, listen, Cardinal Newman, yeah, you're playing great. We're not going down without a fight. Continue to play here in the 3rd quarter. They're trying to get a score before this quarter is over. I think we're in the move for an exciting 4th quarter.
2nd down and 1. It's a carry. Mallory into the end zone, close to it. He's going to be short of the goal line, but it will be 1st and goal, West Boca. 1:24 to play in the 3rd quarter. West Boca with a goal-to-go situation here at around the 2-yard line. 1st and goal from the 2 for West Boca. With 1:20 to play in the 3rd quarter, it's Cardinal Newman 20, West Boca 6.
Now the question is, if you're West Boca, think ahead. If you get a score here, do you go for 2 because they missed the last extra point? So that's something that's going through the minds of these offensive coaches as well.
Mallory in the shotgun, Trey Moran in the shotgun, takes it, he's going to run it himself. Right side, gets met in the backfield and won't find the end zone. Now it's going to be 2nd and goal. Got about halfway there. It's 2nd and goal from the 1. Mallory does not get the carry on 1st and goal from the 2. Instead, it's Moran. I doubt we won't see him touch the football. before the end of this drive. Him being Javian Mallory. Clock rolling, under 30 seconds to play in this third quarter before this ball will be snapped. Trey Moran in the shotgun with Javian Mallory to his right. Two receivers split out wide, one to the right, one to the left. But this play's blown dead. Whistles blow. Timeout called by the defense of Cardinal Newman. Again, timeout called by the defense of Cardinal Newman. We'll stay right here on ESPN 106.3. Reminder, when we go to the end of the third quarter, we're going to send it back to the booth for a quick 60-second score update across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. We have several top 10 matchups going on as we speak. We're at the most entertaining one. There's no doubt about that. Vero and Pahokee has turned into a blowout. You just heard from Mike Rizzo that Jupiter is blowing out Martin County, and we are getting nonstop action here at Sam Budnick Field. Number 2, West Boca on the ropes as number 4, Cardinal Newman on their homecoming night leads by 2 touchdowns. 21 seconds remain in the third quarter, and it is second and goal from the 1-yard line. West Boca trying to cut this deficit in half.
They are, and I wonder what went into the mindset of the Newman coaches as they burn the timeout there. In this tight game, you want to hold on to every opportunity you can to stop the clock, but you got to find a way defensively to penetrate here because you know West Boca is going to run the ball.
Newman likely going to sell out for the run. Javian Mallory to the left of Moran. They swing out Billy Clancy to the left side. It's Moran, the quarterback run up the middle, and he is in for 6. Touchdown, West Boca. Trey Moran from 1 yard out takes it in, and West Boca is not saying die. 20-12. Cardinal Newman leads West Boca with a point after away from being down by 7.
That's easier said than done. I said they got to stop the run, but very difficult to do because so many guys on this West Boca side can run the football. Trey Moran at quarterback. Obviously, Mallory can. They're going to go for the extra point here. They missed the last one, but these points are very important every time you line up on both sides.
A 1-yard touchdown run brought to you by Racetrack, your one-stop shop for your football Friday nights. Snap, hold, kick is up, and it is no good on the point after. There are bodies on the ground where the ball was kicked. We might have a reattempt on this point after, or what they teach you in the NFL these days is when you're down by 14, if you score a touchdown, you go for 2 to open up the opportunity to win the game with an extra point on the following touchdown in regulation. And now, if you're going to get that personal foul on the running into the kicker penalty, that 2-point conversion is cut in half, especially with the running attack that West Boca has. With this injury timeout to a Cardinal Newman Crusader, head coach Dylan Potts has an opportunity to maybe rethink things here and run that 2-point conversion team out.
Well, there's nothing to think about. If my kicker is missed twice, I'm running the ball. I'm going to find a way to use my best 2-point play, whether it's running or passing. But the thing is that you know you're in a situation, as you mentioned, you can win the game here. If you can get 2 here, get another touchdown and stop them, you can win the game on the 2-point conversion. So you got to get into that mindset, thinking ahead. You don't chase points, but you got to put yourself in the best position if you're Dylan Potts.
So it's a sports certified, powered by VitaCost injury timeout. Halts the action here in the third quarter. 16 seconds remain in the third quarter. A touchdown was scored by Trey Moran on the quarterback run to make it 20-12. 20 for Cardinal Newman, 12 for West Boca, and we are still awaiting the results of the point after attempt or the 2-point conversion attempt here at Sam Budnick Field in West Palm Beach, Florida, the home of the HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather. West Boca came into this game 6-1 on the season. Their only loss came to Bergen Catholic, who came down from New Jersey. Cardinal Newman came into this game 5-2 on the season. As they've had a topsy-turvy season so far, their losses came to teams that were out of the area. One from Philadelphia, Roman Catholic, way back in late August, and the most recent was mid-September against Jesuit coming over from Tampa. But they have been dominant in terms of schools in the area. Their only real scare came against the number 5 team in the ESPN West Palm Top 10 poll, Pahokee, where Newman went on the road and took care of business. A 2-point conversion on the way for Cardinal Newman to try to make it a 6-point game. Moran takes a snap, looking across the middle, now rolling to his right, fires it, end zone. It's caught. Is he in? Yes, he is. a good 2-point conversion. It looks like Javian Mallory makes the catch out of the backfield to shorten the deficit to 20-14. Cardinal Newman on top by 6. Cardinal Newman getting the football back, but West Boca is proven as to why they are a top 2 team in the ESPN West Palm Top 10 poll presented by Safebound Moving and Storage. They won't go down without a fight. We'll stay right here on ESPN 106.3, on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. A fun one so far, Coach. Every time we have seen Cardinal Newman face adversity, they've answered. We saw an 80-yard touchdown run on the first play from scrimmage from Jaron Hewley, the last drive of the game, which was in response to a home run, 52-yard run from West Boca's Javian Mallory. Here's a second chance of adversity. How will Jack Daniels and Cardinal Newman answer on offense, only being up by 6?
Well, I was surprised early on. No, real fireworks in this game because both teams are averaging well over 30 points a game. So you knew at some point they could break out and score points, but it's been in bunches here in the second half. So the question is, which defense will get an opportunity? Newman has done it so far, taking back a pick 6 by Ali, but which defense will get a chance to close out this game? And if you continue to allow West Boca to stay around, I don't like your chances because they get better. It gets better for them as the game goes on.
That's the only turnover of the game from either side was a pick 6. West Boca threw, Trey Moran threw on his own, I believe, 25-yard line. Adam Balogoun-Ali picked him off, returned it all the way for 6. That's the only turnover of the game. So maybe that could be a decider, a late turnover from either side.
Yeah. And you know what we haven't seen a lot of tonight? A lot of holding penalties on the offensive line on both sides, even though we're running the ball a lot. So that's interesting. That's clean football. Inside guys are physical. They're using their pad level, keeping it low, and just moving guys as opposed to grabbing. So that's great here late in the season for both teams.
Still a stoppage as an injured, looks to be Cardinal Newman Crusader is getting help off the field. Might be a cramping situation. That's always the hope whenever there's a lower body injury for one of these young athletes, is that it's just a hydration problem and a cramping issue. But there's no way of knowing from all the way up here as the injured Crusader works his way off the field and gets a lot of help from his teammates and medical staff of Cardinal Newman. So it looks like Cardinal Newman might be one starter down for the remainder of this game, judging from up here, and all we can do is speculate. Cardinal Newman 20, West Boca 14. West Boca kicking the ball off, giving it back to the Crusaders here on homecoming night at Sam Budnick Field. As the Bulls kick it from there, 40, and it's kicked deep, about 8 yards into the back of the Cardinal Newman end zone. Not able to return at that time was Leslie Mosley, as the senior wanted a chance to make a big play on special teams, but he made the smart move of not trying to return the ball 9 yards deep in his own end.
Mosley's a guy they targeted 3 times. He's caught the ball twice, and he's the guy that I would get involved in the offensive side of the ball because his ability to make defenders miss. He caught a big one here in the first quarter, made a defender miss, got a first down. So you want to keep him in space. He's very electric when he catches the football, and he has the ability to flip this defense and turn this game on its head.
Turning this game on its head is exactly what Jaron Hewley did the last time this offense was on the field. 80-yard touchdown scamper. He claps his hands, takes his snap. Mesh, Hewley keeps it. This time, West Boca's defense stands tall and stops Hewley for no gain on 1st and 10.
A lot of times when you see a quarterback put the ball in the belly of a running back going away from him, defenders get caught up in the eye candy, right? They're looking at the ball. Look at the guy with the football, tackle him, do your job, and make sure you're responsible for your area.
And as promised about 15 minutes ago, even though it was 25 seconds on the game clock ago, that is the end of your third quarter. 20-14. Cardinal Newman at home leads West Boca by 6. We're going to send it back to the City Place studios where Colin Russo has updates across Palm Beach County in the Treasure Coast in this pivotal Friday Night Lights action. What you got, Colin?
All right, of the top 5 matchups, Vero Beach up big over number 5 Pahokee, 37-14. Jupiter up big over Martin County entering the fourth quarter, 27-7 is the score over there. Fort Pierce Central a 2-possession lead over Jensen Beach, 18-3. Kings Academy rumbled back. They took the lead over Benjamin, 13-12 over there. And as for the other scores, Santa Lucia's a final over Forest Hill, 49-0. Jupiter Christian up big over Port St. Lucie, 41-0. That's what we have over here, Christian.
Colin, it's a very interesting result in the Fort Pierce Central Jensen Beach game because the ESPN West Palm top 10 poll was posted in the Jensen Beach locker room this week because Jensen Beach was not ranked. And Fort Pierce Central was ranked number 10. And Fort Pierce Central taking care of business. So far, so good for those Cobras. 2nd and 10 for the Crusaders of Cardinal Newman as Hewley takes it himself up the middle, and Jaron Hewley gains 5, maybe 6 yards on 2nd and 10, making this third down much more manageable. And after this 3rd down and 4 play, we'll get an update from Brian Rowitz on his ventures. He was at Vero Beach Pahokee. We'll see if he's somewhere else now or can give us a further update on the number 1 versus number 5 matchup in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. Again, it is 3rd down and 4 for Jaron Hewley and the Cardinal Newman offense, as the Crusaders try to continue to command the time of possession. 11:24 remains in the game, 6-point lead for the Crusaders. Trips right for Hewley, lone receiver to the left. The ball's on the left hash mark, so the long side of the field has those 3 receivers. Donia in the backfield alongside Hewley. Directing traffic, offensive linemen with questions for Cardinal Newman. They get their answer from Hewley. And this play's blown dead for a timeout called by Cardinal Newman. A sports certified, powered by Vitacost timeout called. That's a perfect opportunity to send it across the area where Brian Rowitz, what you got for us from Vero Beach versus Pahokee?
Yeah, the Pahokee defense trying to keep them in it. They forced 2 turnovers in the third quarter, but only able to turn it into 6 points. We're just underway in the fourth. Vero Beach leads Pahokee 37-14.
37-14 so far in that one. We're looking at Cardinal Newman right now, who has a lead over West Boca, and Pahokee only took a 26-10 loss to Cardinal Newman. That shows you that there is such a level of parity across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast when it comes to these teams. Thank you, Brian, for the update. And Brian Rowitz, Theo Dorsey, Cade Shumslin, they will all be live a little bit after 11 o'clock to give you video highlights across all of these games across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. 3rd down and 4. Cardinal Newman with the football, trying to keep the football and extend this drive. Donia put out in motion to the backfield. Hewley tucks it and runs it, but he gets met and dropped for only a gain of 1, if any. 4th and 4 coming up for the Cardinal Newman offense. West Boca stands tall and gets a much-needed stop for the number 2 team in the area.
Well, you can see the shift, the momentum started to the West Boca side. They were dead on that sideline, all the players and coaches, and now they're fired up. They're cheering because they realize they've gotten this offense off the field, which has been a headache for them all night long. They got to find a way to get their offense back on the field and try to get points on the next drive.
Decision time for Jack Daniels, and I think that the decision was made for him. Backed up on their own half of the field. The line of scrimmage is the 27-yard line. Although, you know what, Jaron Hewley's out in the field. Maybe a hard count here to try to get a free 1st down. Maybe a pooch kick here. No one back deep to return for West Boca. Hewley sets up his both tight ends on the right side. Backs up a little bit. I think we might see a punt here on 4th and 3.5. And he will kick it away. It's a shank to the sideline, near side. It will bounce at the 49. Not the best result on a pooch kick for Cardinal Newman. You try to capitalize on not having a return man back there and let that ball roll for forever. And simply put, Hewley just didn't get good contact with his right foot. It bounced at the 49 and checked up there. It didn't go much further.
He's an athlete. You didn't expect that. If he gets it in the middle of the field, maybe it rolls for him, as you mentioned. But, again, the one thing about, West Boca, they're still ready. They're primed and ready. They kept their defense on the field. They didn't go for that. They realized there could have been a fake there on 4th down.
1st and 10. West Boca gets the football back. Down by 6. 9:48 to play in the game. It's Cardinal Newman 20. West Boca 14. Buckle up, folks. We are coming in for a landing you will not forget. Amari McNeil in the game at quarterback, takes a snap, rolling to his right. McNeil looking down the field, pumps it. Now he fires a deep ball. One man there, and it's incomplete. Led his intended target just a little bit too long. It looks like Matthew Shea was the man there. No, instead it was William Hart. For a second there, it looked like maybe McNeil was past the line of scrimmage when he threw that football. Was slowing up, then uncorked that ball while he was drifting towards the sideline. He was also drifting up the field. I did not see a flag thrown on an illegal forward pass. It will be just an incomplete pass. 2nd and 10 from the 48.
Well, he's got to have both feet over. So he had one foot, it appeared over, but he's got to have both feet over in order for them to make that call. But great play there on play design on first down, just didn't complete the pass.
Spread formation, it's a carry up the middle. There goes Mallory across midfield. At the 45, he gets brought down there for a gain of at least 8 on 2nd and 10, setting up 3rd down and short.
Well, I can tell you the West Boca mindset is, listen, we get 8 yards on 2nd down. If we don't somehow get this 3rd and 2, we're going for it on 4th. We got to close this team out. They've been a little too pesty for us. We got to figure this thing out if I'm Dylan Potts and the West Boca Bulls.
9:10 to play in the 4th quarter. Cardinal Newman 20, West Boca 14. West Boca has the football in plus territory to the 44. 3rd and 2.5. Amari McNeil claps his hands, takes a snap, hands it off. Mallory in the backfield gets the carry and gets the HSS first down. Gets all the way to the 40-yard line to move the chains. 1st and 10, West Boca.
You don't have to think about it. Again, he got the 3rd down and 2.5 yards to go. But the one thing about it, I'm West Boca. I'm saying to myself, okay, time management, right? I want to run this all the way down to the last couple of seconds because Newman has burned 2 timeouts so far. So the question is, will that come back to haunt him in the game a little bit later?
1st and 10, Bulls. Newman clinging to a 6-point lead here in the 4th quarter. West Boca has the momentum. Can they capitalize? Amari McNeil takes a snap in the shotgun. He's looking to pass. Steps up in the pocket. Fires a deep ball. Gets clobbered. It's incomplete. He was looking for Billy Clancy across the middle of the field. They had a big gain to Clancy last drive that eventually ended up in being a touchdown drive. That time, Amari McNeil had just pressure in his face. Was fearless with it, but put too much mustard on it across the middle. It's 2nd and 10.
He did, and the defender caused him to throw that ball a little further because of the pressure right up the middle. When you, as a quarterback, you see that pressure coming, you know you're going to take a hit. So you try to stand in there the last second, but sometimes that arm, gets out of place and the ball sails on you.
Is it like urgency where it's like, I got to get away quick, so I'm going to move my hand even quicker? Here's 2nd and 10. McNeil hands it off. It's Mallory, right side, 5 yards down the field and brought down right around the line to gain. Ball came out. Newman's pointing their direction, waiting for the official call. They're saying he was down. They're saying Javian Mallory was down. Now the spot looks to be the 31-yard line, 1 yard short of the line to gain. 3rd and 1 coming up for the West Boca offense.
So when you don't see the beanbag come out, you know that's a down ball. So if the beanbag had come out, that would have been a fumble. The ball is loose, and at that point it's a change of possession.
Amari McNeil in the shotgun, Mallory to his right. Hard count, jumping off sides is Cardinal Newman for the 2nd time this evening, and that gives a free 5 yards and a free HSS first down to the West Boca Bulls offense. Going from the 31 to the 26, knocking on the door on the red zone. Here with 7:43 to play in the game. Cardinal Newman 20, West Boca 14, but West Boca has the wind behind their sails. They've got the football at the Newman 26, 1st and 10.
That's the threat of a run. Again, 2 times Newman has jumped offside on critical situations because they're so fearful for the way they run this offense.
1st and 10, McNeil in the shotgun, takes the snap. Hands off, Mallory up the middle, just bludgeoning that front 7 of Cardinal Newman, who has had a lot of success early on, but it wears on a defense. He gains an easy 6 yards that time. It's 2nd and 4.
He's a great runner. Again, just patience. And so often you see running backs come through, they try to make a play, nothing's there, they end up making a mistake. But his patience, he has the football high and tight, he's protecting the ball, and his offensive line is doing a great job of pushing.
He's got to imagine that this Cardinal Newman defense is pretty much telling their secondary, hey, you guys are on islands. We got to dedicate all resources to stopping the run. Here's 2nd and 4. McNeil takes a snap. Now he bobbles it, and he's running it to his left on a broken play. Gets hit hard right around the line of scrimmage. Waiting for the official spot. It looks like it's right around the maybe 18-yard line. It's short of the line to gain, that's for sure. He gains 1 yard. It'll be 3rd down and 2. We will pause 10 seconds for station identification before this 3rd and 2.
Anajar and Levine.
Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
ESPN 1063.
WESP Jupiter, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Massive play here. It looks like West Boca will have essentially 2 plays to get these 2 yards to continue their drive. 3rd down and 2. Ball's at the 19, line to gain the 17. West Boca with the football. Amari McNeil in at quarterback. Billy Clancy split out wide to left in the slot. It's going to be a quarterback keeper. McNeil chugs his legs, pulled it out of the belly of running back Mallory, kept it himself, maybe to a fault. Not enough. He will not get the HSS first down. He stopped short. And I don't think he got anything there. It is now 4th down and 2. I told you they had 2 chances to get this one, and they used up their first, did West Boca. And before this, massive 4th and 2 coming up. Dylan Potts and West Boca will talk about it and use a sports-certified, powered by Vitacost timeout. 5:28 to play in this 4th and final quarter of regulation. Cardinal Newman 20, West Boca 14. What a game so far, and we are just getting started. During the sports certified powered by Vitacost timeout, let's talk to Cade Shumplin, who's on the field at the HSS game of the week. What's going on down there, Cade?
Hey guys, I'm here with an update from a video perspective. I am on the West Boca side of the field, your guys' far side, and I'm not even sure West Boca shouldn't even be in this position. The fumble by Javian Mallory, I believe, is a missed call. Going back on my camera on the replay, he actually lands on a Cardinal Newman player, and I don't think a knee or elbow touches the ground. West Boca very favorable just to be here in this position because that ball was definitely loose. Let's see if Cardinal Newman can stop right here on 4th down.
Thank you for that update, Cade. That's our blind spot. We appreciate the information. 4th and 2 coming up for West Boca as Trey Moran's in the shotgun with Mallory to his right, rolling to his right, and there's movement early. Cardinal Newman thinks that West Boca jumped offside. That's the case. A tough challenge just got tougher, going from 4th and 2 to 4th and 7. For this 4th down conversion is West Boca, and they are no doubt about it, really in no man's land. It's go for it territory. And now you can't really assume it's going to be a run here. That was going to be a pass play on 4th and 2, let alone. So here comes a 5:26 to play in the game. Cardinal Newman on top by 6. West Boca at the 24-yard line with 4th and 7 coming up. Moran in the shotgun. Tight end running back to the right. Moran rolling to his right. Moran, heavy pressure. Tucks it. He's going to try to run for it. Moran is stopped short. Out of bounds, short of the line to gain. Ty Kirkpatrick is fired up. He was injured early in the game, but you wouldn't be able to tell it now. It's a turnover on downs, and Cardinal Newman is going to get the football back with just over 5 minutes to play in the 4th quarter and a 6-point lead.
You know, great stand there by the Crusaders on 4th down. Again, that 5-yard penalty against West Boca. They were going to throw that, as you mentioned, on the earlier 4th down, but because of the penalty, they had to throw the ball. They had the threat of run there, but they had to throw it. They've got to find a way here to hold on to the ball if you're Newman on the other side of West Boca, knowing that Newman has 1 timeout. You want to try to get them off the field and get the football back.
If you are listening like you have been for over a decade on the ESPN 106.3 FM dial, thank you so much for supporting local high school sports across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. Take this to the next level and go to YouTube at ESPN Top 63, and you can watch the thrilling conclusion of the HSS Game of the Week, where Cardinal Newman's trying to pull off the upset. The number 4 Crusaders lead the number 2 West Boca Bulls 20-14. Cardinal Newman's trying to hand West Boca their first loss to a team from Florida since over 2 years ago. West Boca on a 19-game regular season win streak. 1st and 10, Cardinal Newman from the 20-yard line. If Newman can play their cards right, they might not have to give the football back to West Boca for the remainder of this game. But there's a lot to go from there. Hewley in the shotgun's got two receivers right. Donia in the backfield. They hand it off to Phoenix Donia. And West Boca sniffs it out. Donia breaks a couple of tacklers and turns a 3-yard loss into maybe a 5-yard gain. Goes forward to set up second and medium.
You're not going to tackle him with an arm tackle. You've got to put a pad on him. And the West Boca Bulls were in the backfield, as you mentioned, but just missed the tackle. And that's what you want if you're Newman. The clock is your friend. You have to stay on the field. Keep your offense. You want to end this game with your offense on the field.
Second down and 5. Ball is at the 24-yard line. Line to gain is the 29-yard line. Hewley directing traffic and giving the orders to the Cardinal Newman offensive line. Two receivers right, lone receiver split out wide to the left. Donia in the backfield, Kirkpatrick in at tight end on the right side. They motion Kirkpatrick to the left side now, playing tight end. Hewley claps his hands, design quarterback power on the left side, turns the corner, barges through a couple of defenders, got hit the line of scrimmage, but only gains about 1 or 2 yards, setting up third down and short. The clock will continue to roll, and this ball will not be snapped until there is less than 4 minutes to play in the game. 3rd and 2.5 coming up for the Cardinal Newman offense as Kirkpatrick jogs off the field for Newman.
You know, I'm West Boca. I got to realize two things here. Number one, Phoenix Dunja is a very physical runner, so he can get the 2 or 3 yards. And more importantly, at the quarterback position, if Hewley puts the ball in his belly and pulls it out, you better have a defender dedicated to him to make sure he doesn't go around the corner.
Two receivers right for Jaron Hewley. The Newman quarterback has been an X factor tonight. Needs 2 yards here, but there is whistles blown before the play. Was it a timeout or was it early movement? Looks to be a false start against Cardinal Newman. The same situation that we just saw on the flip side with West Boca with a late down and 2 yards. False start backs him up to make it 3rd down and 7 for Cardinal Newman to make this a little bit more difficult. Not a clear-cut running down for the Newman Crusaders, who definitely want to run the football considering the clock, as it now ticks under 3:20 to play in the game. Hewley in the shotgun's got Donia to his left. Two receivers to the right. Jaron takes a snap, looking to his right, fires a deep ball on a go route. Mosley, incomplete. Mosley stuck one paw out there. There were two defenders, one of which was West Boca's Jaden Broadnax, who's had a quiet night tonight for a quarterback. That's a great thing. That means they're not throwing him the football.
Yes, sir. That's a good problem for West Boca because it does two things. You get off the field and also you stop the clock on that pass. So now you've got 3+ minutes, 2 timeouts. You've got to find a way to get your offense back on the field. Can't make a bonehead play here on 4th down and go to the punter and make a mistake, but possess the football and try to get back on the field, get your offense back on the field.
Nice play by Broadnax, the number 5 player in the ESPN West Palm top 63 list. 4th and 7. Same punch kick territory. No one back deep to return for West Boca, but Hewley is about 7 yards behind the line of scrimmage. He'll punt this one away more likely than not, and he does. Kick this one high, but not deep. It's going to bounce short of midfield and roll backwards, and it will be touched at the 47-yard line in plus territory. West Boca's defense gets a big stop, and they force another special teams error, or at least non-capitalization on special teams by Cardinal Newman. So clock really won't be an issue here. 2:53 to play in the game. West Boca gets the football back in plus territory at the 47. What do you got for us, head coach Dylan Potts? Running back Javian Mallory. Probable quarterback Omari McNeil. We'll find out coming up now. No, it will be Trey Moran in at quarterback for the West Boca Bulls. 1st and 10 from the 47. Line to gain is the 37-yard line. Newman's defense trying to get one last stop. Empty set. Trips right, lone receiver left. Moran drops back to pass. Look in deep. Steps up. He's going to tuck it and run it. 5 yards on the field. Stumbles on his feet and gets brought down about a yard short of the line to gain. 9-yard gain on 1st and 10 to the 38-yard line he goes. Pardon me, to the 39-yard line he goes. It is 2nd down and short. Moran now is joined in the backfield with Miller. Quentin Miller to his left. 2 receivers left, 2 receivers right. They hand it off. Miller up the middle, dragging tacklers forward. But no, they're going to say his knee was down, likely short of the line to gain. 3rd down and short coming up for the West Boca Bulls rushing attack. Clock continues to roll now. This ball will be snapped with under 2 minutes to play in the game. Cardinal Newman 20, West Boca 14. Buckle up, folks. They'll have 2 plays to get this one here. 2 receivers right, 2 receivers left. Moran tried to pass. Heavy pressure. Breaks out of the sack. He's still on his feet. Moran breaks ankles. Moran gets the HSS first down. What a play by Trey Moran. When all hope was lost, he had pressure in his face, 7 yards in the offensive backfield. Broke out of the arms of the sack attempt and got a first down. Move the chains to the 35. 1st and 10, West Boca. 2 receivers right, 2 receivers left. Ball on the left hash mark. Trey Moran claps his hands, takes a snap, rolls to his right. Got a blocker, Miller. Fires a deep ball. He's open, but it's incomplete. Overthrown the intended target that time. It looks like Javian Mallory was deep, the intended target around the 5-yard line. Incomplete, clock stops, 2nd and 10 for West Boca. 1:29 to go in the game, 6-point lead for Cardinal Newman as they are on the ropes. West Boca trying to pull off a 2-possession comeback.
You know, Mallory's been lined up at the wide side of the field at receiver for the last couple of plays, which is a big surprise because you knew with 3 minutes plus they could still run the ball, but they've lined him up outside as a receiver.
He is split way outside to the right. 2nd and 10 in the shotgun. Moran dropped back, looks to pass. Heavy pressure, throws it. It is maybe incomplete. It is incomplete. It one-hopped into the arms of Javian Mallory. They only would have gained maybe 1 yard and the clock would have continued to roll, so it's probably better for West Boca that ball was not caught. And again, it would only have been 1 or 2 yard gain. Instead, it's no gain. Clock stoppage. 3rd and 10 coming up for West Boca, and West Boca's going to use a timeout while the clock is stopped. That's how important this 3rd down play is to head coach Dylan Potts and the West Boca Bulls. A sports certified, powered by Vitacost timeout called with 1:23 to play in the 4th quarter. Cardinal Newman 20, West Boca 14. We're going to stay right here on ESPN Top 63's YouTube channel, on Facebook at ESPN West Palm, and on Twitter, ESPN Top 63, as well as the brand new ESPN South Florida app and the old reliable ESPN 106.3 FM dial. 3rd and 10 coming up for West Boca, who has really been throwing the football. They got the football with about 2:53 to go in the game and have not run the ball this drive yet. It's all been Trey Moran through the air. Does that surprise you, Coach?
Yeah, very surprising to me. I think they went away from who they really are, and it may end up backfiring on them because, again, you want to get Jalen Mallory in the backfield. The threat of run makes the defense play honest, but spreading him out wide, that's all fine and good, but it better work, and it hasn't worked so far.
3rd and 10 from the 35 in plus territory. West Boca. Moran takes a snap, drops back to pass, steps up in the pocket, rolling to his right. He fires it. It is going to be caught at the 22, down immediately. Billy Clancy moves the chains for an HSS first down. Knocking on the door of the red zone is the offensive attack of West Boca. Clock stops for the moment as they reset the football and set the chains. 1:10 to play in this 4th and final quarter of regulation. 1st and 10 from the 22. Trey Moran in the shotgun. He's got Miller to his right. Drops back to pass. Moran looking right, firing right. It's going to be caught by Javian Mallory at the sticks, and he gets the HSS first down. 2 plays, 2 HSS first downs, and it looks like that ball's going to be spotted just short of the 10-yard line. Yes, 1st and 10, West Boca from the 11. Here we go, folks. Under 50 to play in the game. Clock is continuing to roll. Trey Moran in the shotgun. Miller to his right. They head it off. Miller, left side. Miller gets tripped up inside the 5. Clock will roll. No timeout used quite yet from West Boca. 35 seconds to go in the game. West Boca, 2nd and 3 from the 4-yard line. Take a listen to this crowd. Clock is still rolling. 24 seconds to go in the game. Under 20, ball snapped. Handoff. Mallory stretches forward. He's stopped short. The clock continues to roll. No gain on 2nd and 2. Clock continuing to roll. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Snap. Moran. Stoppage. Clock stops. Play stops. Hands being waved by the official. Timeout called by West Boca. If you had one in your pocket, No, it's a timeout called by Cardinal Newman. Missed signal from the official. Timeout called by Cardinal Newman right before that snap was made. So head coach Jack Daniels will discuss this 2nd and 2 from the 3-yard line, maybe the 3.5-yard line. But this will be the final play of the game, barring any defensive penalty. 2.7 seconds remain in the game. 20-14, Cardinal Newman on top of West Boca.
It's always tough when you make that call if you're Jack Daniels, because now you give them a chance to reset as an offense. The pressure was on West Boca, so you give them a chance to breathe life into their offense. They were all over the place, couldn't really get the play. I thought they were going to try to spike it there, but they didn't.
Third down and 2.5 from around the 3.5, 4-yard line. That doesn't really matter. It pretty much is touchdown or bust for West Boca. Set the scene for you. Down by 6 is West Boca. They need a touchdown to extend this game. Trey Moran in the shotgun. He's got a receiver split out wide to the right. That's Billy Clancy. Mallory split out wide to the left on an island. Taking the snap. Rolling to his left. Mallory gets broken out of the sack. Fires it. End zone. It's caught. Touchdown. Javian Mallory gets a foot in bounds. He's in for 6. What a play. And we're all tied up at Sam Budnick Field. A heave, a prayer. Defender draped around the waist of Trey Moran. He gets just enough on it, and Mallory makes the catch in the end zone, 4-6. Tie ball game, 20-20 with no seconds remaining in regulation.
Oh, my. Wow. Javian Mallory back of the end zone. Only need 1 foot in, right? He catches the football, the back end of the football, if you will, and he gets his foot down just before the defender can push him out. Unfortunately, we got an injury on the field, but let me tell you something. What a great play. You split him out one-on-one to the right, couldn't get him the ball. You put him out to the left. The defender comes through, as you mentioned, and Javion Mallory catches the ball at the back of the end zone for what huge touchdown.
I do not know how Trey Moran has broken away from a couple of defensive ends / defensive tackles on this final game-tying, possibly game-winning drive for West Boca. 2 critical broken sack attempts by the junior quarterback of the West Boca Bulls. Because if you go back on YouTube and you rewind about 60 seconds, you will see how close it was for Trey Moran to be brought down for a sack and a game-clinching, game-winning sack for the Cardinal Newman defense. But again, down by 6 was West Boca. They score that touchdown, it's all tied up. And they are looking to kick this extra point to win the ball game here live at Sam Budnick Field. The HSS game of the week, as West Boca is looking to win their 20th straight regular season game over a Florida team. Their last loss to a Florida team came over 2 years ago. And the point after team is coming onto the field for West Boca. Tristan Lamb lining up the extra point. A 20-yarder to win the ball game. Snap, hold, kick is blocked! Snubbed out! We've got overtime at Sam Budnick Field. Officials conversating at the line of scrimmage. Cardinal Newman maybe holding out hope as to maybe a defensive penalty. No flag. Game goes to OT.
This all goes back to what I said, with 2.7 seconds left, Newman calls a timeout and gave West Boca life, in my opinion, in terms of giving them a chance to run the play on 4th down.
So we will have overtime in this top 5 matchup. Maybe the 2 best teams from Palm Beach County duking it out under the Friday night lights in West Palm Beach. Cardinal Newman scores a 3-yard touchdown as time expired in regulation. Javian Mallory makes the catch, gets a foot in bounds to turn a 6-point deficit into a tie ball game. West Boca tries to kick the extra point, which both sides have had many issues with their special teams in terms of kicking those extra points. That one's blocked. Never had a chance. There might have been 3 different Cardinal Newman Crusaders right there ready to get their paws on that football. And you remember how overtime goes. We saw overtime in week 0 action, if I recall correctly. And we saw it in last year's Muck Bowl for the HSS Games of the Week. Think of old school college overtime, except in high school, they start from the 10-yard line and it's 1st and goal. Whatever the first offense does, the other team has a chance to match it or beat it. They automatically get the football back. So we will wait to see who gets the football first. Advantageously, you want to be on defense first so that you know what you need when you do get the football on offense.
You won't be kicking it, that's for sure. I don't care who you are. You won't kick it on either side, I don't think. Listen, I'm going to go with my offense because both kickers have had a tough night. We got to be able to kick 1 extra point and we win the game, but it didn't happen, and so now we got to go out and play an extra quarter.
A rush of emotions, and I really got to applaud the resiliency of Cardinal Newman because they felt like they had that game won, and then your heart's ripped out of your chest. And you get back, you buckle down, and you make a play on the next immediate play to keep the game alive. Not to win the game, of course, but to keep the game alive. You get home on special teams and make something happen to prolong this game and prolong your chance to knock off number 2 West Boca.
Let me show you what my mindset would have been if I'm Dylan Potts. I know it's after the fact, but I know my kickers struggled all night long. I've got them on the ropes. So I give myself a funny formation. I line up in the swinging gate. I do something that they're not used to. They don't have any timeouts. So I put them in a vicarious position because now I've got to win the game on this. I've got the momentum. Everything's in my favor. So I go with that. But nevertheless, hey, we're in overtime. Let's get it done.
So 0 for 1 on extra point attempts was West Boca's Tristan Lamb tonight. They went for 2 and they got it to make it a 14-20 game earlier on. And they try to win it with special teams with the extra point, and it is blocked. And it's unfair for me to say Tristan Lamb was 0 for 2 because, I mean, I think that maybe the greatest kickers of all time would not have made that point after because there was 3 300-pound dudes right in their face ready to catch that football. But the special teams unit of West Boca was 0 for 1 on point after attempts as the ball's placed at the 10-yard line. And we'll see which offenses emerge, which defense emerge, and how we will prolong this game in overtime. Again, think of it like penalty kicks in soccer. The other team has a chance to match it. 1st and goal from the 10-yard line. And it looks like the defense of Cardinal Newman is taking the field, led by Adam Balogoun-Ali. Leslie Mosley's out there, Ty Kirkpatrick, Jerron Sumter, and the offense of West Boca is out onto the field. There's been enough of a stoppage to where everyone can catch their breath, check their pulse, reevaluate things. Trey Moran is in at quarterback for West Boca. 1st and goal from the 10 in this first overtime.
Mallory's out at receiver again. Let's see how
he's brought in motion. Now he's directly to the left of Moran. Play action pass, fires it, slant route. It is intercepted. Yes, it is. It's picked off in the end zone. First play of overtime number 1. Making the play was William Hart. William Hart with the pick in the top half of overtime number 1. Gives the football right back to Cardinal Newman on a slant route on the left side, on the right side. Now it's real simple for Cardinal Newman. Score, win the game.
Yeah, and it was there. The slant was there.
Yes.
Just threw it behind him. Again, you get it out in front, you got 6 points. But he threw it behind the receiver. They're not used to throwing the ball. They're a running football team, but now they got to play defense.
William Hart for Cardinal Newman shows all heart. Of course, he's on that defense that just allowed West Boca to score with no seconds remaining in regulation. First opportunity that he had to get the win back, he seizes that opportunity. Here comes Cardinal Newman on offense. Donia to the left of Jaron Hewley. And honestly, relatively, Donia's been really quiet for what we know him to be in terms of the offensive attack of Cardinal Newman. Hewley takes a snap. It's going to be a quarterback run. Hewley up the middle, trucking forward, gets to the 6 on 1st and goal from the 10. It's now 2nd and goal from the 6.
You know, Hewley's got a big push in there. You wouldn't expect that out of the quarterback position, but Even when he sticks the ball in the belly of the running back, you got to hesitate if you're a linebacker because you don't know if he's going to give it to the running back or keep it inside.
2nd and goal from the 6-yard line. Score points, win the game. It's that simple. And you can kick a field goal. I'm not sure if there's any opportunity where Cardinal Newman would want to kick a field goal in this moment, especially if they got 4 yards closer. 2nd and 6 here, but any points wins the game for Newman. Hewley in the shotgun. 2 receivers split out wide to the right, tight end to the right as well for the quarterback Hewley. Donia to his left. Clapping his hands, take the snap. Donia bouncing it, right side, stays on his feet. Is he in? He's in the end zone. Cardinal Newman wins. Touchdown, Crusaders. From 6 yards out, Phoenix Donia scores his 2nd touchdown of the game and says, good night, Palm Beach County. Final score, 26-20. Cardinal Newman knocks off number 2 West Boca in overtime. Storming the field, celebrating their monumental win, is head coach Jack Daniels' bunch. Crusaders get the storybook win in overtime in front of their homecoming crowd. What a miraculous game, Coach.
It was, and Newman did everything they had to in order to win this game. They couldn't make the mistakes. Hewley on the season 5 interceptions, no interceptions tonight. This offense played well. They ran the ball. Hewley ran the ball at the quarterback position, but defensively, you got to be impressed. They allowed Mallory one long run, but they did what they had to do in every situation in order to answer every time West Boca scored.
We will take a break as both sides shake hands, say good game, commiserate on a game you will not forget. Final score, Cardinal Newman 26, West Boca 20. Post game coming up next here on ESPN 106.3, on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. What a game from Sam Budnick Field.
F45 Training in downtown West Palm and Wellington offers functional group fitness classes reimagined. F45 features high-intensity group-style workouts that are fast, fun, and results-driven. They always have the right workout for you. The best part is, it takes just 45 minutes. If you're looking to train for something like High Rocks, F45 has you covered with tailored workouts. Get started today with a promo of your first 3 classes for just $30. Visit F45training.com to find a studio near you and officially join the F45 family. F45. Team training, life-changing.
Kaiser University's flagship campus. The 100-acre residential campus at 2600 North Military Trail in West Palm Beach extends Kaiser University's educational offerings to over 100 degrees. Kaiser University also has an athletic program with 26 national championships, including back-to-back-to-back lacrosse titles, and they just won their first ever national championship for men's tennis. Visit KUSeahawks.com for the latest on the championship flagship campus of Kaiser University.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Where we're coming to your city.
Cardinal Newman pulls off the upset. The number 4 ranked Crusaders take down number 2 West Boca 26-20 in overtime. Several different momentum swings, back and forth, back and forth. Cardinal Newman came out strong, punched the Bulls in the face, and did just enough in regulation to hold on, send this game to overtime, dust themselves off, after West Boca ties the game on the final play of the 4th quarter. Their next 2 plays, a blocked extra point and an interception in the top half of overtime number 1. And then it almost felt inevitable after that with how much momentum that Cardinal Newman seized back. They eventually score on a 6-yard game-winning touchdown run from Phoenix Donia off the right side again. Number 2 West Boca goes down. Number 4 Cardinal Newman wins the game, and they improve to 6-2 on the season under head coach Jack Daniels. West Boca falls to 6-2 on the season.
Well, you called it because you said Phoenix Donia had been quiet, and they gave him the ball there, and he was able to get around the right side, but he willed his way into the end zone. And that's what you have to do. After you called the timeout with 2.7 seconds to go. If you were Newman, I was kind of skeptical about that, but it worked out for them. So this is their state championship in their mindset. They had to win this game tonight to make a statement. Now they move on to the playoffs a little bit later, and they'll try to get that eventual state championship. But most importantly tonight, they made a statement to Palm Beach County, yes, we're here to stay, and we can play with the big boys.
Cardinal Newman scored the first touchdown of the game. They scored the second touchdown of the game on an Adam Balogoun-Ali pick six. And the third touchdown of the game for Cardinal Newman themselves was an 80-yard touchdown run from Jaron Hewley, answering West Boca's first touchdown of the game. So I think it's only fair to award the Duffy's MVP of the game to Jaron Hewley because he was truly the X factor. He may not have scored the game-winning touchdown, but Cardinal Newman does not only win this game, they probably aren't within a touchdown without that quarterback, Hewley.
Not at all. Again, they go over to Tampa Jesuit a few weeks ago, and they get blown away 31-0 because he didn't play. So he makes a huge difference. He's a difference maker. He's his offense. I'm being honest with you. He's the difference maker because he can run the ball, and he poses the threat against any defense to go the distance.
Certainly so, and that was your Duffy's MVP of the game, Jaron Hewley, quarterback for the Crusaders of Cardinal Newman. They get the win 26-20 in overtime. Now we will look ahead, brought to you by the Boca Bowl. We're looking ahead to the Boca Bowl. It is Tuesday, December 23rd, 2 o'clock kickoff at Flagler Credit Union Stadium on the campus of FAU. We will be there. You should too. We're going to look ahead to the future HSS games of the week. Next week, it's Benjamin at John Carroll. The week after that, on Halloween, it's the Muck Bowl. Glades Central at Pahokee, a pair of top 10 teams in the ESPN West Palm Top 10 poll presented by Safebound Moving and Storage. Both those games we're looking forward to, no doubt about that. And then you look ahead on the future of these two teams' regular season schedules. Next week, for West Boca, they look to bounce back, taking on Palm Beach Gardens, and then they hit the road to take on Atlantic on Thursday, October 30th. Circle that game. You'll learn a lot about both teams in that one. And then for Cardinal Newman, with the biggest win of their season just tonight, beating number 2 West Boca, they will now advance to take on Bishop Verot on the road in Fort Myers next week. The week after that, on Friday and Halloween, they'll travel up to Gainesville to take on Buckholz. That is your look ahead, brought to you by the Boca Bowl. Well, Coach, that was a great game tonight. It's hard to top what we just saw this evening. We've had a couple of blowouts in a row, and this was anything but. The energy here at Sam Budnick Field was hard to convey, but I hope we did the best we could for our audience watching and listening at home.
Yeah, I think we did a great job tonight because, again, it's so many ebbs and flows in this game. And a lot of times the buildup is greater than the actual contest. But tonight, both teams, they didn't let us down. They played their best football. On the Newman side, they played, I think, a little above their heads. But West Boca's got to go back to the drawing board and try to fix it because Newman is on their way. They're trying to get it right, and they did a great job of coaching tonight.
You know, I'm trying to remember Javian Mallory, what yards he gained outside of his 52-yard touchdown run. Because if you take that play away, Cardinal Newman largely controlled him. And to the best of their ability, the best you can, to a Miami commit, a talent like Javian Mallory. We saw him come up limping a couple of times, and, of course, he hasn't been 100% in 2025.
Right.
But I think defensively for Cardinal Newman, by controlling Mallory, they allowed themselves to win this game.
Yeah, they went next level on the defensive side. You got to give them credit. You know, Mallory's a great talent. His longest run, I think, was 15 yards. You called it earlier. But Newman just did a great job of dedicating a lot of guys to the box, 8-9 guys. But more importantly, they didn't miss a lot of tackles. So when they did miss one tackle, he went 52 yards. So you got to stop him. In order to stop him, you got to keep him in the box. You got to tackle him when you get an opportunity.
Final score, Cardinal Newman 26, West Boca 20 in overtime. Crusaders get their biggest win of the season here live on ESPN 106.3 and on YouTube at ESPN Top 63. For the coach, Jimmy Bell, I'm Christian Catt. That was your HSS Game of the Week, supported by Smith, Ball, Bias, and Prather. But don't go anywhere, because Colin Russo back at the City Play Studios will wrap everything up across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. We'll get interviews with coaches that won their games, maybe from last night, maybe from tonight. And then on YouTube exclusively, youtube.com/@ESPN Top 63. A little bit after 11 o'clock, make sure you put your notifications on for that YouTube account and subscribe, because Brian Rowitz, Theo Dorsey, Cade Chumslin will wrap up everything, have highlights of everything across all 3 of our top 10 matchups and everything in between across Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast. That's on YouTube right here if you're watching it, and at ESPN Top 63 on YouTube. Again, for Coach Jimmy Bell, I'm Christian Catt. Final score 26-20. Cardinal Newman gets the win on ESPN 106.3.
For 48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining Built Ford Tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, Built Ford Tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
F45 Training West Palm Beach offers functional group fitness classes reimagined. Sign up for F45 today and visit their West Palm Beach location. Featuring high-intensity group workouts that are fast, fun, and results-driven, F45 always has the right workout for you. Not to mention, it takes just 45 minutes. Visit F45training.com today to find a studio near you and officially join the F45 Training family. F45, team training, life-changing.
Experience the power and prestige of the new 2025 Range Rover Sport P530 Dynamic SE. Now available for lease at just $15.29 a month for 36 months. With $89.95 due at signing, you'll be behind the wheel of true luxury and performance. But hurry, offers like this don't last forever. Visit Land Rover Palm Beach today and drive the future of sophistication. Land Rover, above and beyond.
Welcome into the Kaiser Sports Update. I'm Kate Chumsland. The Seahawks football team remains undefeated after a 49-28 victory over Florida Memorial last week. The Lions surged to a 14-3 lead in the first quarter before the Kaiser Seahawks offense surged back with 21 unanswered points. The team will have their next test at home this Saturday against their rival St. Thomas. Listen to the game live right here on ESPN 106.3 at 6 p.m. Elsewhere in Seahawks sports, the men's and women's soccer teams are each left with 5 games in their regular seasons. The women's team is ranked number 1 in the country with an 11-1 record, coming off an emphatic 8-1 win against Ave Maria. The men are ranked number 6 with a 10-0-1 record, looking for its first undefeated regular season since 2020. For times and tickets on all of Kaiser University's athletic events, head to KUSeahawks.com.
Hi, I'm Scott Smith with Smith Ball Baez and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. As you have likely seen and heard, law firm advertising is at an all-time high. Attorney ads seem to be part of every radio and TV commercial segment. Some firms are even using paid actors and actresses to speak for them. At Smith Ball Baez and Prather, we know that the decision to hire a law firm should never be based on advertisements alone. It is our past results and many positive 5-star reviews that we encourage you to read at smithball.com to learn more about our law firm. We have board-certified lawyers. We have lawyers listed in the best lawyers in America and in super lawyers. But most importantly, we have experienced lawyers located right here in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast that are ready to be your advocate and your voice, and fully prepared to start fighting for your legal rights today. Our purpose, legal power. Our mission, huge results. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith Ball Baez and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith Ball Baez and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
Fall in Florida means one thing. It is almost time for the Clinics Can Help Golf Classic. This fun-filled event works to raise money to provide customized medical equipment and supplies to the many children in our area in need. Get your foursome together and join the festivities on Friday, October 24th at the exclusive East Point Country Club in Palm Beach Gardens. Make a difference in helping these children live a life of independence and dignity. Register today at clinicscanhelp.org.
During football season, keep your home in the win column with EDS Air Conditioning. Right now, qualified customers can score 0% interest for 60 months on a brand new AC. Hot streaks belong on the field, not in your living room. With over 800 Google reviews and a 4.8 star rating, EDS is the trusted MVP since 2006. Visit EDSisyes.com today, kick off your game day comfort, and don't sweat the small stuff.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Yeah, we're coming to your city.
It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day post-game, live from the City Place Studios in downtown West Palm Beach. Colin Russo with you. We got Damian Perez alongside me. A good one for our HSS Game of the Week. 26-20, Cardinal Newman took it over West Boca. How about that for a game? A little bit of back and forth. West Boca challenged early as well, and then rumbling back into the game, giving them an opportunity, missing the extra point. What went on throughout that one? Well, we got you for the next hour here. We're going to be talking with a couple coaches from throughout the Palm Beach County Treasure Coast area. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you'd expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington, learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better. HSS, the world's #1 orthopedic provider, is a proud sponsor of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. So we're going to bounce around a little bit, but we'll give you a couple coaches that we got to talk to. Jupiter is final over Martin County, 27-7. Top 10 matchup there. We'll be talking with Coach Hector Clavijo of Santa Lucia's in just momentarily. Once we get him on the horn here, we're going to be hearing from Pete Walker, the head coach of Wellington, in his first year as the head coach of Wellington, taking over last year. And he is somebody who we'll talk to who had just got back in the win column with a win over Olympic Heights yesterday. And in terms of some of the other scores that we have throughout the Palm Beach County Treasure Coast area, a final score, the Fort Pierce Central game is closing, and Fort Pierce Central is leading quite big, but a final score in Pahokee. How about this? 53-14, Vero Beach over Pahokee. That is number 5 Pahokee against number 1 Vero Beach, 53-14. Kings Academy in a big rivalry game against Benjamin, 13-12. They took that one. 13-12 Kings Academy won over Benjamin. Outside of that, Jupiter and Martin County, we talked about that, 27-7. Jupiter Christian won easy over Port St. Lucie, 41-0. And Fort Pierce Central is up 32-18. And that was after Jensen Beach had a kickoff return going all the way to the house. So we'll keep an eye on that one as it starts to close out a little there. But a coach for a team who won 49-0 today, an easy one for them over Forest Hill, Santa Lucia's, that is. And we welcome in the head coach of Santa Lucia's, Hector Clavijo, joining us now. Coach Clavijo, welcome in. How are we doing today? What's going on?
Doing great, man. Thank you for having me.
And, Coach, a quick one for you guys, 49-0. Talk me through the game a little bit. What happened?
It was a dominating game for us. We kind of came out and executed early, ran the ball well. Kelsey Gerald breaking the 1,000-yard mark on the season. He ended up running for 230 yards tonight. Had a great game, and we just executed, played fast, played physical, and no mistakes. It was just a great game.
And at this point in the season, with Santa Lucia at 5-3, with another game on the schedule as well, where are you at with the team? Where's the team feeling right now? Is the temperature check a little bit in a good spot? Tell me about that.
Yeah, I think we're in a real good spot. We got a couple guys back this week from injury. We'll get a couple guys back next week. So we're starting to solidify that roster. And, and again, we're super young. We only have 3 seniors that play for us, and super young team. So there's a lot of guys that are really just getting better with this experience that they're getting in these first, 8-9 games. So we're super happy with where we're going, and just need to continue to get better every week.
Coach, you mentioned not a lot of seniors on the team. To this point in the season where you guys have had some great wins and some bad losses, how has the inexperienced bunch reacted to certain adversity, and how have they bounced back and progressed throughout the year?
Yeah, I mean, there's probably some losses that we shouldn't have had, and then I think, combination of things. One was the weather. The other one, I think, was just a short week coming off a high of, beating Palm Beach Central and then losing to Seminole Ridge. And I think it was all just learning experiences for them, understanding how to bounce back, understand how to, get back in the saddle after a big win, and just different situations that we've had to deal with. We've been down and we've came back. So all those things really just pay off and just prepare you for that playoff run.
And you mentioned that Seminole Ridge game. You had that huge win over Palm Beach Central just over a month ago, and then turned around and then had the loss to Seminole Ridge. Since then, defensively, you guys have locked down. Offensively, you guys have been able to score. Talk me through that Seminole Ridge game back a couple weeks ago. Was that a big learning curve for you guys? Were you guys caught? What happened there?
I mean, we had 3 defensive linemen out that game. We had 1 suspended and 2 on injuries, and we were really just trying to figure it out up front. And Seminole Ridge came out and executed. They're a big team. They're a physical team, and they just kind of got us. And, now we just have to learn. We got to learn how to take care of business when you're finally behind the 8 ball a little bit personnel-wise. But we took care of those things. We got the guys back. We got the guys off injury. And now we're finally at our real rotation that we expected to have from the beginning of the year.
And, Coach, a midseason loss like that can, in some ways, come out of nowhere in terms of the disparity of the victory. How'd the guys respond to that? What did you tell to them in the weeks following? How did that go? How'd the next 4 weeks, last month of that?
It was a big humble pie. It was a big humble pie we had to eat. We took, they thought they were riding a high after the Palm Beach Central game, and just had to learn from that. We had to learn from that, and they came out hungry, though. I will say that. We've had some of the best weeks of practice the last 3 weeks. The bye week was great for us. So everything's really trending in the right direction right now for us.
And looking ahead, what's the thing you're looking for? What's the aspect that the part of the team that you're really looking to see these last couple weeks of the year?
Just continuing to see growth from the quarterback position. I think that's the biggest question mark that we had, kind of going into the season and going into what we had to do. So I think if we just continue to throw the football, protect the quarterback, protect the football, not make mistakes, I think we could really have a real shot at making a pretty good run here in this playoffs.
And you mentioned when you have not question marks, but you have questions about the quarterback position and the passing attack and the offense going into the season, you want to sort of alleviate that quickly. And it's a big confidence build to make sure that that's on point. What did you do to make sure that you could alleviate some of the pressures that go into like the passing game and that offense?
Well, just kind of obviously establishing the run, right? We've been doing a great job running the football. So by doing that, it's really, create opportunity for the quarterback to have confidence and have a little bit more time and, be able to do different things to put him in a position to be successful. Also being able to give him, a lot more reps, no longer sharing the backfield, being the only quarterback that we're playing with, and just give him that confidence that he needs. He can make all the throws. It's just about getting him confidence and reps that he's missing.
When establishing the run with your team and making sure that the quarterback can complement off of that, has that been the biggest X of that offense? Is every game, doesn't matter what, we're going to establish the run before anything?
I mean, absolutely. When you got a running back like the one we have, we're going to have to run the football. If we're not running the football, we're doing something wrong. And teams understand that. And they try to stack the box and stop the run, but we have really good wide receivers that are going to get open. And you can't really just man us up and play man. I mean, we got good players. So, we take care of the football. We got talent on the outside, and we have a phenomenal running back. So with all those things clicking, we're going to be okay.
Coach Hector Caflio, Santa Lucia's football with us now on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Coach, you mentioned going into the year that a lot of the questions were around the quarterback position and the passing offense, but looking towards the end of the year, what are the questions about the team? Where do you stand today in terms of what you still need answered?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
You said that going into the year, a lot of the questions surrounded the quarterback position. Going into the end of the year, what are some of the questions that you still want answered from your guys?
Oh, just him, just making the right decisions, making sure that the plays that we run, he's making the proper progressions, the proper reads, doing those things. And that's really it. He's a smart kid. He can make the throws. It's just about experience. Quarterback's such a big confidence position. So with him growing like tonight, took care of the ball, didn't take any sacks. We did a really good job with those things. And that's what I want to see from him, just that growth as a player and as a quarterback.
And, Coach, aside from the quarterback position, what are some of the questions that you still have amongst the team that you'd still like to see answered towards the end of the year in some postseason play?
I just really want to see our front seven. You know, our front seven is something that we really thought was going to be super dominant for us coming into the season. So just kind of want to be able to see those guys flourish a little bit. You know, I think teams are throwing the ball quickly. They're just trying to trap them and do different things, not allowing our guys to kind of get back there and do what they do, which are, you know, we got 3 very, very good pass rushers. So that's kind of what I'm still kind of have a question mark behind, is getting those guys to really explode on the scene. Because I think once they do, it's going to make everything a lot better on the back end.
And, Coach, you talk about that front seven sitting at 5-3. What are some of the biggest strengths of the team that you could say confidently now through 8 games?
Obviously running the football, but also being able to play man coverage. You know, we got some really talented young DBs that we're really excited about. So just having those guys performing and playing at the way they're playing, you know, those are the 2 things. I think it's the run game and the defensive backfield is really what has impressed me the most. So with that kind of flourishing, if we just get a couple more pieces together, I think we're going to be very, very special here.
Coach, having a young team, that's got to be a lot of fun because you could sort of just see it all come together. You can see the puzzle pieces hitting their spots. But the thing is, those growing pains are going to happen. How do you, as a coach and the coaching staff, how have you guys responded to having these growing pains? And how is it different from a traditional team that might be a little bit more experienced?
I think it's just staying patient, you know, staying patient, staying to the course, you know, continuing to teach them, develop them. Understanding they're going to make mistakes, just make sure that the mistakes don't happen more than once. And just kind of putting them in a lot of game-like situations in practice. So we try to have very comparative practices, a lot of mental reps, a lot of physical reps, and just put them in situations that I think they're going to see on a Friday night. So that when they see it on Friday night, it's a lot easier, you know?
And from a mental side of things, I'm curious. You've had a couple road tests. You've had a couple home tests. You had road losses. You've seen it all at this point in the season. Mentally, what do you think the identity of this team is? What do you think they've really latched onto in order to respond and continue to grow and build?
I just think, you know, us being able to be home here for the next, you know, this week and next week, and then obviously winning the districts and to put us in a home game in the first round. So that little home stretch, I think is going to be great for us. You know, so just kind of, and I think they're kind of hanging their hat on just playing as a team. You know, we don't have a lot of egos. We don't have a lot of like individual players that only care about, you know, themselves and all that good stuff. We really have a really good nucleus of guys that care about the team. You know, what I call, we don't have any me guys, you know, guys that just worry about me. So having a bunch of guys that are selfless and put the team first is really what I think is bringing us together, and it's what we're building on.
And, Coach, ever since you've been there, you've always had a very successul team over there at Santa Lucia's. How would you compare and contrast this team from the teams you've had previously?
I think it's kind of what I just said. I think it's the camaraderie. Right? A lot of these guys have been together for multiple years, so they really know each other. They hang out with each other. In years past, I feel like, you know, my first year they were kind of all new to the program. You know, and like last year we were very top heavy. So a lot of seniors that were kind of like, you know, ready to get up out of here and go to college. So I think these guys are really just trying to build something and build for the future. And that's been actually a pleasant experience. You know, our practices are fun. The kids, you know, just have a good time. You know, they're awesome in school. They behave. They follow the rules. I don't have any issues in the schoolhouse. I mean, it's honestly amazing. So really just being able to set the culture here in my 4th year has really been the most valuable part of this team this year.
Coach, you would say that this is the year that you have really seen sort of the roots of the culture that you established 4 years ago and really starting to see sort of the tree grow, so to speak?
Absolutely, 100%.
And, Coach, looking ahead towards the rest of the year, these are your guys. Now you've got to make sure that they understand that these games are becoming a little bigger right now, and all of a sudden stakes are starting to increase. What's going to change from your approach that hopefully will go to the guys in terms of the stakes of what you're going to be playing?
I think it's just reminding them every day, you know, reminding them what we're here for, reminding them about the goal. You know, when we get a break at practice, our break is, you know, state on 3. You know, the goal is always try to get to the state championship and win it. So with us doing that every day, we talk about it. We talk about what the expectations are. We talk about how special it'll be, you know, for us to get on the road again and get up north to play some teams in the playoffs. Like, those are the things that we look forward to. So the kids are excited, but obviously we also understand that we got to take care of business. We got to play these, you know, this next game, win it for sure, and then see where the dominoes fall and hopefully get a good seed in the playoffs and make a run.
Coach, last thing here. I appreciate the time, too, on a Friday night. What would you say is the most unsung aspect of the team, whether it be a specific player or a specific position group, who has been sort of that unsung piece that you cannot go without unsaid how just important their contribution to the team is?
What I would say the unsung thing would be is probably their camaraderie, right? I think it's kind of the way they defend each other. They stick up for each other. The defense is really violent, and the way they run to the football. And those are things that don't come up on the stat sheet, right? Like, nobody talks about how many guys are around the ball when somebody makes a tackle. They only talk about a tackle. Or nobody talks about, you know, when the running back breaks an 80-yard run, how there's, you know, 5 linemen running down the field 50 yards, you know, chasing them. Like, those are the type of things that I think make a difference, you know, that don't go on a stat sheet, don't go on a highlight tape. You know, I think those are the little things that we talk about every day that don't take any talent. It's just effort. So as long as we continue to do those things, I think we'll be okay.
Coach, I appreciate you giving us a rundown of what happened tonight, what has happened the last couple of weeks. I appreciate the time as always. Enjoy the Friday night. Enjoy the win weekend, and looking forward to talking again soon, all right?
Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
You got it. This Coach Hector Clavillo of Santa Lucia's football, who won tonight easy over Forest Hill. They move to 5-3 as they look to build on a bit of a postseason run in the next couple of weeks here. A lot of expectations for Coach Hector Clavillo, who had a surprising loss against Seminole Ridge a couple of weeks ago, post-win over Palm Beach Central. So they've been a little back and forth, but they look to be in a smooth roll at the moment. So that is Coach Hector Clavillo of Santa Lucia. If you miss any of that, miss any of the other interviews, you can catch them back on Apple, Spotify. Where you get your podcasts, you can listen to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day or follow us at ESPN Top 63 on Twitter to see all of this catalog of interviews. What we will do is we will talk to Coach Dan Burak in just about 5 or so minutes, the head coach of Kings Academy, who had a 13-12 win over Benjamin, a big rivalry game on that. And after Benjamin had the early lead, looking forward to talking with the head coach of Kings Academy, Dan Burak, momentarily. First, Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather. They're the Florida Injury Lawyers, proud to be a sponsor of ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. If you've been in a car accident, call now for a free consultation, because the sooner you call, the sooner lawyers at Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather, they can start putting their extensive experiences and resources to work for you. The sooner you call, and you don't even pay anything. How about that? Unless they make a recovery for you, you don't even make a call. Call right now at 500-HELP. That's 500-HE-LP. Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather Help. Just a local phone call away. Pick up the phone today. Offices in Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie. So, on the other side of things, we'll hear from Coach Dan Burak of Kings Academy, who had a big win today in a rivalry game over Benjamin. We'll give you the other score updates as we continue onward here. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day on ESPN 106.3.
How you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
Welcome into the Kaiser Sports Update. I'm Kate Shumsland. The Seahawks football team remains undefeated after a 49-28 victory over Florida Memorial last week. The Lions surged to a 14-3 lead in the first quarter before the Kaiser Seahawks offense surged back with 21 unanswered points. The team will have their next test at home this Saturday against their rival St. Thomas. Listen to the game live right here on ESPN 106.3 at 6 p.m. Elsewhere in Seahawks sports, the men's and women's soccer teams are each left with 5 games in their regular seasons. The women's team is ranked #1 in the country with an 11-1 record, coming off an emphatic 8-1 win against Ave Maria. The men are ranked #6 with a 10-0-1 record, looking for its first undefeated regular season since 2020. For times and tickets on all of Kaiser University's athletic events, head to KUSeahawks.com.
Hi, I'm Scott Smith with Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather, Florida Injury Lawyers. As you have likely seen and heard, law firm advertising is at an all-time high. Attorney ads seem to be part of every radio and TV commercial segment. Some firms are even using paid actors and actresses to speak for them. At Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather, we know that the decision to hire a law firm should never be based on advertisements alone. It is our past results and many positive 5-star reviews that we encourage you to read at smithball.com to learn more about our law firm. We have board-certified lawyers. We have lawyers listed in the best lawyers in America and in super lawyers. But most importantly, we have experienced lawyers located right here in Palm Beach County and the Treasure Coast that are ready to be your advocate and your voice, and fully prepared to start fighting for your legal rights today. Our purpose, legal power. Our mission, huge results. If you've been injured, the lawyers at Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather will help. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. With Smith Ball, Baez, and Prather, help is just a local phone call away. Offices Palm Beach Gardens, Boca Raton, and Port St. Lucie.
Anajar and Levine.
Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
ESPN 1063.
WESP Jupiter, a Good Karma Brands radio station. This is the Inter Miami save of the game.
Now, New England back on the attack. Gill to Sands. Sands, Polster. Polster will take it on and save Rocco Rios Novo with his first legitimate save of the night. It was a pretty decent attempt by Matt Polster, but it was shot right at Rios Novo. Big save, 73rd minute.
Brought to you by PNC Bank. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
Mas Plus by Messi is hydration plus more. A beverage like no other, made to give everyone an extra boost of positivity and inspiration every day. Created by Lil Messi, Mas Plus delivers a balanced blend of electrolytes with natural flavors, no artificial sweeteners or colors, no caffeine, and only 1 gram of cane sugar, plus vitamins with no compromise on quality ingredients. Floridians can purchase Mas Plus by Messi at key retailers across Florida or online at masbymessi.com.
A resort destination beyond compare, yet conveniently close to home. The Breakers Palm Beach offers everything you desire with the service you deserve in a breathtaking oceanfront setting. Immerse yourself in unparalleled seaside glamour and enjoy all the Breakers has to offer as you create lasting memories with those who matter most. The best part, you don't have to travel far to feel worlds away. Visit thebreakers.com or call 1-800-BREAKERS today.
Are you one of those people that just can't focus at home? The dog barks, the kids are screaming, and you're thinking, how am I going to get all of this work done? Working from home can be distracting, but Intelligent Office is here to help you focus. They offer quiet and affordable private office and meeting spaces in Palm Beach Gardens to help you get your work done. Call 561-472-8400 or visit intelligentoffice.com to reserve an office today.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
We're coming to your city.
ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, our HSS Game of the Week this week. Cardinal Newman 26, West Boca 20. Even at home, Cardinal Newman controlled that game towards the end. How about that? A big sort of upset. Good for Cardinal Newman on that front. Good job by Christian Cat on the call on our ESPN Top 63 YouTube stream. Some other games that happened from throughout the day includes the Kings Academy winning 13-12 over Benjamin. We'll be talking with the coach of the Kings Academy, that is Dan Burak, in just a few short moments. First, the Boca Bowl. College football is here. Miami is losing against Louisville right now. Carson Beck throws an interception down 24-13. And basically all is lost. 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. First play, Louisville fumbles it. Next play, Miami scores a touchdown. They're back in it, 24-21. That's how quick things can change.
The Boca Raton Bowl kicking off its 12th year this year, Tuesday, December 23rd, 2 p.m., Flagler Credit Union Stadium. Mark your calendars. The game is going to air on ESPN. It's going to have two of the biggest and best teams from the group of five that will battle it out for their chance at the title. More information can be found at BocaRatonBowl.com. Follow along on Twitter at Boca Bowl and Facebook.com/Boca Bowl as we get more updates for the 2025 Boca Raton Bowl, Tuesday, December 23rd, Flagler Credit Union Stadium. Well, as for a team who controlled the game tonight, was able to get a win under their belt, that is Coach Dan Burek and the Kings Academy team. Kings Academy 13, Benjamin 12. Coach Burek, welcome in. How are we doing today? What's going on?
Hey, God is good, man. God is good. We're doing great.
And, Coach, talk me through this game a little bit. I know Benjamin got out to the early lead, a bit of back-and-forth affair. What went down?
Yeah, my hats off to them. They got some big guys, and they do a really good job inside the trenches. And, we kind of preached it was going to be a physical game all week. And, I think we came out victorious of, just playing a little bit more physical than them.
And was this a game where you guys sort of got caught a little bit on the early part? Did this game take a bit to settle in? What happened there?
It was just kind of one of those things, the ball didn't bounce our way, the way we thought it would. And, we were able to kind of get out of a little bit of adversity. We really preach to our guys that, we need to smile at adversity when it shows up and just take it head on. And, adversity is good. It's not something to get you down. So I think our guys took that message to heart, and it showed tonight.
And coming off of a loss last week, Coach, how has this week of practice been? How have the guys responded to the adversity that you're talking about?
They did great. We really talked about, just the story of David and Goliath and having unwilling faith in each other, but also in the Lord. And it was just really great to see these guys. It was a devastating loss to us. We wanted to get a district championship and have a four-peat. But, sometimes God has different plans for us. And I believe that God showed us a different path that he wanted us to take. And that was to see how we would rally, in the face of true adversity. These guys had a great week of practice. They were dialed in. We had a physical week of practice. You could tell the guys were a little chippy from it and played with a chip on your shoulders. And, anytime somebody schedules you for their homecoming game, I think it adds a little bit of fire to the flame.
And, Coach, last week, 22-7, Somerset Canyons won that game, took districts on that front. You guys had a 4-game win streak going into that one. Was that just sort of ball doesn't roll your way? Team wasn't ready to play? What happened there?
Yeah, I mean, that game was pretty much 10-7 for the most of the game. And, they got a late score there late. And, the final play of the game, Hail Mary, and they picked it off and ran it back. So really and truly, if you look back on the film, it was 10-7 for most of that game. And, like I said, Somerset came a little bit hungrier than we were. And, but like I said, God just has a different plan for us. And, I think when things don't go our way, it's not a time to point fingers or anything like that. It's a time to come together in unity and fellowship. And I'm just super proud of these guys, the way that they came out today. And they just finished, and they played for the man next to them. And, they played for their school, and they played for God.
Dan Burek of the Kings Academy football team joining us now on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Coach, you mentioned it, that type of adversity, especially with a district championship on the line, it stings a little bit more, and it's a weird part of the year, mid-October for that type of loss to happen. You got to regroup quickly, and you got to regroup in a good way and in a strong way. What did you, learn about your guys after this loss? What was the big learning point that you guys, as coaches, have taken away?
Yeah, we really we kind of went back to basics and just focused on that. We didn't install anything new. We didn't, went back to what do we do great and what do we not do so good. Let's get rid of that stuff. Our defense has been playing amazing, and we have a really young offense that I'm really excited about for the future of. We got a lot of sophomores, a lot of juniors, not too many seniors this year. And so, when one side of the ball is going to not do so well, the other side still has to do their job. And, tonight it was kind of one of those things where we saw both sides, they were able to handle business. But, my hat off to my offensive coordinator, Scott Sullivan. He called an amazing game tonight. All week he was making adjustments. He was, really making it easy for the kids to to show them, hey, these are the things that we need to do in order to win. And he had an amazing game plan going in. Made the adjustments at halftime that we needed to, and like I said, I'm just extremely proud of him. Just for the growth, he's a young coach, and just how he came together and really led this team to a win tonight.
And Coach, seeing the other coaches, and being a head coach of a football team is sort of like being the chief of staff, CEO. You have to sort of coach the other coaches. But talking like that, just about one of your assistants, has got to be a major, I guess, rewarding aspect of what you do as the head coach of the team. But because you're also helping the players grow, you're also helping the coaches grow because they're helping you as well. Talk about that relationship with your coaching staff and how it compares and contrasts to coaching a player on the field.
Yeah, I'm extremely blessed to have an OC that, I coached in high school, and I was at his wedding. I taught his wife in class, and so our relationship, he's family, and these coaches are family to me. They're always there for my wife and my kids, and just to have guys like that are bought in, that go the extra mile, that there's no job too big, too small that they're not, they're willing to do, whether it's washing a water bottle, cutting up film, praying with our guys, teaching our guys, the schemes that we need to do. It is really rewarding to see the growth of these coaches, and just to see them come along next to these young men and lead them the way God intended to.
Coach Dan Burek with us on ESPN 106.3. Coach, you got a couple games, one at home, one on the road. You got Glade Central coming up. A couple good tests for the guys on the horizon. Everybody always says you want to play your best football around this time, around the next couple of weeks here. What are going to be the things that you're looking for in order for your team to play the best football they possibly can at this point in the season?
Yeah, we're again, we're not trying to reinvent the wheel here. We're just trying to hang our hat on what we do well, continue to play hard-nosed defense, and really do a good job with our offense, just creating opportunities for our young guys to make some big plays happen. So tonight, we're kind of celebrating. It's been quite a while since the Kings Academy has taken down Benjamin, so that's always a good feeling. But we're excited to go. We got Glade Central at home, in front of our fans, and they're a well-oiled machine. They did a really good, they've been doing a really good job. Really happy for Glade Central to be back to where they are. I love that community out there. So we're looking forward to that game, and the next two games that we have, they're tough, but I think that prepares you, for what the end of October and what November is, which is pretty much playoff football from here on out. And so when we went back to the books and said, let's forget about the whole entire season and let's look at these last three games. And, you got a three-game season. And so we're 1-0 right now on that mission. And like I said, I just couldn't be prouder of our young men.
And Coach, just hearing you talk about it, you could get an understanding that this type of game, winning a rivalry game against Benjamin, especially a team that you guys really wanted to get back into the win column against, there's got to be a lot of emotions firing amongst the guys after winning a game like this. Tell me a little bit about what the feel was in the locker room after winning a game like Benjamin on the road for their homecoming today.
Yeah, these guys I love them to death. They're having a lot of fun, celebrating, and I think it's just testament again to when God hands us adversity, what do we do with it, and to see these guys smiling and laughing and celebrating, and just like I said, they hugging each other and loving on each other, and seeing our fans and our school and our community just come together. I always say this game is so much bigger than we take it for. It's a great teacher of life, and it's a great way to unify people, to unify young men. And like I said, Benjamin is a well-coached team, and they do a really good job. But these young men, at the end of the day, they need to understand that they're going to work together. They're going to probably play college football together, or they might, like I said, they might be business partners later down the road. So it's important to understand that after the game is done, that no matter win, lose, however we look at it, as Palm Beach County, we need to come together and unify as young men. And again, it's really awesome to see that, and to see young men come in unity and come together, and just having a good time. So I'm really excited for these seniors.
Coach Bjerk, I love talking about rivalry games because of the stuff that you just mentioned, but also going into the game, it is, a tricky spot because you don't want the guys to ride too high on the emotions going in. You want them to stay in their keys, stay in the understanding of what the game is. Don't make the moment almost too big. Did you have to dial back any sort of perspective on the game because of it being a rivalry game and maybe not the emotions, but the intensity can get maybe a little too much?
Yeah, we all week during practice, we just kind of stepped back and we really didn't focus too much on, oh, hey, we're playing Benjamin. No, we're playing an opponent. This is what they do. This is what we need to take away. This is what they do really well. How do we stop that? How do we improve where we need to improve? So during the week, it's really, we want to keep the emotions down. Now that doesn't mean we don't practice hard and we don't want to get after it, but we try to keep, the emotions of a rivalry game kind of in check. And then once that ball gets kicked off,
nothing you could do then. Yeah, I mean, now we're going.
Now we're kicking it off, and let's go. So,
Coach, let me ask you this last thing here before we let you go. Looking ahead the last 2 games of the season, you get the postseason, everything like that. What are the big questions that you still have to answer, that you still have left maybe unanswered, or some, curious things that you want to dial in before postseason or before these last 2 games really come about?
Yeah, we talked about it after the game is just, finishing strong, still playing for the man next to you and loving on our teammates and really just getting after it. And that's what I want to see. We're going to enjoy this win. We're going to enjoy this feeling. But that ends tomorrow at 9 a.m. when we come in for recovery and do film. So, we're going to enjoy this, but just kind of looking forward. Okay, hey, here's the next guy on the list, and let's take care of business and continue just to play strong and play Lion football and represent God the best that we can.
Moving upward and onward, Coach. I appreciate the time on a Friday night like this. Enjoy the win. Enjoy the weekend. Congratulations on the good win in a rivalry game aspect like that. Looking forward to talking again soon, all right?
Yes, sir. God bless. And again, thank you guys for everything that you do for these kids in this community. It really does mean a lot to them, and that means a lot to us as coaches.
Coach, our pleasure. Appreciate it as always. That's Coach Dan Bjerk of the Kings Academy football team who won tonight against Benjamin on the road, 13-12. Appreciate the time from Coach Bjerk as always. If you missed any of these coach interviews, again, you can listen back on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, all those great places. Just go to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, and you can see our full catalog of coach interviews that we have from throughout the season. That is not only just football, that is all over the place. Some score updates that we have, including our HSS game of the week, which finished at 26-20. That's number 4, Cardinal Newman, over West Boca, 26-20 final score. Vero Beach won over Pahokee, 53-14. That is number 1 versus number 5, 53-14 at Pahokee, too. Vero Beach controlled the game on that front. The Kings Academy, as we alluded to earlier, 13-12 over Benjamin in a rivalry game. Jupiter over Martin County was a 27-7 ball game. Jupiter winning that one, number 7 versus number 9. Jupiter Christian won easy over Port St. Lucie. That is 41-0. St. Andrews fell to Calvary Christian. That was a 16-14 ball game. Calvary Christian took that one. St. Edwards got back into the game and took down South Fork 16-15. And as for another, tight rivalry, top 10, if you will, game, Fort Pierce Central, Jensen Beach, 32-18. Fort Pierce Central took that one. That was the final score. Jensen Beach was able to get a kick return for a touchdown to even out the score a little bit. But for a team that was undefeated coming in and maybe our first team out on our ESPN top 10 rankings, they fall to number 10 themselves, Fort Pierce Central. That is a 32-18 score on that. On the other side of things, we'll hear from the head coach of Wellington football. Pete Walker will join us in his first year with the team, and they have some questions to answer, and they also had a big win yesterday over Olympic Heights. We'll talk to him. We'll have some more fun. We'll hear from Coach Jamel Murray of Atlantic Football, who won yesterday over Deerfield Beach a little later on in the program. We'll take a time out here. It's ESPN West Palm High School Game Day on ESPN 106.3.
48 straight years, Ford F-Series have been the best-selling trucks in America. We got here by engineering breakthrough technology, redefining built Ford tough, and never settling for second best. But what's really made Ford F-Series the #1 selling trucks in America is you. Ford F-Series, built Ford tough. Based on 1977 to 2024 calendar year total sales.
F45 Training West Palm Beach offers functional group fitness classes reimagined. Sign up for F45 today and visit their West Palm Beach location. Featuring high-intensity group workouts that are fast, fun, and results-driven, F45 always has the right workout for you. Not to mention, it takes just 45 minutes. Visit F45training.com today to find a studio near you and officially join the F45 Training family. F45, team training, life-changing.
Experience the power and prestige of the new 2025 Range Rover Sport P530 Dynamic SE. Now available for lease at just $15.29 a month for 36 months. With $89.95 due at signing, you'll be behind the wheel of true luxury and performance. But hurry, offers like this don't last forever. Visit Land Rover Palm Beach today and drive the future of sophistication. Land Rover, above and beyond.
Fall in Florida means one thing. It is almost time for the Clinics Can Help Golf Classic. This fun-filled event works to raise money to provide customized medical equipment and supplies to the many children in our area in need. Get your foursome together and join the festivities on Friday, October 24th at the exclusive East Point Country Club in Palm Beach Gardens. Make a difference in helping these children live a life of independence and dignity. Register today at clinicscanhelp.org.
During football season, keep your home in the win column with EDS Air Conditioning. Right now, qualified customers can score 0% interest for 60 months on a brand new AC. Hot streaks belong on the field, not in your living room. With over 800 Google reviews and a 4.8 star rating, EDS is the trusted MVP since 2006. Visit EDSisyes.com today, kick off your game day comfort, and don't sweat the small stuff.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS Florida offers the same quality and expertise you expect from HSS, the world's #1 in orthopedic care. With 2 convenient locations in West Palm Beach and Wellington. Learn more at hss.edu/Florida. Choose better, move better.
Welcome into the Kaiser Sports Update. I'm Kate Chumsland. The Seahawks football team remains undefeated after a 49-28 victory over Florida Memorial last week. The Lions surged to a 14-3 lead in the first quarter before the Kaiser Seahawks offense surged back with 21 unanswered points. The team will have their next test at home this Saturday against their rival St. Thomas. Listen to the game live right here on ESPN 106.3 at 6 p.m. Elsewhere in Seahawks sports, the men's and women's soccer teams are each left with 5 games in their regular seasons. The women's team is ranked #1 in the country with an 11-1 record, coming off an emphatic 8-1 win against Ave Maria. The men are ranked #6 with a 10-0-1 record, looking for its first undefeated regular season since 2020. For times and tickets on all of Kaiser University's athletic events, head to KUSeahawks.com.
You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Well, we're coming to your city.
If you had to know, the Miami Hurricanes just suffered a loss at home to Louisville. That is Louisville's first win against an AP Top 2 team. 24-21 score. They controlled the entire game. Carson Beck throws his 4th interception of the night on that drive where they were in field goal range. They were at the 28-yard line, and he throws an interception. Didn't need to throw it. It wasn't even like I'll go for the end zone. It wasn't none of that. Nope. It was just a little out route, and Louisville makes a tremendous play. Carson Beck will always Carson Beck. Miami will always Miami. They never cease to disappoint. It's incredible, truly. Good sports night. A lot going on right now. Big win for the Mariners, and Shohei Ohtani is about putting on the best postseason performance in the history of baseball. But we got Damian Perez, Colin Russo with you at ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. If you missed any of the coach interviews today, go listen on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, all those great places. You can catch
all of our interviews throughout the day. Go have a good time. Go listen to, go watch Messi down in Inter Miami, and also go drink some of Messi's sports drink. That's Moss Plus by Messi. Is hydration plus more. It's created by Leo Messi. Moss Plus by Messi delivers a balanced blend of electrolytes with natural flavors, no artificial sweeteners or colors, no caffeine, and only 1 gram of cane sugar. There's no compromise on quality ingredients and amazing taste. Coming in 5 sensational flavors inspired by Messi himself, including Miami Punch, Berry Copa Crush, Orange Dior, newest flavor, the greatest grape is out. Purchase Moss Plus by Messi today at Walmart or online at mossbymessi.com. Wow. What a loss. What a loss for Miami. Nonetheless, we're going to talk to Coach Pete Walker of the Wellington Wolverines, who got back in the win column yesterday after 4 straight losses. They took down Olympic Heights yesterday. I was able to catch up with Coach Walker, talk about a number of things, including his first year as head coach of that team. Let's get to it. Our Kaiser's Coach's Corner with Peter Walker of Wellington Football. Colin Russo rolling on here with our Kaiser's Coach's Corner on ESPN 106.3. Joined now by the head coach of the Wellington football team, the Wellington Wolverines, who are sitting at 3-5 this season, coming off a big win yesterday over Olympic Heights, 49-15. Coach Pete Walker in year 1 at the program joins us now. Coach Walker, welcome in. How are you doing today? What's going on?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Coach, victory Friday, I guess you can say. Tell me a little bit about the game yesterday. Do you like playing on the Thursdays?
I really don't. You lose that 1 day of preparation, and and of course, not having school the next day, help things. But rather play them on Friday for sure. Our kids came into the game for the first half. It was a tough football game. Those guys played hard for Olympic Heights, and we were able to score late at the end of the half, and then we came out in the second half and got control of the game, and our kids did a good job, going from there and putting some points on the board, and just made a lot of good plays out there that we really needed. We hadn't won the last couple games that we were leading in the fourth quarter, and at least 2 out of the last 3, and it's just good to get a win under our belt again.
And Coach, an offensive explosion, a lot of points scored for you guys. What was the difference this time around in getting everybody rolling offensively?
Well, again, we were able to, mix it up a little bit, running and throwing the ball, but mainly, our quarterback, JP, did a good job, getting the ball to the open receivers. We had a good matchup there. Terrence Catul has been our number 1 receiver. He's actually a freshman, 6'2" kid that, can high point the ball, and he made a couple nice touchdown grabs for us. And then DeAndre King, who was a sophomore for us, also had a couple touchdown catches, and, just were able to make plays when we had the opportunity to make them that we weren't making in the first half.
And Coach, against Olympic Heights, tell me a little bit at this point in the season where you got a couple games remaining. How important was getting back in the win column at this point in the season?
It was very important, we how hard the game is, coaching and playing football during the week. A lot of work goes into it, and losing games, man, it just it's hard. It's hard to do, especially when you're used to winning some of them. And we were up on in Lake's game with 3 minutes to go against a pretty good Lakes team, and we ended up losing the lead at the end of the game. And then, we had a good fight with Joaquin Garcia. We're actually leading in the fourth quarter there for a while, and they ended up taking the lead on us in that as well. So those were 2 hard ones to lose. And then, of course, we played Jupiter. That we're just outmanned in at this point. We only have 9 seniors on our team, and so we're building a culture there. And it was just good to get in the win column again. You want to win these games for sure.
And, Coach, the games that sort of slipped away, as in like the Lakes game, the Garcia game, what went on in those games that didn't allow you guys to close out the way you'd hoped? What changed or what was different comparatively to then that maybe you tried to dial in after the fact that was the difference maker in the team not being able to close out the game?
Well, one thing is experience is everything. Like I said, we only have 9 seniors on our team, and, we have a lot of young guys playing. And, we had it's actually 4th and 20 against Palm Beach Lakes, and we didn't do a good job keeping contained to keep the quarterback in the pocket. We had been getting a lot of pressure on them. and he was able to slip outside and buy some time and throw the ball down. We had really good coverage on their receiver, but he just kind of boxed us out like a guy underneath the basket, in basketball, and he was able to go up and make a catch at about the half-yard line. Then they were able to punch it in, and then we ended up moving it actually back down the field against them, got it to around the 35-yard line, and then they ended up getting a sack and knocking the ball out of our hands. And so we lost that one that way. And then against Garcia, it was just a very, very good football team, very good game. It was a good one for our fans to watch. Two teams were just playing very hard. They're kind of a rival these days. And actually, Brandon Walker's my cousin. And so they're always going to be well coached. And, that one was just a well-fought football game. And at the end of it, we weren't able to hold them out, after we took the lead in the fourth quarter. And they were able to make the plays down the stretch. And, again, we just didn't quite get it done.
And, Coach, being related to Coach Brandon Walker over at Dr. Joaquin Garcia, that game's got to mean a little bit more, right? A little bit of a rivalry attached to that. Am I wrong?
Well, I think at some point it might. Right now we're just trying to rebuild, at Wellington, and that was my goal all along, is trying to get the culture, in the right direction as far as, understanding we got to work hard every day and practice well and those types of things. Maybe it'll take on a little bit more going ahead because really going into that game, it was just we lost the game before that, so we wanted to win this one. So really I don't think it's much on my end, for sure, as it might be down the road.
Coach Pete Walker of Wellington Football joining us now on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Coach, you mentioned those experience-type games where experience is everything, and it really was the difference maker, and you guys winning and losing some games in the past couple of weeks. Tell me a little bit about the message that you told your guys after losses like that. I mean, there's got to be positives to take away. So what did those next couple of weeks of practice look like now that the team is getting experience like that?
Well, there's always a hangover after you lose a couple tough ones like that, and especially more so today. Kids, it takes a little bit more of your energy as a coach, to get these kids to bounce back, from tough losses like that. You go for having 2 wins to 4 wins going into this week. Which is huge for these guys, because again, they start in the summer. Well, actually, even before that, from January to August, working in the off season, and and football is demanding game, and you have to put a lot of time in, and so I think my coaches have done a great job, and the kids have done a great job continuing to practice. And with an idea that they want to win, and again, that's why it was important to get the win. Last night, so that, a little momentum going. We got our hands full with Palm Beach Central coming in, to our place next week. And so, it feels a lot better going in that we, actually got a win underneath our belt instead of, we just surely didn't want to lose it.
And, Coach, breaking a losing streak does mean a lot at this point in the season. How has practice been? How has the development been in the past couple of weeks with your guys? You said it's hard to get them back focused in after a terrible loss, but now you're coming out after a win. What do you anticipate the last couple of weeks to look like for the guys?
Well, we haven't changed our approach as coaches and stuff. We're right now we're really working on the fundamentals of the game still and learning football. We got several freshmen starting on our football team and some sophomores and first-year players, and so we're just really trying to teach them the game right now. We're on a we're still learning a lot, and so there's a lot to get better at as coaches and players with our guys. So the approach has been the same. Now we are really focusing on doing mostly teaching. We're not we're not staying on kids, and we're building up the morale and pointing out, the small victories that we have. And there's no moral victories either. We're not saying it's okay that we lost, because losing, we're not out there to lose. We're out there to win, keeping score for a reason. So, but we are trying to teach them about, how important it is staying focused and doing the little things that, of course, turn into big things, whether they be good or bad.
Coach, what would you say the biggest difference is between the Wellington Wolverines today and how you guys are playing today versus what it looked like in the beginning of the season? What has that progression been?
Oh, we most definitely are a better football team. We really are. We've been able to, play a little bit better up front on the offensive line. I think we had one starter coming back from last year. And again, our secondary probably started off, we had 2 freshmen starting at safety. And of course, we, gave some things up early in the season that we're not giving up now. So, it's just really just been one of those, processes, and even for me, it's tough for me to, I've been blessed to have, a lot of victories over the years. And so, I'm being humbled, and I'm having to realize that it's about, just teaching these guys and knowing that our time's, coming down the road.
Coach, at this point, you guys coming off a win, what is the most important thing you want to see out of the last 2 weeks of the season?
Just continuing to improve, playing as a team. That's the thing, you want to always impress on them that we're going to win or lose. We're going to go out there and play together and play hard. And I want to see us, lay it out on the line for each other. And, when they're done with the football game on Friday night, I want them to be exhausted, that they know and know that they gave everything they had. And that's what we want to keep striving for. And to continue to fight for each other and to be someone that can be counted on. Because at the end of the day, they'll take that and be a good husband, a father down the road, and someone that can be trustworthy. And so that's what we'll keep preaching to the kids and keep demanding out of the kids.
Coach Ross Walker of Wellington football with us now on ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Coach, year 1 coaching the program, what has the onboarding process been like up through the summer, the offseason, up until today? What has that journey been for you at this school?
Well, it's sure been a long one. You have to get a coaching staff together, and we're a little bit, we're not even full staffed right now. I'll be working on that in the off season. I came in January, so I got a little bit more time maybe to, fill some needs there as far as coaches, on-campus coaches. Which is very important. And then, we had a great off season as far as this summer. I had one of my former players from Kings Academy, Doria, come in. He's a very good strength and conditioning coach. We worked out, in the mornings, all summer long. And I thought the kids did a really good job. But I think now we're going into the second. It'll be, when the season's over here, we'll have our second off season. And they'll know what's more, what's demanded of them and what's expectations, to be a part of the Wolverine football program. And we're excited about it. We got many kids coming back. I think we got 30 kids coming back from this football team. And that will now have a year of experience under their belt where they did not have any really coming into the season.
Coach, what was that biggest surprise that I guess you didn't expect the team or the process to be like when taking over this team for the first time this year?
Really, I felt like it was going to take some time. That's for sure. Unfortunately for Wellington, it hadn't been real successful over the last few years. So we knew there was going to be some changes that had to be made about hey man, we're going to have to be at practice if we're going to play on Fridays. If we want to win, we got to be in the weight room in the off season. We got to do 7-on-7. So there's just a lot of things that, I had to put in place. And then of course camp in the summers, so we just things that we had to put in place that winning programs need to do, to give our chances, give ourselves a chance to win. And again, we lost a couple tough ones, but we did lose them. And so right now we're going to be building on things as we go along. Second year, I'm going to look for some great progression out of our team.
Hey, that's a tricky spot, too. Only 9 seniors, not a ton of experience coming into the year from the guys, and also a first year with this specific program head coach. Who'd you rely on in terms of the seniors or the older players that have taken leadership roles for your guys that has sort of helped been extensions of the coaching staff onto the field? Who have you relied on?
Well, Julian Riabuca, excuse my voice, guys, I'm a little sickly. But he's our starting linebacker. He's been there for 3 years, so he's been a great leader. He really plays hard. He's a tough football player. Philip Iannone is another linebacker that we have, and he also plays a little fullback tight end for us. Another great leader. Our quarterback, JP, has done a great job leading as well. Every week they're there. They can be depended on. They rally the kids and keep them motivated. And so those are some of the key seniors for sure that we've been able to rely on, throughout the year.
And going into next year, coming in, do you have an understanding of who you want to be leaders? I guess the first year under the program, did you sort of leave it open season where, all right, who are our leaders going to be? Are they sort of taking it for themselves? Do you try to get a read on the roster as soon as you can so you could determine who the guys you're going to rely on are, or did they sort of take that opportunity for themselves?
Well, I've always tell our kids at the beginning of the year that, how important it is for us to have great leadership, and for them to be able to police ourselves and making sure that we're doing the right things. And, and it doesn't matter to me whether you're a freshman or a senior, so leadership's available, to all of my guys on the football team. And, those, guys seem to, present themselves, as you go along. We'll see who those guys are that'll step up for next year. I do have an idea of some that could possibly and actually expect to do so, but we'll address that when it's time, and I do expect that we will have that.
Coach, couple more things here. Who has been the unsung hero of the team, whether that be a position group, a specific player, somebody you want to highlight that hasn't necessarily gotten their flowers to this point, but you really can't go unsaid about their contributions to the team?
Well, I'll tell you, DeAndre King has really done a great job. He's a sophomore receiver for us. Last night, he's been playing some good football, but last night I think he had 2 interceptions, a scoop and score, a touchdown reception. Just really had an outstanding game for sure. It's been great for us. And then Terrence Catul, a freshman, has really stepped up big as a receiver. He's been a big target for us, really the number one target for the most of the year. Now, both of those guys have plenty to improve on because, one's a freshman, one's a sophomore. And then, of course, again, I would have to say that Morian Brooks is another kid that was someone that kind of stepped in as a freshman, and it seems like he makes a big play, throughout the year. So he actually ended up being a lot better player. Not that I didn't think he would be one, but he's really kind of stepped in there and made more plays than I thought he might as a freshman.
And, Coach, in terms of setting a culture, you mentioned a couple times that at Wellington, it's important for first year not only to see growth, but to see a little bit of an implementation of the culture that you are trying to set. What have you noticed in terms of that progression of setting this culture, understanding what exactly you're asking out of your players, the younger players, the guys who are eventually going to come up through the Wellington program? How has that culture setting been for you at Wellington to this point?
Well, it can sometimes be, tough. You got to make some tough decisions. Sometimes you have to discipline kids and sit them out for missing a practice or not, doing things that we expect out of our football program. We're going to love these kids as hard as we can, and we do love them. And loving them means, we want to help them to be the best men that they could possibly be. And I've always believed that. The first thing we want to do is help them to be the best young man that they could possibly be. So when they leave Wellington High School and they can say, hey, man, I'm a better man because I played for Coach Walker and the Wellington High School football program. I'm a better man because I played there. And so I believe if we just continue to, work on the character of the young men, we're going to teach them how to play football. That's a given. We got some good coaches, and they've bought in, to hard work, and I think that we've been very consistent with the way we do things, whether it be discipline, whether it be loving on the kids, whether it's been praise, and doing the things that, again, winners should do. And I think by being consistent, you gain the trust out of the kids, and that they know that I'm not going to show favoritism. It's going to be about, hey, that we're about the team, and everything you do affects the team in either in a positive or negative way, and we want it to be positive.
Coach, last thing here. This is the first time that you've jumped on with us this year. Tell me a little bit. Has this been always the dream for you to coach football at a high level, or did you always want to be a coach? Did this sort of fall upon your lap? How did this all come about for you?
Well, I've been coaching for 30-plus years, and I was at Gameday for a long time.
Right.
And then also at Clewiston, and that's what it's been a great second to Christ and my family, my wife and kids. Football's been a great love of my life. And so I'm very thankful to have the opportunity to be the leader of a football program, and to help shape young men.
And I was asking, even before then, going into your career, you always wanted to be a high school football coach?
I did. I just loved the game of football. I was lucky enough to go to college for a little bit kicking, and that's what I went to school for. And, because I knew that, it was going to be the closest thing I could get to playing it again. And so, with that in mind, I just didn't think there was anything that was going to really replace it, for me. So, yeah, that's just something I feel like was my calling, was to coach the game of football.
And, Coach, I appreciate you giving us the time here on a Friday night. Congratulations on the win yesterday, getting back in the win column. I know you got a big game against Palm Beach Central coming up about a week from today. Appreciate you jumping on. Best of luck the rest of the way. Looking forward to talking again soon, all right?
Hey, I really appreciate you guys. Y'all do a great job. Thanks.
Coach, our pleasure. That's Coach Pete Walker of Wellington Football giving us the time here on our Kaiser's Coaches Corner, ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, taking a time out here on ESPN 106.3.
Experience the power and prestige of the new 2025 Range Rover Sport P530 Dynamic SE. Now available for lease at just $15.29 a month for 36 months. With $89.95 due at signing, you'll be behind the wheel of true luxury and performance. But hurry, offers like this don't last forever. Visit Land Rover Palm Beach today and drive the future of sophistication. Land Rover, above and beyond.
Fall in Florida means one thing. It is almost time for the Clinics Can Help Golf Classic. This fun-filled event works to raise money to provide customized medical equipment and supplies to the many children in our area in need. Get your foursome together and join the festivities on Friday, October 24th at the exclusive East Point Country Club in Palm Beach Gardens. Make a difference in helping these children live a life of independence and dignity. Register today at clinicscanhelp.org.
During football season, keep your home in the win column with EDS Air Conditioning. Right now, qualified customers can score 0% interest for 60 months on a brand new AC. Hot streaks belong on the field, not in your living room. With over 800 Google reviews and a 4.8 star rating, EDS is the trusted MVP since 2006. Visit EDSisyes.com today, kick off your game day comfort, and don't sweat the small stuff.
This is the Inter Miami save of the game.
Now, New England back on the attack. Gill to Sands. Sands, Polster. Polster will take it on and save. Rocco Rios Novo with his first legitimate save of the night. It was a pretty decent attempt by Matt Polster, but it was shot right at Rios Novo. Big save. 73rd minute.
Brought to you by PNC Bank. PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865. You're listening to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, presented by HSS Florida. Choose better, move better, and supported by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather.
Where we're coming to your city.
Colin Russo, ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. Appreciate Coach Walker, Coach Pete Walker of Wellington Wolverines joining us on then. If you missed any of the interviews, go listen on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcast. Just go to ESPN West Palm High School Game Day. I got to bring it up. Shohei Ohtani's having quite literally the best postseason performance in the history of baseball at the moment. 3 home runs. He's pitched 6 innings. He has 10 strikeouts. He gave up 2 hits. Can't get much better than that. I'm going to be completely honest with you. But you lather, you rinse, you moisturize, you get in the shower, repeat and repeat. At this point, you're practically training for the Shower Olympics. But here's the twist. When you realize that skin feels weird, dry, your scalp feels weird, dry, it's not your shampoo's fault, it's the water. Hard water leaves a mineral residue that clogs your pores and dries out your hair. Culligan water softeners remove damaging minerals, revitalizing brittle hair and dry skin. Upgrade your shower system today. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no interest, no payments. Visit Culligan.com for more information or just say, "Hey, Culligan man." We talked to another coach. We talked to Coach Jamel Murray of Atlantic Football. He was actually at the West Boca Cardinal Newman game. I was able to catch up with him, talk about their win over Deerfield Beach yesterday and taking districts once again. Atlantic 55, Deerfield Beach 21. Take a listen to Coach Jamel Murray of Atlantic Football. Colin Russo with ESPN West Palm High School Game Day on ESPN 106.3. Joined now by the head coach of Atlantic Football. They're undefeated to this point, have dominated to this point, number 3 in our ESPN West Palm Top 10 rankings presented by Safebound Moving and Storage. We welcome in Coach Jamel Murray with us now. Coach, what's going on? How you doing today?
I'm good. How you doing tonight, Colin?
Good. Playing on a Thursday night, you get to enjoy a couple other games throughout the weekend. Tell us a little bit. You like playing on the Thursday nights? How does that feel?
I like playing on Thursday nights. It gives us an advantage. It is a shorter week, but we modify the schedule, but it gives us another day to recover and get prepared for that next week.
And Coach, a couple home games, back at home after a couple road games. It was an important game to get back into the win column on the home field. How does the team feel right now about 8 games into the season rolling on?
Team feels good. It's great to be back at home and have the city behind us coming up. We had homecoming and senior night and then a nice matchup with West Boca at the end. So it's good to be back home and play in front of our people.
And Deerfield Beach yesterday, 55-21. Deerfield Beach was able to score early. It was actually at the game. Coach, tell us a little bit about the nature of which that game sort of went into your favor, all those turnovers in the second quarter. Give us a little bit of sense of that.
Coach JT is a new coach over there, but he's doing really good. And I know him from a while ago, so he played good college ball. So I know the kids are going to be coached up and prepared. And I just wanted my guys to come out and just do their job throughout the night. So Deerfield did get a good start, but we just kept our momentum and doing what we were supposed to do, and we came out with that score last night.
Coach, offense is humming. Mark Hannaford is humming. The whole thing is humming offensively. Tell us a bit about the progression that you've seen offensively now heading closer to postseason time and securing another district title.
Just the level of understanding of football. We've been teaching the kids and hold them to high expectations since fall camp, and the guys are starting to get in there over time. We're just trying to get better at what we do, and they're beginning to understand everything.
And coming off 8-0, hard to judge these teams and hard to get a negative out of so many positives, but what are you dialing in with the guys these past couple weeks in practice to make sure that you're still working and improving on certain aspects of the game?
Just trying to stay focused on our team goals and our team values, number one. We talk about that weekly in our team meetings, and then just going out and trying to practice and just be a good player. Be where you are every day, and the coaching staff, we just try to follow our rules and just be ready and bring our best every day.
And, Coach, what has been the biggest surprise of this year's Atlantic football team, to your point?
I think the togetherness. The kids have really played together, and they've been doing really good, and it's starting to show. So it's a good surprise of how close they can play together, how well they can play together, and how we compete together.
And, Coach, tell us a little bit about the schedule that you've put together to this point. Of course, playing Team Georgia, jumping around a little bit, giving these guys a good test throughout the year. How has that prepared you for this part of the year where you're securing district titles and you got a big game against West Boca coming up in a couple weeks?
Yes, sir. It does a good job. It shows competition across the board. We get to see different players, different schemes, and different styles. So that just helps us out for down the line, because we never know who we'll face in the playoffs. So the better the competition, the more we get to see, the better we'll be prepared when we get to that next level.
Coach, if we rewind the clocks a week, a tough game against Coconut Creek, a hard-earned win on your front, 33-30. What happened in that game, that back-and-forth affair? Give us a sense of what happened.
Over the past 2 years, it's been a tough district game. Those guys and us trying to compete for that district championship, knowing that we have that opportunity, and if we're going to win, it has to go through each other. And they came out and they gave us our best, and they gave their best. So it was a good experience, and we just came out on the right end.
And looking ahead to the last 2 games of the year, I know you're at West Boca, Cardinal Newman, taking a look at the team that you're going to see in a couple of weeks. What's the scouting report? What are you looking at? What are you noticing?
Just watching a good team. They're a really good team, and they're going to do good. State champs. So just coming in and having to do our job. Once again, touching back, taking care of our team goals and our team values, and keeping those first. And just trying to build and just be ready to play when that matchup comes, one day at a time.
And looking to your seniors that you've relied upon all year long to keep you in the mix, keep the guys focused, keep the younger guys understanding of what the ultimate team goal is. Who have you relied upon to be those leaders, and who have taken up the mantle the past couple of weeks to take that next step on a leadership front?
Yes, sir. Our offensive line. We have 5 seniors on the offensive line. They've been helping us out a whole lot. And they've gotten us started with a run game early in the season. So I take a lot of credit to those guys, Jamari Holiday, Jaden Pollisane, Trevor Wellington, Jermaine Jean Lewis, and Sean Mitchell. So they've been holding us down since camp started, and they've been rolling. So much credit to those guys, and they keep everything rolling on the front end.
And, Coach, if you're looking at sort of a negative that you're looking to dial in, fix, adjust, what is that piece of the team, that aspect of the team that needs to still be improved upon this point of the year?
Just continue to protect the ball. And as we protect the ball on offense, defensively, just know our jobs and do our assignments. Just continue to be consistent in that aspect.
And what's the goal next 2 weeks, of course, you want to win the games, but what part of the team, what part of the game do you really want to see these last 2 games of the regular season?
I want to see our defense come out and compete, playing against a couple good teams on the back end with Ugaley and West Boca. Of course, they have a great offense as well. So just come out and see how our defense competes against those guys and can prepare us for this fresh down the line in this 5A classification.
Well, Coach Murray, I appreciate you giving us a little bit of an understanding of what happened yesterday, the past couple weeks. Congratulations on the good season to this point. Looking forward to talking again soon, all right?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Have a good night.
You got it. That's Coach Jamel Murray of Atlantic football, sitting at 8-0. Colin Russo, ESPN West Palm High School, game day at ESPN 106. If you missed any of the Jamel interview, Jamel Murray of Atlantic football, you could go listen on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, all those great places. Catch full interviews cataloged there. Appreciate everybody staying aboard with us, myself and Damian Perez from the City Play Studios. We had a good one tonight for our HSS Game of the Week, 26-20 final score of Cardinal Newman taking down West Boca. Battle of a bunch of top 10s today, with Jupiter winning over Martin County and Vero winning over Pahokee and Fort Pierce Central winning over Jensen Beach. We had a lot of good stuff. Make sure you follow along on our Instagram and at ESPN West Palm, and our Twitter at ESPN Top 63 and ESPN West Palm with all this good high school coverage. We'll see you next week around the same time. Same time as always. It's been ESPN West Palm High School Game Day, ESPN 106.3.
In sports and in life, how you move matters. So when injuries or pain get in the way, the orthopedic specialists at HSS Florida provide world-class care to get you moving again. From non-surgical and surgical care to personalized rehabilitation, HSS